Am I the asshole for hiding the fact that my youngest son is biologically ours? So I, 48 male, and my wife, 46 female, both come from a culture where arranged marriages are common, and that's how we got together. We were arranged into our marriage when we were 18 and 20. I can go into more details about this if asked, but it's not super relevant to the post. We both wanted kids. However, my wife had or has a medical condition that made it very hard for her to get pregnant. And because of the arranged nature of our marriage, we didn't exactly feel too keen on repeatedly trying. I get that. You guys didn't really know each other before you got married. You really weren't comfortable doing that. I get it. When we were financially stable and old enough, we adopted our first son when he was 3. He's now 26. And our daughter, now 22, a year later when she was a newborn. About 3 years later, my wife unexpectedly got pregnant after we drunkenly hooked up with each other, and that resulted in our youngest son, now 19. When my wife got pregnant with our youngest son, we purposely hid this from our families. They had for years pressured us to try fertility treatments to have a child that would truly belong to us. We knew if they found out our youngest was biologically ours, they'd never treat our other children the same. You're not the asshole. Not at all. Honestly, I didn't know where we were going based from the title and the story so far. I had no idea where we were going, but I'm glad we ended up here. No, you're absolutely not the asshole. We hid her pregnancy and told our families we adopted another baby. Only a few friends and select family members knew about the pregnancy. All of my children also know about this. My father, 69, was talking with me and my cousin, 47 male, who knows about the pregnancy, about how he was always disappointed that I never gave him a proper grandchild, and how he was still holding out hope until last year when my wife turned 45. I told my father that he has 3 grandchildren through me. He just grumbled about how it wasn't the same. No, your dad just confirmed that you guys hiding the fact that your youngest son is yours was the right decision. My cousin told me in private that he thinks it's a bit of an asshole move to still hide it from him because he's getting older and it's not like he can treat the kids much differently from one another now that they're all grown. He absolutely can. He 100% can. As long as that man is still living and breathing, he will find a way to make sure that his oldest 2 grandchildren understand that he favors the youngest one because biologically he's related to him. He absolutely fucking can. 69 is not fucking dead. He can show favoritism between those 3 kids. I don't think I'm an asshole, but I am curious what Reddit thinks. Before I even get into the rest of it, OP did make an edit stating that he and his wife are not Indian. So don't make any assumptions or comments about that. If you guys disagree with arranged marriages, I don't fucking care. Do it in silence. My comment section is not the place for you to come and post long ass fucking sob stories about how you find it, this, that, and the other. Nobody cares. Like OP said, that aspect in this story is really irrelevant. Be respectful or get blocked. This is your only warning. Now that we got that out of the way, baby, I don't think you're the asshole at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. You did this because you knew exactly how your family is, and your father just fucking confirmed it. Your oldest son is how old? Go back. 26 years old. Your daughter is 22 and your youngest is 19, and he's still grumbling about how you didn't give him a proper grandchild. No, you're not wrong. And don't let your cousin try to convince you that you are. Your cousin is 100% wrong. Your dad will absolutely find a way to mistreat your older 2 children. You need to make sure your cousin understands and knows very thoroughly that it is not his business, nor is it his fucking place to open his mouth and say anything regardless of how he feels about the situation. It is a major possibility that he could say something to your dad simply because your dad is getting older and it's not possible for him to treat them any differently because they're grown, even though it 100% is. I would keep eyes on your cousin.
My boyfriend's friends and him have all been friends since like they went to school together. A bunch of couples who all knew each other. Some of them came in later in life, but like they're one of those really tight-knit groups where they have all these inside jokes, and I was on the outside of these jokes for the entire trip. I wish I could tell you that that was the worst thing that happened, but it's not, because these people were actually insane. The thing that happens is I don't know how to ski, and they all want to go skiing. And this place that we're staying at is one of his girlfriends who has a husband there, and their place is insane. They're all rich. These people have money, and they grew up with money. I don't have any money, and I've literally never been skiing. One girl, Danielle, is constantly making like jibes at me, and she's married to this guy named Spencer. Like I said, they're all part of this friend group, and every time she would make these jibes at me, I would like look at my boyfriend and he wouldn't look at me. You're like, why does this girl hate me so much? A lot of jokes actually made at my expense, and like especially like low class jokes that I was just trying to like take as they came, because I'm like, you know what, these people are snobby rich people, of course they're gonna think me as like below. I have to go get ski lessons because I've literally never been on skis before, and they are all like skiing these really huge mountains. My ski instructor, he is telling me how much everybody in that town despises the one girl and her husband because they like throw their money around everywhere and they get away with so much. And he is like giving me all the tea. I take that information and store that in my pocket for a later date because I could just tell being around these people, I needed to protect myself. They tell me while we're all at lunch, and by the way, these people treat wait staff terribly, which I'm not surprised, but they're all getting hammered, like drinks, champagne, like insane, where I'm like, no thanks. And I can tell that they didn't really like that I wasn't participating in the drinking and all that, but I do not trust you people enough to get drunk. At lunch, this is when they tell me that we're actually skiing back down to the cabin where we're staying in, and I'm like, hello, I'm a beginner, I'm literally going to die. Nervous anyway, we start going down and my skis literally fall apart, freaking out, my boyfriend's freaking out. I realized somebody had tampered with my skis. I could have literally like went off the cliff. Get back, everybody is already there and they're drinking and just annoyed with me, like sorry that I almost died. One girl who's always giving me a hard time is like, let's get in the hot tub, da 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 da. This is when things start getting really weird. These people were huge drinkers, but when a little baggie of stuff came out to play, I was like, oh, I knew me and my boyfriend were gonna be the only ones who didn't do it, until I turn and see him do it. And I'm like, oh, I am fully alone. He is not even who I thought he was. All kind of pressuring me to do it too. And this is like not my scene. I don't do this. And secrets start coming out, especially about my boyfriend's late wife, that I had no idea about, and being really fucking weird. Things quickly go from bad to horrific. If you like that and you want to find out what happens next and the name of the book, check the caption. Bye.
Am I the asshole for putting googly eyes on all of the food in the fridge to prevent snacking? My roommate eats everything. I'll buy a pack of cheese sticks and they're gone by morning. I asked nicely, then labeled stuff, no change. So I got creative. I bought a pack of stick-on googly eyes and put them on everything. Milk? Eyes. Leftover spaghetti? Judging you. Even taped one to a banana. It worked. He said it creeped him out and he stopped eating my stuff. Now he says I'm being passive aggressive and creating an emotionally hostile refrigerator. So am I the asshole for turning the fridge into a surveillance horror movie to stop my food from vanishing?
I don't understand your roommate dynamic. How can one of you be so filled with glee and joy and the other be so, I don't know, I'll say it, fat and coy? I'll say it, eating all the food and feeling like you're being slighted. And I can say that because I'm both fat and coy.
It's just crazy that, like, that's all it took to stop him. That seems like the least offensive thing you could have possibly done. And it's like, and that stopped them in their tracks, which is impressive.
Am I the asshole for testifying against my brother in a custody case after he abandoned his child? I, 25 female, have an older brother, 28 male. Growing up, my mom spoiled him a lot and still has a habit of excusing his behavior because that's her son. This situation has completely fractured my family, and now I'm being told that I'm a terrible sister. My brother was in a long-term relationship with his ex-girlfriend, Lena, 27 female. They have a son together who's now 5. Lena and I became very close during the relationship, and even after they broke up, I stayed involved in my nephew's life. I babysit, help with school stuff, and I'm basically one of his safe adults. When my nephew was around 2, my brother left. Not just emotionally, he abandoned them. He moved out, stopped helping financially, barely called, and eventually cut contact entirely after getting involved with another woman. No, you're not the asshole. Not at all. You said this was during a custody case? Go back to the title. Yeah, did he expect you to get up there and lie for him, sir? Absolutely the fuck not. No, you're not the asshole. Lena struggled a lot during this time, but she stepped up and did everything for their child on her own. My brother never paid consistent child support and would disappear for months at a time. Fast forward to last year, my brother suddenly reappears, saying that he misses his son and wants to be involved again. No, that's bullshit. He got with somebody, and they're questioning why he's never around his child. So now he wants to play family man and demand to see the fucking kid that he hasn't seen in years. Fuck him. His first move, however, wasn't apologizing or easing back in. He was demanding Lena's current address and threatening legal action. Lena had moved for safety and stability and didn't want him showing up unannounced, so she asked me not to give it out. When my brother asked for her address, I refused. I told him that if he wanted to see his son, he needed to go through the proper legal channels and rebuild trust. No, for real. Because how the fuck you gonna come back demanding some shit and threatening legal action when you don't even know where the boy lay his motherfucking head? My brother accused me of choosing his ex over him and said that I was betraying family. No, No, you were actually showing how loyal you are to your family, to your nephew. His mother does not want his father feeling like he can pop in and out whenever the fuck he wants. So she asked you not to give out her address. And you, in solidarity, because you love your nephew, you're not doing that. No, I will always choose your ex over you because she's a better fucking person and a better fucking parent. Eventually, my brother found her address on his own, and he immediately filed for custody, asking for more than he'd ever been involved enough to handle. The case went to court, and I was asked to testify. I told the truth, that he had been absent for years, that Lena was the primary and consistent parent, and that my brother only reappeared after he started a new relationship and wanted to look like a family man. Period. Fucking period. The judge ruled against him. He didn't lose all rights, but he didn't get the custody arrangement that he wanted. Of course he fucking didn't. Sir, you have been under a fucking rock for God knows how long, and you pop back up demanding fucking custody of a child and you don't even know where he lived. Get the fuck out of here. Now my brother is furious with me. He says that I should have lied or at least kept my mouth shut because we're siblings. Siblings or not, I'm not lying for you. Lie? You want me to go into the courthouse, swear to tell the truth, and then lie for someone who did not want to take care of their child? Bitch, please. I will never. My mom agrees with him and keeps telling me that I ruined his chance to start over and be a better father. I've said it before and I'm gonna say it again. Behind every sorry ass motherfucking man is his ain't shit ass mama telling him that everybody else is the fucking problem. Cause what the hell you mean? I ruined his chances to be a better father. No. When Tweedle bitch showed up and thought he had the right to demand shit, he ruined his chances to be a better father. I didn't do shit but take care of my motherfucking nephew. The one thing he hasn't been fucking doing. My mom says that family loyalty should come before outsiders, even when kids are involved. I don't feel guilty for telling the truth, especially when my nephew's stability was on the line. But being iced out by my mom and constantly attacked by my brother is wearing me down. So am I the asshole for refusing to help my brother and testifying against him in court? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. You did exactly what the fuck you were supposed to do. Went in there and told the fucking truth. They asked you questions and you answered them. If he didn't want to be painted as an ain't shit fucking parent, he should have put more effort into being a better fucking parent. Your mom is full of shit. She is no good, just like your fucking brother. Go back. She said that family loyalty should come before outsiders, even when kids are involved. So what the fuck does that make your nephew? He's family, and you were loyal to him. She's not even fucking worried about her grandson. She's more obsessed with her son getting what the fuck he wants, even though he doesn't fucking deserve it. Your mom's not shit. Baby, listen, you are 25 years old, and I need you to learn right here in this moment, if you don't learn shit the fuck else, that it is absolutely okay for you to cut off your mom. You can fucking do that. Anybody that supports a deadbeat and tells me that I am wrong for thinking about the well-being of the child that the deadbeat is ignoring, I can't fucking support. You're just as bad as that deadbeat in my eyes. There's no fucking way in hell I'm going to allow said deadbeat to talk down to me. Sir, I take more care of your child than you've ever taken care of your fucking child. Until you step up and actually act like a fucking father, you don't get to speak to me like this. So take some of that fucking bass out of your voice.
There's a trend on TikTok right now where people are asking ChatGPT the most unhinged things that they have asked that year, like do a recap. And my favorite one that I sent to you guys was, can London men tell I'm Australian by the way I stand?
And the funny thing is that chat answers with no helpful advice or it doesn't really try to provide any sort of information really, which is their job. They just come back with these really cringe quips.
No, and another, just an honourable mention is, I said to it, do you think I'm meant to be a little mysterious or should I just be cringe and free? And it said, you have never chosen mysterious, not for one day. Oh! Reading me to Phil. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm done with her. I'm done with her. I'm just going to be cringe and free.
Be cringe and free.
Yeah.
And if you have any questions about life, come and ask us.
No, and I do.
If you have any questions about being cringe and free too, we're available.
Yeah.
Totally.
We understand firsthand.
We're here.
My brother was a few years older than me, and growing up, he had this best friend who I thought was the best, nicest person ever. As soon as I met him, I knew I had a crush on him, and the crush, literally never went away. In fact, it only got worse as I got older. I had an autoimmune disease, and so my mom was, really, really very overprotective of me. So while my brother and his friend would get to go out and do this really fun stuff, she wouldn't let me go. I'm talking, strict, and I know she meant well, but in my opinion, she didn't handle it well, and so I grew up missing out out on a lot of things. That my brother was like necessarily mean to me, I could just tell he never wanted me around, but his best friend was always super nice and sweet, and he would always include me in things, and not in the way that it made me feel like he felt sorry for me, because I couldn't stand when people would like pity me, but just in a way that made me feel included, and that just like made me fall so freaking hard for him. He and my brother both went to this boarding school together, and so he would like come and visit with because he didn't really have family, he'd come to our house and visit like on breaks and stuff, so that's the time that I would get to see him. And I remember getting so excited anytime it was gonna be break, and my mom was like, oh, it's so nice that you're excited to see your brother, and I'm like, yeah, it's totally my brother and not his like really hot best friend. And then one year, I think I was about like 15 or 16, he finally kissed me one night because we were staying up on New Year's, and my brother was like with his girlfriend and she had come to stay with us. Remember, I said they were a couple years older than us, and he ended up kissing me, and I was like over the moon. Like, I could not have been more happy. And this is when we started to have this like very secret relationship. I would sneak away to see him, he would sneak and try to see me, and he would come over like on the weekends and for breaks and stuff. And so that is how, and like we would text all the time, we would talk on the phone all the time, but I was starting to get more and more upset because I felt like he was just like keeping us a secret. And this really blew up in our face in a really, really bad way. And like at this point, I was full-fledged in love with him. He told me he loved me, but I was never given like the title of girlfriend. So it's like, yeah, I know what you mean to me and I know what I mean to you, but nobody else in our life knows about this. And at the point, I'm about to graduate high school, I'm gonna go off to college. And I'm like planning to I'm planning to go where he goes. Like, I'm planning my entire life around this guy. I made plans to hang out when he was gonna come home, but then he told me he couldn't because he was gonna hang out with my brother. And then my brother gets there. I'm already really disappointed. I'm upset. And he's like, oh, he didn't tell you? He's not coming. He's visiting his girlfriend in Vancouver. Pause. Yeah, his girlfriend. He tells me her name. And I knew nothing about a girlfriend. I'm devastated. I'm like crying in my room. My parents just think that I'm like this pitiful girl who is like in love with my brother's best friend, and he like has no feelings for me. And oh honey, like you just need to realize that he has his own life and has his own girlfriend. I'm like, yeah, I know he has his own life, I'm a part of it, but you guys don't even know about it. And I just feel like such an idiot. Obviously I block him. I don't speak to him for like 7 years, bro. Turn of events, I end up seeing him, and everything I thought was true was a lie, and it's insane. What happens next and the name of the book, check the caption. Bye.
Am I the asshole for purposely dumping a bowl full of red punch onto my friend's white carpet? I guess she would be considered an ex-friend now. I, 35 male, recently got back together with my ex-husband, Jay, 37 male, after years of divorce. Our divorce was messy, but I've already posted about that, so if you're curious, the details are posted on my account. What I will mention is that Jay is an alcoholic. He's been sober for years now, and it's how I knew that he was ready to make a change. It was also the reason for our split. I've long since explained this to all of my friends and family, and I thought they were fine with it. Last week, we were invited to a party that my friend Addie, 31 female, was hosting. I met Addie during the time when Jay and I were separated, and we bonded due to our similar circumstances. Her ex-husband was addicted to drugs, and she left him for it. She was the last friend to come around to Jay and I getting back together, but I thought she had come around. We got there, and it was maybe 90% people that we didn't know. Addie greeted us, and when she did, she made sure to say that it was a dry party, which Jay did thank her for. She also made sure to point out the punch bowl that she had worked all day on and said that it was her best batch yet. I'm allergic to pineapple, so I didn't have any, but Jay loves it, so he kept going back to get more. We were there for about an hour. I lost track of Jay for a bit, but I knew that something was wrong when I saw him stumbling towards me upset. He leaned in close and muttered, I think there's some wine or something in this. This bitch. No, you're not the asshole. Honestly, y'all might disagree with me, but honestly, what you gonna do? Beat me up? You're not the asshole. Because me, personally, the least that I would have done was fucked up her carpet. This man is an alcoholic, a recovering alcoholic, and you purposely spiked the punch bowl. Made a point to let him know that the party was dry so he would feel comfortable drinking it. You're a fucking predator. I quickly and quietly escorted him out and told him to wait in the car. I went back in and I asked Addie, who was standing by the punch bowl, why she lied about it because Jay was tipsy. She looked me in the eyes before saying, I didn't add anything to it. Maybe he brought his own, with this shit-eating grin on her face. She's jealous. She's jealous. She left her husband because of his addiction. Clearly, bro did not get over it in the best way or didn't choose to come back to her once he was able to make that change. The fact that your husband got himself better because you were what he wanted is making her green with envy. So she's doing whatever the fuck she can to sabotage his sobriety. You are so much better than me. Y'all don't fight people no more, and it fucking shows. I kept getting angrier and angrier with her as she just kept denying that she did anything, but was smiling wider and wider. After a certain point, the party had stopped and we were yelling at each other. Eventually, she said something along the lines of, OP, this is what happens when you trust addicts. You should have known better. Case in fucking point. She's jealous. She's jealous. She wants you all to her fucking self. And the fact that your husband got better and came back to you, she doesn't like that. So she's doing whatever she can to make it seem like he's the bad guy, when in reality, this bitch is insane. In that moment, I saw red. I grabbed the punch bowl and very deliberately poured it all over this beautiful white carpet. Addie kept screaming, but I didn't waste another second in there, and I went back to the car where Jay was sitting and crying. Since then, I've been keeping a very close eye on him. He's been crying when he thinks I can't hear, and he keeps looking at his sobriety chip. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. He didn't go to his AA meeting a few days ago. I did talk to him about it, and he agreed to go the next time if I came with him for moral support. He's thankfully not had any more to drink. I love that. Continue to support him and let him know that AA is exactly where you need to be. You need to be around people that understand what it's like to have outsiders against you trying to be better for yourself and the people that you love. He needs to continue going. I love that you're supporting him, and I'm so sorry that someone that you called a friend would jeopardize him like this. Since then, people have been blowing up my phone. Most of all, Addie. She's demanding that I pay her back the $500 it cost for her rug. Bitch, fuck you and that rug. I'll pay for your rug when you pay my husband back for his fucking sobriety. When you pay him for all of the struggles that he's going through now because you chose to make the disgusting decision to jeopardize that, to try to get rid of all of his hard work. When you pay him, I'll pay you, not a moment before. I have unknown numbers from the people at the party texting me and calling me a shit starter, among other things. I'm beginning to wonder if I went too far fucking up her rug. So am I the asshole? Edit. I later got confirmation that she did spike the bowl. She told other guests that it was spiked. No, baby, I don't think you're the asshole at all. The one thing I do think is that y'all don't fight people enough for me. But you know what? Given that you are a male, I really wouldn't encourage you to be going around slapping females. But you ain't got no cousins, no aunties, nobody that could go slap some fucking sense into Addie. This is someone that you called a friend that went out of their way to hurt someone that you love out of fucking jealousy and spite. I'm so sorry, babe. This is absolutely terrible and disgusting. But no, you're not wrong. Your reaction to the situation is best case scenario for her. Listen, I'm not an addict. I'm not a recovering addict. So my words and opinion on this situation mean absolutely nothing. But I'm going to give them anyway because who's going to stop me? I like to talk. Personally, I feel like this situation for your husband, this is not a fail on him. Your husband he was drugged, for lack of a better word. He was taken advantage of by somebody that he trusted. Someone that was your friend told him the party was dry so he could be comfortable with drinking the liquids that were around. She purposely went out of her way to make sure that the alcohol contents in the punch weren't detectable. He went back multiple times, and it wasn't until he started to feel a way that he remembered feeling that he started to realize there was something else added into this punch that nobody was being told about. I don't think this is a fail. I do not believe his sobriety was broken because of this. He's a victim.
My boyfriend gets so jealous over his brother's girlfriend that he cries until he vomits. Finn has been seeing a woman named Bonnie for the past 3 months. They met over Tinder, and with certain restrictions lifting, we're finally getting to spend time with her IRL. I forgot COVID, certain restrictions. I was like, what the f does that mean? She's a really great person, and she and Finn are stupidly into each other. Like, accidentally finishing each other's sentences in love, staring at each other with big gooey eyes in love. It's kind of gross, but kind of sweet. A couple of days ago, I noticed that Jake's been acting weird. He's been a lot quieter and a bit colder to me. Going to bed early, getting up late. I tried to kiss him and he turned away. Yesterday when Finn was out, I asked what was up with him. He started off kind of hostile, but when I said I was really feeling hurt, he blew up. To summarize, he told me that he was rethinking our entire relationship after listening to his brother talk about Bonnie. He said that Bonnie asked for Finn's preference when she cut her hair and didn't get bangs when he said he thought they would look stupid. When I got a pixie cut without asking Jake what he'd think first. He said Bonnie gave Finn a blowjob every night before bed and every morning when he woke up.
Sucks him dry.
Sucks his shit fucking dry.
When I don't really like oral, giving or receiving. He said I never offer to give him massages or pack his lunch. For clarification, I do things for him all the time, but we've never been lovey-dovey. We don't even celebrate Valentine's Day. On his suggestion, we both always agreed it was stupid and unrealistic. In fact, we always used to make fun of people for being sappy and definitely gave Finn hell for a bit over being so gooey. He was crying by the end of it, saying that he felt sick over missing out on someone who would love him that much. I said I loved him, but he didn't want to hear it. He started gagging and threw up a little bit because he was crying so hard.
So embarrassing. Why don't you say my shit dry? I just forgot it's not dripping down.
I didn't know what else to do, so I got him some water and I just went to bed.
Oh my god.
That's the correct response. It's queen shit.
I went to work early and I've been hanging out at a coffee shop, but I have to go home soon. I have no idea where to go from here or what to say to him. I don't even know if we're still together. Help? Just with all of this shit.
Unironically, your boyfriend this is his descent very quickly into the alt-right pipeline.
Am I the asshole for not paying for my brother's stepson's surgery because of why he got injured? My brother Ben has a partner, Stacy. Stacy has a son, Jason, who's 16. Jason has always had issues with boundaries. He's, for lack of a better word, a creep, and he always has been since I met him at 5 years old. He's overly physical, pushy, and disrespectful. Stacy used to think that it was cute that he was trying to snuggle my daughter and chasing her around trying to touch her when she said no. I told her more than once that if she didn't get her kid, then my husband was going to, and she wouldn't like that option. That's the only threat that made her ever do anything close to parenting that kid. She coddled him, and when he got bullied for the behavior that she condoned, she made it out to be everyone else's fault. Over the years, we've seen less of Ben and Stacy as we move further away to put my daughter in a specific school, so this really isn't an issue that touches my family regularly. When we see them at holidays, I make sure my daughter knows to just give Jason a wide berth. The only reason I'm adding this context is to show a pattern of behavior. Jason has continued to have problems with boundaries. Stacy denies it, but we hear it from Ben. Behavior issues, him being bullied, behavior problems, etc. Anyways, about a month ago, Jason was at a party and groped a girl in his class. No, you're not the asshole. You're not the asshole. I already know what the fuck happened. I know what happened. He touched that girl and somebody at that party knew her and they whooped his ass. You're not the asshole, because you know what the fuck wouldn't have happened if he would have kept his hands to himself? He wouldn't have got his ass handed to him had he kept his fucking hands to himself. Seemed like he learned a lesson. About a month ago, Jason was at a party and groped a girl in his class. He was thrown out of the party and the girl's brother and a few of his friends followed Jason and, for lack of a better term, beat the shit out of him. Now, this is one of those cases where everyone knows who did it, but nobody filmed it and nobody's talking. These boys are well-liked in school and their parents are upstanding members of the community with access to lawyers. Honestly, even if they weren't all of that, I still wouldn't fucking say anything. Because Jason has been bullied for this. So that means all of his peers know that he's a fucking creep and nobody likes that shit. I wouldn't give a fuck if they were upstanding members of the community or not. I wouldn't give a fuck if their parents were crackheads. I wouldn't give two damns. Because he deserves this. Keep your fucking hands to yourself. Point is, they aren't going to be able to sue the parents. Jason was left with several broken bones and one of the injuries in his leg is very severe. The medical insurance that Stacy has will cover treatment, but the doctors have said the treatment will likely leave Jason with long-term pain and stiffness, limited mobility, and leaves him at risk of other conditions. There's a kind of surgery that he could get, which, as I understand, it would reconstruct that part of his leg, and through physical therapy, he would regain full mobility. That's where I, or at least my money, would come in. Ben and Stacy are begging me to pay for it. No. Hell no. Absolutely the fuck not. Hell to the fuck no. I can't believe you'd even muster up the courage to ask me. My daughter was your son's first victim. I tried to tell you that shit was not okay and you thought it was cute. I literally had to threaten to get my grown-ass husband on this little-ass boy for you to stop him. We warned you about this and you didn't want to fucking listen. You thought it was funny. You thought it was a key moment for everybody involved. No. Hell no, I will not pay for your son to get surgery after he got his ass beat for groping a girl. No. You need to put this little motherfucker in therapy. They're begging me to pay for it, and I don't want to. Not for a kid who assaulted a girl. They're saying this decision could affect the rest of his life, and it fucking should. It fucking should, because how do you think all of the girls that he's constantly putting his slimy, grabby ass hands on feel? That shit's gonna affect them too. It should affect him. But what about his victim? What he did to her could affect the rest of her life. If he doesn't learn there are consequences to his actions, he could affect a lot of women's lives. I just don't want to be a part of fixing something that he got through being an awful little creep to begin with. On the other hand, my brother is distraught. He's worried about what will happen to Jason and the whole family if he's incapacitated by this injury. He's promising to get Jason therapy if we pay for the surgery. Absolutely not. No, because your brother is not actually worried about Jason not being a fucking creep anymore because he had plenty of time and opportunity to get this motherfucker some therapy, but he waits until he gets his ass beat and his life is forever changed to now want to change something? No. Hell no, that would be even more of a reason for me not to pay for the surgery. I understand their point, especially Stacy. That's her child. He did a bad thing under the influence and now he might have a limp for the rest of his life. Oh well, because Jason was a creep under the influence or not. He wasn't under the influence when he was 5 chasing your daughter around. So no, we're not going to use that as an excuse. Not at all. If that were my child, regardless of how I raised them, would I want them to suffer forever? I don't know. As you can see, I go back and forth on this. I just want some third-party opinions. Am I awful for thinking this is just his comeuppance and I don't want to get him out? Okay, so OP added answers to common questions and I'm just going to paraphrase them because I don't feel like reading it. So the first question was, why am I being asked to pay for the surgery? Basically, the surgery needs to happen within a specific time frame before his bone starts to actually heal, because if it heals, then the possibility of him regaining full mobility is slim to none. Also, people in the comment section suggested that they have a GoFundMe, and OP said that he doesn't really know how well promoting a GoFundMe would go in a small town where everybody knows why Jason ended up in the condition that he's in. The next question was, did they file a police report? OP says yes, they did, and that Jason actually identified the kids, but he had a concussion and the kids all lawyered up. Also, the small town police force isn't really that interested in trying to follow up on what they've deemed vigilante justice. So there's really nothing going to come from that. No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. You tried to help them years ago, but they thought it was cute. Stacy thought it was fucking funny that he was trying to cuddle your daughter, even though she was telling him she didn't want him to fucking touch her. You tried to help them then, and they ignored you. Now that he's facing consequences to his actions, they want you to help out financially. Nah, baby, because all of this could have been avoided had you listened to me years ago. Jason now has a front row seat of what it's like to be one of his victims, but in a slightly different capacity. People put their hands on him in a way that he did not like and he did not want, and it has a lasting effect on him. As much as I hate to say it, consequences of his fucking actions. He fucked around and found out.
Am I the asshole for having a satanic wedding? My fiance and I are in the planning phases of our wedding, and I recently told my mom that a friend of mine, a very lovely Satanist metalhead, would be officiating the wedding as per the Satanic Temple wedding ritual. An argument ensued where she expressed to me that it was disrespectful. I told her that I had no intention of doing anything in poor taste, and that we wanted a fun wedding that was defiant and defied expectations. I asked her why she was offended and if she was Christian, Catholic, etc., to which she replied no. She texted me later that night and expressed that she didn't know why she told me she wasn't Catholic and that she actually was. She then informed me that if we held the wedding like this and included a satanic message, then she and my dad wouldn't attend. Since then, there has been constant fighting with her and there has been no resolution. For context, I come from a very supportive, non-religious family. My father is an atheist and always has been. Until this issue with my mom, she had never been Catholic, never really gone to church, never raised us with a faith, never expressed theistic religion or anything. It was, however, brought to my attention that when she and my dad got married, it was at a Catholic church. I was too young then to know this, so it was news to me. One of my mom's points is that doing a ceremony like this feels to her like an insult at her wedding ceremony directly, like we're doing it to defy her. I told her that it had nothing to do with her and that it wasn't about her, to which she told me it was unfair to tell me things aren't about her.
Sounds like a dumb old Catholic, am I right?
Added context, I am a trans woman marrying another woman. My parents love my fiance dearly and have been accepting and supportive of my identity for as long as I can remember. Now, functionally, this is a normal wedding ceremony for all intended purposes. Truthfully, fiance and I are just freaks who want a freak wedding. It's harmless, as is the Satanic Temple and its beliefs if you look them up. It's non-theistic, community service-oriented religion in the loosest sense of the word. We just wanted to do something fun. The thing is, I have no intention of changing anything about our wedding to accommodate my mom. Fiance's family's cool with it. All of my family members are cool with it, but my mom insists that she and my dad will not be attending if we hold the ceremony in this way.
She doesn't actually care about it being satanic. It's literally just you're hurting my feelings.
Yeah.
Ain't that a lot about Americans?
But also, like, when she was getting married, satanic panic was real. And it's not gone.
Am I the asshole for walking out of the hospital after hearing my wife's diagnosis? I, 33, get a call from the ER on Friday saying that my wife, 32, drove herself there because of searing pelvic pain. I'm on a business trip until Saturday, but I drive back in time to be there Saturday morning before she woke up. A while after she wakes up, the doctor comes in. My wife says to stay with her, so I say okay. He takes a deep breath and said that from the transvaginal ultrasound and CT scan results, she has ovarian cancer. My wife starts sobbing, but at first I stay still because I don't even know what to make of it. My wife asks what that means for her, and he says that she'll likely need at least a full hysterectomy, and they'd have to remove the fallopian tubes as well as the ovaries. The news jolted me from my chair because the doctor was effectively telling me that she wouldn't be able to have kids after this.
Why is that your first thought, man?
And after years of work, I thought we'd finally have a family. Oh, God. I'm overwhelmed with emotions of anger, not just anger at the disease, but pent up anger from the fact that I begged her to have kids since we were 26, but she refused for her career.
I can't believe he's blaming her for getting cancer.
And now, instead of becoming a real family, I don't
Shut
even
the
know
fuck up.
if she would remain the woman I married. Whether the last picture of us together would be the last time I remember her looking beautiful, young, and carefree. Because the wife I have in front of me was already a different person.
I don't think you should ever have kids.
My wife started to grab my hand and say, "We'll fight this and we'll adopt." But I shook my head and turned to walk out the door. I still had my suitcase in the car, so I drove to a hotel because I didn't know if my wife was going to end up being discharged or what. At the hotel, I was at least able to get out of reactive mode, but I was still so disappointed that our dream of a family was over. I finally was able to get a grasp on all my emotions and feel more like my normal self, and that I knew exactly what I felt about every aspect of how I would react to it from here on out. I get a call from my mother-in-law saying that if I was at a hotel or wherever else, I should just stay there. So am I the asshole for walking out? I admit it was done on impulse, but this diagnosis just sliced my life and my wife's life wide open. I wasn't going to expel the cancer if I stayed the night, but I did at least make myself aware of my own situation, and I feel I have a right to be angry that my hope of biological kids, the only kind I ever wanted, is rapidly fading away.
Storytime, I was the toxic best friend. So a little background information, I was 16 and a sophomore in high school. And at the beginning of the year, I met this girl who we're gonna call Riley. Riley and I hit it off straight away. Like a week after knowing each other, she knew everything about me and I knew everything about her. Well, then she tells me about this guy that she's talking to, who we're gonna call Jay. She said that they would hook up sometimes and he would text her sometimes. But she said that I couldn't tell anybody because he said that it had to be a secret. So I tried telling her that he sounded like a fuckboy, but she decided she was going to do whatever she wanted, and I was like, okay. So fast forward to the end of the year, he adds me on Snapchat. Okay, don't get me wrong, he was really hot, but I had my own thing going on, so I really didn't pay that much attention to him, and I thought he maybe added me on Snapchat to be like, oh my god, I really like your best friend. And then I also was caught between a rock and a hard place. Do I tell my best friend that the guy that she likes just added me on Snapchat? Or do I lie to her? Well, I was gonna tell her until I got a Snapchat from him, like for part 2. Part 2 about how I was the toxic best friend. So like I said, I didn't know whether I should tell her that he added me on Snapchat or if I should. And I was going to until I got a Snapchat from him saying, hey, you're really pretty. I think we should talk sometime. So I ended up telling her about it because I felt really bad. And she was like, this is why I can't trust girls. Like, you need to unadd him right now. Like, fucking block him. And I'm like, I didn't even do anything. Like, what the fuck? So, whatever. I end up blocking him. It's fine. Until he texts me one day. And he's like, hey, it's Jay. I think you blocked me on Snapchat, LOL. And him and I had talked a little bit in school, and I kind of started to like him. Well, fast forward, him and I ended up hooking up a few times. We were talking a lot, and he hadn't been texting Riley as much. Well, the one night while I was sleeping over at her house, my phone was going off a lot, and I didn't think to delete any of the messages, like for part 3. Part 3 about how I was the toxic best friend. So like I said, I was sleeping over her house the one night. My phone was blowing up and she knows my password and everything. And I stupidly did not delete the text messages between Jay and I. And I kid you not, I wake up to a slap across the face. It felt like she slapped me with her fist. And it looked like it too because I had a black eye. So I woke up and she's like, what the fuck? Like, I hate you so much. Like, why would you do this? And I look down and she has my phone right in her hand on the text messages with Jay. And I ended up feeling really bad because she started crying, saying that, like, I knew that she liked him a lot. And I also knew the reason why he wasn't texting her as much. Well, then she ran downstairs and she told her mom. And the next thing I know, I had her mom, and her 3 other sisters screaming at me. And then I got blocked by Jay because she wasn't supposed to know, and she leaked his nudes.
I don't want this to come off as offensive. My intentions are good. I don't know what way to say this without someone getting offended, because I feel like everyone gets offended over everything, but I'm just going to say it. Why is everyone all of a sudden, like, autistic? Like, when I was in high school, there were, like, maybe 3 autistic kids. Now, I feel like people kind of want to be autistic. I know that sounds kind of fucked up, but, like, I don't know. I just, every time I scroll, someone's like, I'm autistic. And I'm like, I'm not saying they're not autistic. I'm just saying, like, I feel like everyone is... it's coming out of nowhere. There's a lot of new autistic people on TikTok. It's like a whole genre. And they're making it seem so casual that I'm like, fuck, should I get tested? Am I autistic? I am sure that there are a lot of people who are actually autistic. But I do also think there are people who want to feel a part of something. Like, here's my thing. Go join a club. Like, if you're autistic, cool. That is your club. And don't get me wrong, I get wanting to be a part of something. I just think if you want that for yourself, go, like, join a book club. Or maybe a rec league. Look, I don't know. There's a lot of things you can do. I just feel like if a medical professional didn't diagnose you themselves, let's not do that. I just feel like my For You page is all of these newly found autistic people, and it just seems, it's sudden. It's just very sudden.
I got robbed. For those of you that don't know, I'm staying in a hostel. Currently, it's me and 2 other boys that are sharing this hostel. So last night, it was only me in the room. The boys were out. I went downstairs to grab my laundry really fast, and I was gonna come right back up. So I was gone for maybe a minute. Once I get back to my room, there's 2 dudes who I've never seen before just waiting outside my door, and the door is wide open. One of them asks me, hey, we don't have a room. Can we, like, stay here? I'm like, huh? Did you not talk to the front desk? Like, very bizarre question to ask. Then the other dude goes, nah, dude, this is our room. Oh, word. Okay, so at this point, we just walk in together. It's me and these 2 dudes who I've never seen before who are acting super sus. I was like, whatever, maybe there's like a language barrier. Because by the way, they didn't talk like how I'm reenacting right now. I'm making it sound like they were like California surfers. They weren't. I just don't know how to do another guy voice. So we all 3 walk inside the room and I'm kind of already weirded out. Then dude number 1 asks me this. So you're like traveling alone? Oh, who? How many? Boys or girls? What? Okay, I'm traveling alone, but I'm not about to tell them that. There's like 10 red flags here. So my brain was like, lie. I go, 3 people, 1 girl, 2 guys. Then he asks me this. Is there anyone else staying in this room? I was like, yes, 2 dudes. At this point, I'm like, okay, I feel extremely uncomfortable and threatened. These are just very odd questions to ask. I grabbed all my most valuable things and I went downstairs and I talked to the front desk and I was like, this is the situation. I feel uncomfortable. What can we do? And also, are these guys even supposed to be here? Turns out I was only supposed to have those 2 original guys in my room. I don't know who these guys are and neither does the front desk. So the guy at the front desk goes upstairs to go see what's up. I decide to go hide around the corner with one of my friends and we just waited. All of a sudden, people are like screaming and going downstairs and they're like, we'll just say there were some adult words being said and they got kicked out. Then at this point, I saw the 2 other dudes that I was rooming with originally and I told them what happened. They're like, oh shit, I'm gonna go upstairs and make sure my stuff isn't gone. Lo and behold, they went through all of our stuff. Thankfully, none of my things were taken. Unfortunately, they did steal some of the boys' clothes, their cologne, and their laptops. I felt so bad, and I was honestly so traumatized because I was just by myself in a room with these two dudes who literally robbed our hostel. That was freaking terrifying.
Am I the asshole for sending my coworker into anaphylactic shock? Being vilified by my coworkers and genuinely considering quitting my job because of this. I work a pretty standard day job, and at night I help my friend at her restaurant. Restaurant serves an assortment of Thai cuisine. To be honest, I'm insanely picky, but I fell in love with the peanut sauce the main chef makes. He showed me how to make it, and I make it about once a week and take it either with noodles or stir fry to lunch. People know this, and a handful have tried it. It smells nutty and tastes nutty, and it's white girl pad Thai basically. Lately, my lunches have been disappearing, or I'll open my lunchbox to find half of my food missing. Am I the asshole for sending my coworker into anaphylactic shock? I've been addressing it, but nothing's been changing, and I'm pretty sure it was one of the new hires. Thursday, I took my noodles, and my entire Tupperware was missing, which hasn't happened before. I'm pissed, but what can I do? A coworker shared her pizza with me, and that was it until today. My boss confronted me and accused me of poisoning my noodles because his daughter, one of the new girls, borrowed my lunch and has to be hospitalized. Turns out she was severely allergic to nuts and ate some, and boom. She used an epi and is now in the hospital. Her dad wants me to be accountable for her bills and condition, but I don't see it. She stole. I'm the asshole for mansplaining how to split rent to my wife. I know I'm right, but I need someone to tell me that I'm right. My wife and I have no kids and both work, and I make twice what she does now. We keep our finances separate. Our household expenses are low, and I out-earn my wife significantly, so I picked up the rent and household expenses. Hence, we never needed to exchange money. However, my wife got a raise, and we decided to move to a little fancier place. I asked her if she'd split the rent and household expenses with me, and she said sure. We signed a 12-month lease, and I told her I'll pay rent for 2 months, then she'll pay every third month, and that'll be split 2 to 1. The issue is she wants to transfer 1/3 rent every month to me. Am I the asshole for mansplaining how to split rent to my wife? That's why she wanted to transfer every month when it's simpler to pay every 3 months. That's 4 payments instead of 12. She told me that she'd pay more that way because she'd be paying the full rent. I told her no because she'd be paying it every 3 months. She didn't believe me. I asked if her account would overdraft or make her pay fees, and she said no. So I grabbed Monopoly money and said our rent is $3. I'll pay $2 every month for my stack, and you pay $1. Then I'll pay for 2 months and you pay for 1 month, and she finally understood. She was mad I mansplained, but I told her explaining 3rd grade math to an adult is not mansplaining, it's a failure of our education system. Am I the asshole?
After 18 years of marriage, I just found out that my children are not mine. My wife, Kelly, and I have known each other for over 20 years, and I have been married to her for 18. We have 17-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. And I found out that they aren't mine 2 days ago. My kids got those ancestry tests for the family, and we found out that I am not their father. Kelly and I met each other as coworkers at a job right out of college. We both were very ambitious, so after working for a couple of years, we decided to start our own business. We fell in love, and a year after starting our business, we got married. A couple of months into our marriage, we had a massive fight over the direction we wanted to take our business in, and I left our home. She came to me a couple of weeks later, and we compromised. We've been inseparable ever since. Kelly got pregnant around that time. We've been through thick and thin. Our business has been through several hardships, but we weathered them together. We were always there for each other. We could always depend on one another, and I loved her so much. She was a part of me, and I couldn't imagine a life without her. I trusted her absolutely until this happened. Kelly has been crying and apologizing constantly. She told me that during the time we had that fight at the start of our marriage, she got drunk one night and slept with a random guy, and that she has not cheated on me since. The betrayal has left me disoriented. I told Kelly I needed some time to process this, and I'm currently staying at a hotel. I don't know what I'm even doing anymore. The last 2 days have been a blur. I feel like a zombie, completely unable to feel or process anything. I don't intend to abandon my kids. I might not be their father, but I'm still their dad, and I love them dearly. My thoughts are a mess, so I'm writing this down to help me process. Kelly has always been a great wife and an excellent business partner. I don't know if I'll be able to look at her the same again, or if I'll be the same person. I don't know how to move forward, or if I even can.
I'm at a loss here, guys. Realistically, I know I'm in the clear. Legally, I'm in the clear. But I'm being vilified by my coworkers, and I'm genuinely considering quitting my job because of this mess. So I work a pretty standard day job, and at night I help my friend at a restaurant, which serves an assortment of Thai cuisine. To be honest, I'm insanely picky, but I fell in love with this peanut sauce the main chef makes, and he showed me how to make it, so about once a week I take either noodles or stir fry to my job for lunch. People know this, and a handful have tried it. It smells nutty, it tastes nutty, it's a white girl pad thai basically. Lately, my lunches have been disappearing, or I'll open my lunchbox and find half of my food missing. I've tried addressing it, but nothing has been changing, and I was pretty sure one of the new hires was doing it, but I had no proof. Until now. The other day I took my noodles and my entire Tupperware was missing, which hasn't happened before. I'm pissed, but what can I do? A coworker shared her pizza with me and that was that. Until today. My boss confronted me and accused me of poisoning my noodles because his daughter, one of the new girls, borrowed my lunch and had to be hospitalized. Turns out she's severely allergic to nuts, ate some and boom, anaphylaxis. She used an EpiPen, had to be hospitalized, and now her dad is trying to hold me accountable for her bills and condition, but I don't see it. Why should I pay? I don't mark my food as an allergen because I'm not allergic to it. She was just dumb enough to steal from me and eat something that she can't have. But he's being hateful, and some of my old coworkers are icing me out because I warned him I'd report any harassment to HR if he tried anything funny. Brown nosers, I guess. My friend is aware and offered me a full-time job, but I just can't help but feel it's unfair. At the same time, I could have killed his daughter though, so... Am I the asshole for sending my coworker into anaphylactic shock?
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. Yeah, that's right, we're not done yet, there's a couple left. I had a job interview yesterday, and even though we're technically still in the middle of a pandemic, the interview was in person. And not only was it in person, it was with the CEO, so I was incredibly nervous. As I'm waiting in the lobby, my heart is pounding, and I'm trying not to sweat or freak out, and I see him coming downstairs, so I go up to meet him halfway. At that point, he bends his arm and thrusts its elbow forward, and my brain kind of malfunctioned. I didn't know what he was doing, and so I thrust my arm through his arm like we were fucking besties. And then he kind of unspooled and informed me that he was just doing like a fist bump. Anyway, we still had to do the interview when that was over, so wish me luck.
Am I wrong for making a joke about my brother's affair at his wedding? When I was in elementary school, I was the type of kid who got disrupted class often on the report card, so I never focused much on school. My district had this system where they would pair high school students with younger kids to help them with their school, etc. And my mom made me do that after I kept getting in trouble. So my tutor was a freshman, Abby, so she would come to our house after school to help me with my homework or something. My brother John was the same age as Abby, so they would talk to each other and ended up dating. She stopped tutoring me officially after like a month, but since she was at our house a lot, I also talked to Abby a lot and we were close. Fast forward 10 years. Abby and John got married and had a kid together. 5 years later, John tells me that he's getting a divorce because he's met someone new. It sucked because I like John and Abby together a lot, but whatever. Then he tells me he had an affair with his new girlfriend. Also sucks, but I told him he shouldn't have hurt Abby like that, but whatever. I also asked Abby how she was doing, and she wasn't doing well, but she told me she didn't want her to be the reason I have a bad relationship with my brother. However, 2 months before my wedding, Abby calls me and tells me that my brother's girlfriend has been harassing her nonstop. She showed me the text, and his girlfriend has been saying some pretty disturbing things about how she's so much better than Abby, taunting Abby for having to share custody of her kid now, just making fun of her and bullying her. I told my brother about this, and he said he would ask his girlfriend about it. A month later, I asked him if he ever brought it up, and he said he did but saw nothing wrong with the text, which pissed me off. I later confirmed that he saw the same text I saw. Abby apologized for involving me in the whole thing in the first place and encouraged me to still go to the wedding, where my brother asked me to make a speech. The speech went well until I made a joke. The gist of the joke was me turning to his new wife and telling her that if she's learned anything from this, she should know that my brother will never let his wife stop him from finding the love of his life. I like that. That's a really good joke. Yo, high five. I love it. This got my brother and his wife really mad, and they kicked me out shortly after. And my brother has been calling and texting me nonstop, yelling at me. So, am I the asshole here? I think, honestly, this is like one of the only acceptable asshole posts I've ever read. Like, asshole. Like, this is the only time it's okay to be an asshole.
Last summer, my first husband passed away after being in a car accident a month before. The doctors expected him to pull through yet be paralyzed from the waist down, but he had already had health problems and the trauma from the accident ultimately prevailed. I, along with his parents, organized a funeral at a spacious old Catholic cathedral. I kept thinking to myself the whole time, this place is too beautiful for a funeral. For some reason, it felt wrong having such a sad occasion there. I even remember wishing that I had married my first husband there instead of the outdoor wedding we had. Fast forward to early 2022, I reunited with an ex-boyfriend of mine from years before. We started dating again, and before we knew it, we were engaged. I've been criticized a lot for how fast I moved on, but I guess everyone heals details differently. We started planning for the wedding in March. The wedding hasn't happened yet, it'll happen in May. And we decided that we'd have it in the same cathedral where my first husband's funeral was held. I'm still in contact with my first husband's parents, and they were happy for me when I told them that I was dating and then when I got engaged. In a phone call, my first husband's mother asked me about the wedding, so I said that they could come if they wanted to. She seemed a bit taken back at first, so I totally thought I screwed up, but then she said that she'd love to. Then I told her that we held at the same cathedral as my first husband's funeral, and she went off on me. This is how the conversation went. I said, we'll be marrying at blank cathedral. Then there was silence. She said my name and said, I just can't believe it. I said, believe what? Then again, there was silence. That's when she said, I'm sorry, this is just appalling to me. I said, I want to have our wedding there in honor of my first husband. I would have married him there if I knew about the place. And again, silence. She replied that I'm moving on too quickly and I need to slow down to think about my first husband and how he would feel and that I can't replace him. I replied, I'm not replacing him. I'm trying to keep his memory alive. I found love again, but I will never forget him. She said, you're moved on. You're moved on. He hasn't moved on. He will never move on, and I'm sure if he were alive, he'd want to. That's when I said I'm sorry, and then she just hung up the phone on me. I haven't spoken to her or her husband since. I still plan on having me and my fiance's wedding there, but it just puts a bad taste in my mouth knowing that my first husband's parents are against it. But after all, they aren't involved in the wedding anyway, so I don't see why they should have a say. I wish they'd at least support me because I've been to hell and back, but this isn't that now. I'm in a better place and they don't like to see me happy, but I also kind of feel selfish since they aren't. Am I the asshole for holding my wedding at the same venue as my first husband's funeral?
Storytime about how my best friend kissed the guy that I liked right in front of me. So a little background information, I was 14 and in 8th grade, and we're gonna call my best friend Sophia. We were in a friend group of 3, and the other person in our friend group, his name was Josh, and that just happened to be the boy that I really liked. And Sophia knew how much I liked him. Like, I would tell her all the time how excited I was, you know, that we were hanging out, and she would be like, oh my god, I'm so happy for you, like, you guys would be so cute. Just a bunch of fake shit. So the one day we're all sitting in our free period, super bored, and our friend Dylan says, hey, why don't we play spin the bottle? With a water bottle, of course. So it was us 4 and a few other kids from our class. Well, Sophia decided to spin the bottle first. And of course, who does it land on? Josh. And I'm sitting back like I have nothing to worry about. My best friend wouldn't do that to me. Well, of course, I was wrong. I thought she was going to apologize, but after she gave me a very smirky smile, well, they started hanging out more and I felt extremely left out, so I just decided to forgive her.
Am I the asshole for leaving my friend's wedding when I was told I needed to cover up my psoriasis? Stories like this, y'all, always bother me. I, 24 female, have psoriasis and it's all over my body and presents like vitiligo in a way. I have medicated cream that helps with the itchiness and also helps with the dryness. It's all over my body with it stopping right on my neck, and I do have a few spots on the sides of my face near my ears. I've always been pretty embarrassed as I can't cake on enough makeup to truly cover it. My doctor also recommended not to smother the areas with makeup as it tends to make it worse and itchier. Anyways, my friend's wedding was on Saturday and of course I was invited. I bought a dress that would cover my body fairly well as I didn't want to draw attention to myself. The entire week leading up to the wedding, I was continuously testing concealers on the remaining spots that were exposed. This caused me to itch, which caused me to scratch and then to bleed, and my boyfriend said I just shouldn't cover it. I agreed and the wedding ceremony was great, but as we were leaving to go to cocktail hour, she asked if I was going home to cover my psoriasis. I explained why I couldn't, and she said she didn't care and she didn't want her guests asking me questions or feeling queasy during dinner. My boyfriend said if that's the case, we're leaving.
In other words, he claims to predict the future. Am I the asshole for refusing to give my boyfriend a percentage of my raise just because he predicted it? Okay, this might sound kind of, but let me explain. I, 32 female, have been with my boyfriend, 35 male, for 7 years. He has what he calls a supernatural ability, and that is to dream about things or events before they take place. In other words, he claims to predict the future. He once talked about seeing me getting a new car in his dream, and in 2 months' time, I bought a new car that I was saving for. Another example, he told me about seeing a new friend coming into my life in this dream. Turns out he was talking about the dog I adopted in July. Basically, events that weren't so surprising. Now, I've got a raise at work, around 40% after working my ass off for 6+ years with this company. I was happy because now I get to renovate parts of the house I've always wanted to. And when I told my boyfriend, he told me to set aside a percentage of the money for him. I was so confused and I asked why, and he said it was because he already dreamed about me getting a raise and predicted this event before it happened. I said, I don't know, since I don't recall he ever told me. He got upset and said that the reason he didn't tell me was because how I kept making fun of his abilities and that I could go ask his friends and they'll confirm that he did in fact see this coming. I said I was sorry, but this seemed illogical and unreasonable of him. I refused to give him any money and he flipped out and called me ungrateful and claimed that I was turning my back on the people who helped me in a way to get this raise.
I'm just like trying to understand, like, let's say you did predict it. I don't understand why you need any of her money. That makes absolutely no sense. It's not like she won the lottery and you predicted the lottery numbers. It's her job, okay? Like, why? I don't understand. Not gonna lie, I kind of laughed at the absurdity of this, but he got even more offended and said that I can't blame him for not telling me after I kept mocking him like that. I refused and said that no way in hell was I going to give him any percentage and would rather save the extra money for renovation work around the house. We had an argument and he left to be with his friends, who later got involved and said that the way I treat my boyfriend and his incredible prediction ability was appalling and out of line. They said he wasn't asking for much and I should consider it. What? I don't like. He just saying, okay, I predict you will get a raise in the future. He didn't contribute to that at all. Did he help her at all with the work? Does he work with her? Does he have anything to do with her managers and stuff like that? You predicted. Let's say you did. It's not because of you she got the raise. It's because of her hard work. I don't understand. And he's 35. It's not like he's a little ass kid talking like this. Like, he's a grown adult. Like, why are you?
Am I the asshole for leaving a vacation that I planned for my girlfriend after her friends came along? My girlfriend Sarah, 29 male, and I, male 28, have been dating for 5 years. I wanted to go on a vacation with her to celebrate, so I planned the trip for several months. I decided on skiing, snowboarding, and other winter activities, and the activities seemed perfect. I was looking forward to it because I wanted to propose to her at the end of the trip, but 5 days before the trip, she dropped the ball that she invited 2 of her friends to meet her there. I was upset because I wanted to spend one-on-one time with Sarah for our anniversary. And it was clear it was just for us, but she still insisted they come. I figured we could make changes to our plans and I would still be able to propose to her privately. She essentially blew me off for her friends and we didn't get any private time. After 3 days of being in second place, I decided to leave the trip and I headed home. I told Sarah why I was leaving and she was upset. Her and her friends ganged up on me and said we were all having a great time and she thinks I'm being a jerk for making her pick between her friends and me. I've never had issues with her friends prior to the trip and I never made her pick between us. Now I'm at home and thinking about everything and Sarah said that I ruined the trip.
This is a classic case of consequences of your actions, okay? I got a girl pregnant that I barely know and she wants to keep the baby. Back in June, my family and I, 18 male, went on a cruise for vacation. This is a cruise, baby! Oh my gosh! For anyone who hasn't been on a cruise, it's basically a giant all-inclusive party. So while my parents had spa appointments or lounge by the pool, I would just go to the clubs or the pool bar and just have fun. I met a girl, 18 female, on the cruise the first night we were there and we just instantly clicked. She's gorgeous, funny, and we had a lot in common. We exchanged numbers and hung out again the next day too. Her family was staying just 1 day shy of mine and we pretty much hung out for the rest of the trip. We did hook up more than once, so obviously we had a lot of fun together. This is just, blows my mind. I feel like these are little kids. Like, what are you doing? Go play in the kids club. Why are you sleeping with each other? Stop. We Snapchatted a bit after the trip, but she lives in South Carolina and I live in Florida, so we didn't really talk and just kind of moved on. Then, one random day while I was working, she called me like 3 times. I hadn't heard from her in weeks, so I thought it was weird. I stepped out into the back and gave her a call. That's when she told me that she was pregnant. I was in complete shock. We used condoms and everything. And also, she sounded very excited, not upset or anything. I asked her what she wanted to do and if she needed money, and she was confused. She said that obviously she was keeping it. Well, that's just not something that I agree on. I understand it is her body and her choice, but the logistics just don't make sense. She's 10 weeks now, we've talked on the phone since the first call, and I've gone over options with her. She fully expects me to move to South Carolina to be with her and help her raise him. This is my first week of college, and I told her I intend to graduate here. I can't afford an out-of-state school, and I can't afford to just move. How am I supposed to afford a kid? And we don't even have a relationship. Yes, we got along well, but that's completely different than being a parent with someone. Thinks we can just try co-parenting, but I would still have to move for that to work out. It just seems that she has this big delusional plan and she doesn't understand why it just won't work out. She thinks I'm the one preventing it from working because I refuse to move. I don't know how else to explain to her that this just won't work. I think there's an update. Okay, I did tell my parents. They were pretty surprised and disappointed, but also agreed that we don't know for sure if it's mine. This also isn't their first rodeo with all of this. My brother knocked up his high school sweetheart, so we're just doing a great job of making them proud. They have a lawyer that they've used, so we were able to have a call with him. He actually helped me draft up a text to send to her, basically saying that I won't respond until a DNA test can be done. They do have non-invasive tests they can perform while she's pregnant. They're just expensive. My parents offered to help me with the cost, but I'm just going to suck it up and cover it. I texted her that and didn't reply to anything she sent. She went off on a tangent about how I'm the only person she slept with in months. It's fate. We're meant to be together and all that. Then there was silence for a bit, and then she finally agreed to do a test. My parents' lawyer found a doctor that can perform it, and we scheduled it for next Tuesday. So I'll be driving up to South Carolina just for the test and coming back down. I really don't want to miss much class, but apparently not many places are open the weekend because of the holiday. She still texts me and tries to FaceTime me. I haven't had the heart to send anything back outside of just planning to go up there for the test. She's trying to plan for me to meet her parents, go to dinner and all of that, but that's not what this trip is for. She added me to a baby Pinterest board, asked me about names. I just can't handle it. I also made an appointment with my doctor to look into getting a vasectomy because this has just scared the shit out of me and I'd rather not have it ever happen again. Oh my god, I feel bad. Okay, I kind of take back my comment. I feel so bad. Like, this sucks. She said it sounded like a dog's name and that it was completely absurd to name a child after a video game and that we would end up regretting it, etc. Am I the asshole for refusing to give up the name I chose for my baby? Ugh, I just hope it's not a really stupid name because I've had a lot of those and I can't keep defending them. My boyfriend, 28 male, and I, 30 female, are expecting a baby in November. When I found out I was pregnant, we agreed on an arrangement. I pick the name if it's a boy and he picks the name if it's a girl. Of course, we could decline a name if the other really didn't like it at all. We also agreed to choose a name related to video games or the geek universe, since we both share this passion. As a big fan of Kingdom Hearts, it was obvious that the name would be Roxas. I love Kingdom Hearts and I love Roxas. I love that name. Okay, thank God it's not something crazy. We spent a lot of time playing these games together with my boyfriend during lockdown, and it's one of the best memories. On his side, boyfriend chose Melody for a girl in reference to Doctor Who, since it is thanks to our common passion for this show that we met. Okay, those are both very cute names. I like them a lot. They're not very common, they're kind of unique, but they're still really cute, so what's the problem? He wasn't a big fan of Roxas at first, just like I wasn't a fan of Melody, but we had fun defending the names we had chosen and we finally agreed. Melody or Roxas it would be. I like this! I feel like the only problem that could arise from this is if someone, maybe your in-laws, has a problem with it. Turns out the baby will be a boy, so Roxas it is. As soon as we knew the gender, we started talking to him using his first name, and we even had a blanket personalized with his first name embroidered on it. But that was without counting the in-laws, especially grandmother-in-law. She never liked me, nothing personal, just that no one is good enough for the grandson. And until now, I was dealing with it. But we made a mistake by revealing the name before the birth to our families. Of course, grandmother-in-law hated it, even more so when she found out that I had chosen it. She said it sounded like a dog's name and that it was completely absurd to name a child after a video game and that we would end up regretting it, etc. Mother-in-law pretty much agreed with her and they ended up telling us that there was still plenty of time to change. Problem is that my boyfriend is very influenceable, and since his family said they didn't like the name, he started to have doubts, telling me that it didn't seem very natural to him and that we could still change it, that he was afraid that others would make fun of him at school, but I know very well that he says that just because his family has influenced him. He ended up telling me that we would name the baby Roxas anyway, but I still feel like he is nervous about his family, and I noticed that he stopped using the name in general in conversations or when talking to the baby. Name your own kids whatever you want to name. Don't butt into other people's kids, no matter if you're mom, grandma, aunt, cousin, sister, brother. Like, it's 100% up to the parents. Like, it's enough to going through childbirth itself. Let them pick the damn name. Like, that's it. At the last family dinner, my mother-in-law asked me if I had changed my mind, and I lost my temper a bit, answering that no, I hadn't changed my mind, and I wouldn't no matter what they said. What hurt me was that my boyfriend didn't back me up or say anything. He seemed embarrassed. We talked about it and he finally told me that he didn't want to fight with his family over a name and that maybe it would be good if we picked a more conventional one. I got angry and told him that I would name the baby Roxas at birth whether he wanted to or not. He didn't say anything, but I can feel that he is a little bit mad at me. So I feel a little bit like the asshole here. What do you think?
Another day, another story, and this one also happened at my college house, so the same house from my last video. So I had class one night, and it was a late class. It was like from 7 to 10 p.m. So after class, around 10:15, I was driving home, and as I got closer to my house, I noticed a man was standing outside our house and staring at our house. So I was like, oh, that's weird. So I'm, driving up, and then I saw that the man's hand was moving around his waist area. And then as I got closer, I realized that the man was actually pleasuring himself, staring at our house at 10:15 p.m. So I drove into our garage, because our garage was connected to our house. I drove in, and I was like, oh my god, what is this man doing? I called my roommates, they came to my car, and I was like, guys, there's a man standing outside pleasuring himself. What do we do? So we called the cops. I gave a description of the guy, but he was gone by the time that they came, and the cops drove up and around our street, and they couldn't find him, and they gave up. And that's the story of the man pleasuring himself outside our house at 10 p.m. I have another story, and I'm going to do this one in one part, so I'm going to talk really fast. A few years ago, I was in my college house, and I was laying in bed with a friend, and we were just talking, and it was like 2 in the morning. It was one of those nights where you just talk all night. So we're laying in bed and talking, and my bed was against a wall, and there was like a window above it, and it was a pretty big window. And the window faced the alley part of my garden where we kept our trash cans, so it was still part of our backyard, but it was kind of like an alley. Anyway, we're laying in bed, we're talking, we're like staring up at the ceiling, and suddenly we see this perfect shadow of a person on the ceiling. You know, on social media, if you don't have a profile picture, it does like a silhouette of a person. So that was on my ceiling. So we both got quiet, and I was like, do you see that? And she was like, yeah, that's so weird. I wonder what object in your room is causing that perfect shadow. And then 5 seconds later, the shadow just walked away. So then we realized there was someone standing at my window looking inside my bedroom at 2 a.m. and we called the cops and we found footprints at the end of the garden. And I'm out of time, but basically we don't know who that was, why they were there, what they were doing, or if they ever... Girls, tell me about a time where your quick thinking probably saved your life. I'll go first. 2 years ago, I was walking my dog at the park and a man approached me and asked to take a picture of her. And I said yes, because why not? It's a picture of a dog. So he starts taking a picture of my dog, and then I realized that he was like holding up her collar, and then it hit me. My address is on that collar. He's not taking a picture of my dog, he's taking a picture of my address. So I told him that I actually didn't feel comfortable with him having a picture of my dog, and I asked him to delete it. So he deletes it and then like starts walking away really fast. And I was like, excuse me, sir, no, could you also go into your deleted album and delete it from there? And he goes, I don't have a deleted album. And I was like, you have an iPhone. Everybody has a deleted album. Could you please delete the picture? And he was like, sorry, I don't have a deleted album. And like keeps walking away. And keep in mind, this is like 2 p.m. in a park. Like there's other people around. So now I'm like chasing after him and I'm telling him, sir, I know you have the album. I will show you where the album is. Can you please go onto your phone so that we can delete the picture? Oh, part two, I'm sorry for the delay. So I'm still chasing after him, and people at the park are like starting to look at us now because I'm chasing after him and I'm telling him to stop tracking. And so he stops, and I tell him again to delete the photo from the deleted album, and he goes, I don't have a deleted album. And I was like, yes, you do. Everybody does. It'll take 10 seconds. And he goes, fine. And he like goes on his phone and does something for a second. He goes, there, it's gone. And I was like, could I see the deleted album just to make sure it's gone? And he goes, no, I can't look at my phone. And I was like, I don't want to look at your phone. I just want to see the album just to make sure the picture is gone. That's it. And he goes, no, you're not going to look at my phone. And I was like, sir, I'm not going to stop and I'm not going to leave until you show me the album. So please just show me the album so we can be done with this. So he shows me the album. The picture was still there. So I made him delete it in front of my eyes. What if I hadn't noticed that he took a picture of my address? And what if I went home that day and, you know, that night when I took my dog out to pee, he was outside waiting for me? I mean... Story time. About the time that I got locked out of my house in my PJs, so I had to break into my own house because I had a final to do at school, and if I didn't break into my house, I wouldn't be able to do my final. So, it was last week of school, and it was finals week, and my roommates were all already at school during their finals, and I still had time because my final was until like 11:20. So I was at home, I was chilling, and my roommate's parents were in the area, so they decided to stop by and say hi. So I come out of the house in my PJs, I'm like, oh my god, hi, so good to see you, hope you guys are well. And as I'm doing this, one of our roommates had a boyfriend, and he was staying at ours, and he decided to leave while I was saying bye to the parents, so he leaves and he closes the door behind him. So I say bye to the parents, I turn around to go inside, and the door was locked. My roommate's parents had already left by this time. The boyfriend was already gone, and I was locked out in my PJs, slippers, hair was unbrushed, and I had a final to do. So I started panicking because I was like, how am I going to get back into my house and do this final when I have no phone, I have nothing on me. But I saw these 2 people walking down the street, and this was a really residential area. Like, it was Orange County, it was very suburban, it was very safe. So I like go up to these people, I'm like, hi, do you mind if I use your phone? Because I just got locked out. And they were like, sorry, no. And they kept walking. And I was like, okay. So then I saw another person walking, and I like run up to them and like, hi, I just got locked out, can I use your phone, please? And they kind of just like looked at me up and down and kept walking. And I was like, oh my god, no one's gonna lend me their phone because I look insane. Like, my hair was I just did not look right. Yeah. So I was like, this is it. Like, I'm screwed. I'm gonna miss my final. I'm gonna fail. This is the end of my college career. I did well in school. I could not afford, Anyway, I saw this guy who was in a pickup truck. He was just like sitting in his car. So I like went up to him and I was like, sir, do you mind if I please use your phone? And he was actually really nice, so he gave me his phone, but it was an Android. I don't know how to use Androids. Like, I feel so stupid when someone gives me their Android. I literally do not know what to do. But he gave me his phone, and I had to, like, figure out how to text someone. So I somehow make my way to messages, and then it was all predictive text, and it wasn't predicting what I wanted to say, so I literally physically could not write a message because it wasn't doing what I wanted to do. But I felt too stupid and embarrassed to tell him that I didn't know how to use his phone, so I just, like, pretended to do something, and I was like, thank you so much, here you go. And he was like, hope you make it in, and I was like, oh my god, me too, bye. So I went back to my house, and I was like, I actually need to break in because there's no other option. So we had a garage that was detached from our house. So I was like, maybe there's something in the garage that I can use to like break into our house. So I go through our garden and I go into our garage because that door was always unlocked. And I found a hanger. And I was like, oh my God, this hanger is going to get me into our house. So I go back to our front door and we had a little mail slot on the door. And I was like, maybe if I like put my hand through and I can like use the hanger to like turn the doorknob or turn the lock or something. So I'm like that. My face like smushed against the door and I'm trying to do it. And the door unlocks. And I actually broke into our house and I actually made it to my house. Which also made me realize how dangerous mail slots are because someone can just like unlock your door. Story time. About the time my friends and I got stuck in an elevator and had to crawl out of it after an hour and a half. So last week I had 2 friends staying over, and about 1 a.m. I had to take my dog out to pee one last time before we went to bed. So we get out of my flat and we go inside the elevator. This is the elevator. Like, as you can see, it's not a very big elevator. This is it. So the elevator starts going down and then it drops a bit and then it stops working. The problem was none of us had our phones with us. We were going to take my dog out for a quick pee. We didn't think to take our phones, which was really, really stupid. So we're stuck in there, cramped with no cell phones. Luckily, there was an emergency button in the elevator, so we pressed it. Nothing happened. So then we started to panic a little bit. It was 1 a.m. No one was going to use the elevator. No one was going to hear us if we yelled. We had no cell phones. The emergency button wasn't working. So we thought we were going to be stuck in there all night. And again, we were 3 people. It was cramped. Like we were literally like this and I'm holding my dog. But I decided to yell anyway, hoping that someone in the building would hear me. Nobody heard me. So then we tried the emergency button again. And this time it worked. So it's ringing and ringing and ringing. And then we hear, hello, this is Jackson Linden. How can we help you? And we were like, oh my God, hi, we're stuck in an elevator. This is the address. Da, 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 da. And then we heard, hello, this is Jackson Linden. How can we help you? They couldn't hear us. So the button wasn't working. So it started to get really, really hot at this point. Like again, we were 3 people plus my dog who was panting. Like there was no air. It was like a tiny, tiny box. But inside the elevator, there was another set of doors, like glass doors. So I decided to take my shoe off and try to cramp it in between those doors to try to get some air in. So luckily, I was able to do that. So we were like getting like a tiny bit of air. So we were all like against the door, like trying to get oxygen. So then we tried the emergency button again, and this time it worked. I mean, it rang like 20 times, but eventually it worked. So we were able to tell them my address, and help was on the way. But then I realized something. Once the elevator person would come to my building, how would he get inside? I can't let him in. I can't buzz him in. I'm inside the elevator. Who's gonna buzz him in? So we panicked even more, and then we heard a man's voice saying, hello, I'm here to fix the elevator. He came and fixed the elevator, but he didn't actually fix it. He was just able to open the doors. So we had to crawl out from the top because there was like this much space for the next floor, which was really scary because if the elevator started moving, we would get crushed. But we got out, and the way that he was able to enter the building was by ringing all the flats and one flat hearing it and letting him in. It was 2:45 a.m. when we got out.
I, 24 female, have been with my husband, 31 male, for 4 years. I was pregnant when we met, and he had 2 kids from a previous marriage, 9 female and 7 male. It started off great, and he really stepped up for my daughter. His son, we'll call Bubba, has ADHD and has caused a lot of behavior issues. While I was pregnant, Bubba would have meltdowns that often resulted in him hitting and kicking me. My husband would be at work during this time, and that left me to be the only adult to handle it. Eventually, I got to the point where I had to tell my husband, for the baby's safety, that Bubba has to go to his mom's house when my husband is at work. Eventually, I have the baby and she's perfect. Bubba seems to calm down and starts keeping to himself. We try and keep him part of our daily life, but chalk it up to growing up and not wanting to spend all day with his dad. Then COVID hits. My husband's job has him working 1 week in the office and 1 week at home, and I lose my job. We were still financially in a good position and agreed that we wanted to have another baby. I get pregnant in June and things seem to be going well. Then Bubba has a breakdown and starts threatening to hurt himself, and I tell my husband that he needs to get him in therapy. My husband communicates that to his ex-wife, who refuses because every time Bubba has gone in the past, he's refused to speak and has been dismissed. My husband didn't want to rock the boat because his ex is known to withhold the children, and we decided to research management and try on our own. Come Christmas time, Bubba is threatening to hurt him, having panic attacks, and hurting my now 1-year-old. He set mouse traps and hid them throughout our toys. When asked why, he knew that he was hoping that she would snap her fingers. My husband grounded him, but not much else came of it. He continued this behavior and I started to fear him. He pointed a bow and arrow at someone who made him mad one time and then said he had ADHD and he couldn't control himself. It has caused major problems in my marriage, but we always worked through it until Bubba was caught looking at adult materials online, and the searches were primarily SA and stepsister. I left the house after finding this out with my daughters and gone for about a week. My husband had the birds and bees talk with him and claims that he just didn't understand what he was searching, but he watched the videos and is known to lie, so I didn't can accept that. I told my mom and she said, honestly, if you leave him, you'll still be required to send the girls for visits. And other than Bubba, you're happy in your marriage, so just stay. Bubba has continued to hurt himself and scream while also hurting anyone in his way during a meltdown. I honestly am scared of him, but I know if I leave, I'm just now leaving my babies now 3 and 1 alone with him. I've tried telling his mom, who just blames my husband for the behaviors, and my husband thinks I'm overreacting by saying that he needs to be committed. Do I stay and take the risk knowing I'll be happy once he's gone, or do I leave and risk sending my girls unprotected during visits? I don't know what to do. Please help.
Story time, and this is Leo's story. When Leo was 10 years old, she got out of school and she started to walk home to her grandma's house. But while she was walking, she felt like a man was following her. So she decided to stop, bend down, and tie her shoelace, hoping that the guy would just keep walking. He didn't. Leo was 10 years old. She didn't know what to do, so she just kept walking to her grandma's building. Eventually, she arrived and she buzzed, waiting for her grandma to let her in. But while she was waiting, the man came up to Leo and grabbed her butt and her waist. Leo turned around, slapped his hands, the doors open, and she ran inside. Leo cried all night, and she was scared to walk alone ever again. Before saying not all men do this, try to understand why people who identify as a woman are scared of men. It's because these types of things happen to women of all ages. Leo was 10 years old and she was followed and grabbed by a 35-year-old man. That shouldn't have happened. So again, please stop derailing the conversation and stop saying not all men on my videos, because that's not the point. The point is that women experience these things and they shouldn't. So help us change things.
My boyfriend's become really abusive since I told him I was pregnant. In fact, I think he actually tried to unalive me, but I'm not sure. He and I started dating 7 months ago. I actually suspect that he's a narcissist, but honestly, I can't be sure. That's why I'm telling my story on here, to get some perspective. When we first started dating, he started love bombing me. I actually had to Google what that was because I wasn't sure, but after I did, I can definitely say that he did do that. Just after 1 week of going on dates, he told me that he loved me. Then basically, he just pressured me into becoming his girlfriend. He even went behind my back to speak to my parents and convince them to say yes to him. He obviously made a good impression on my parents and they convinced me to go out with him. 2 months into the relationship, everything was normal. He was really affectionate, loving. He made time for me. He would think of really creative dates. But anytime I didn't say thank you for the smallest thing. For example, if he opened the door for me and I didn't say thank you, he would get upset. Sometimes he'd make breakfast for me, and if I didn't say thank you in a very enthusiastic way, he would get really upset. After the 3rd month, he started accusing me of being ungrateful. And then after that, he started getting really jealous. He hadn't done this before, so I thought it was just a phase and that it would pass. But unfortunately, it did not. He started convincing himself that anytime I got a phone call, it was from some guy that I had met. Even going to the gym became a problem. He started asking me if there were any guys at the gym that I liked, or if anybody was approaching me, and God forbid if anybody looked at me on the street. He would somehow blame it on me. It got to the point where I wouldn't even want to go out with him. One day he decided to take me to this really fancy restaurant. Everything was going really well. He was acting like a normal boyfriend. But as soon as we sat down, I started getting this weird vibe from him. It's like he was absent. He wasn't there. He stopped talking and got really quiet. When I asked him what was wrong, he told me there was a table of 2 guys that kept staring at me, and that it was obvious that they knew me from somewhere, and that I obviously knew them too. Where did he get this stuff? I turned around to look at the guys, and they were middle-aged men who weren't even looking at me. Maybe one of them just happened to look at me when we came in. I ended up having to apologize. A few weeks ago, my period got really weird, so I decided to take a pregnancy test. At first, I told my parents, and I told them that I didn't want to tell my boyfriend. My dad told me I was being silly and to just tell him, so I did. And when I did, his reaction was terrible. He told me that the baby probably wasn't his and that I was cheating on him for sure. Then he said that as soon as we could, we were gonna get a paternity test. One night he made me dinner and I got really sick afterward. I started vomiting and I hadn't had any pregnancy symptoms, so I knew something was wrong. Instead of telling my boyfriend, I actually just went straight to my parents' house. They took me to the ER and there they told me that I probably ingested something that wasn't good. Now I'm thinking he might have put something in my food. What should I do?
Am I wrong for asking my boyfriend to charge his family member for fraud? Backstory. I, 27 female, and my boyfriend, 34 male, have been together for 5 years and have worked really hard to save for a house. The house won't be built until the end of 2022. Last week, we received some shocking news when my boyfriend's credit score came back as being bad. There was activity on the statement that was 100% not his and a credit card that has gone into default over the last 6 months. This credit card was originally my boyfriend's, but he swears he closed the account and canceled the card in mid-2019. Long story short, we discovered that a family member that was living with him a few years ago had gotten a hold of the card at some point and has been using the card on and off since 2019. They defaulted on payments in early 2020 but paid this off, then defaulted again in December of last year, and the account is still in default with over $5,000 in owed charges and late fees. The family member had diverted these to their address. My boyfriend had zero knowledge of this as he hasn't had access to the account after he closed it and hasn't been receiving statements or notices from the bank. We are now unable to successfully apply for a bank loan for our house as they won't lend to my boyfriend with his credit the way it is. Our options are to 1. Proceed with fraud investigations and charges in the family member allowing us to prove this is no fault of my boyfriend's and successfully secure the loan. 2. Boyfriend pays the debt and we wait at least 2 years from the payoff date for his credit to regain some loss. Option 2 sets us back at least 3 years in starting a family and our lives as homeowners. This will also not allow my boyfriend to secure a bank loan to start up his own business he's been dreaming of starting for a few years. This has devastated us and put a massive delay in our plans. My boyfriend doesn't like conflict and is going with option 2. He isn't even planning on mentioning anything to the family member. He wants it all to go away and thinks his family member is going through a rough time. I want my boyfriend to proceed with fraud charges and investigation. We have worked too hard to not have our dream house and him owning his own business. So am I the asshole for pushing my opinion on my boyfriend? He said you're both working hard. Why can't you use your credit? If you're saying you guys both work hard, you have all this money, you're 27. You don't got the credit to get a house. I don't think you get it really choice. You don't get to push it. It's not your credit. He said no. Khalas, done. Sucks. I know people get mad at me for this, but that's how I feel.
Am I the asshole for not wearing a wedding ring and making my coworker think I'm single? I, female 30, started working at a company recently. I get along with my coworkers, but have been having some issues with this guy, Morgan. Morgan, from what I understand, is what everyone calls the handsome guy in the office. He dated 2 of his coworkers and hit on several others. He seemed friendly, we talked, he seemed respectable, and never asked questions outside of work. He offered to buy me lunch and internet and kept sending funny memes. It was nice but felt too much, so I asked that he stop, and he did. He started sending me pictures of him that were inappropriate. I texted back saying that I'm married and he was being inappropriate. Am I the asshole for not wearing a wedding ring and making my coworker think I'm single? I texted him back saying that I'm married and he was being inappropriate. He texted saying I was lying about being married to get him off my back. Then went on to say how nice and attractive he is and how I'm trying to act like I don't like him to get him to try harder. I felt frustrated, especially after he kept sending me pictures. Days ago, he sent me a D-pic and told me to My husband sent him a text back saying, sorry bud, small objects are a choking hazard for her, then blocked him. The other day he came in my office looking furious and confronted me. He said I misled him by not having a wedding ring when I'm married, and that I should have told him I was married from the get-go.
I'm 43 and have a 22-year-old daughter. All my daughter's life, she struggled with mental health issues. She has ADHD, bipolar, and borderline personality disorder. If I'm being honest, I never really understood a lot of my daughter's disorders. I've always approached mental illness as something you just bury deep down. And as a single mother, I've tried to do my best, but I know that I'm not perfect. Well, recently, my daughter asked if I go to one of her therapy sessions with her, and I only agreed to it because she seemed super excited about it. When we got there, her therapist first asked me how I was raised to think about mental health. I said I wasn't raised to think about mental health at all. She then said that she guessed that. It seemed kind of snarky, but I ignored it. She then asked about my family's history with addiction and mental issues. I denied any, and then she started to list all the things that my daughter told her and asked if they were a lie. They weren't a lie, but I never saw any of these things as big issues. She then began to explain to me BPD is a trauma response. She explained it can be caused by many things, but by me invalidating her emotions so much like I was invalidating my own had a part to play in it. She then tried to tell me ways that I can cope with my own trauma so that I can help my daughter cope with hers. After listening to her spew absolute garbage for 30 minutes, I finally got up and told her that she was a fucking quack and didn't know anything that she was talking about. I just stormed out and left. My daughter called me crying an hour later and I told her that she needed to get an actual therapist instead of that bitch. I wasn't upset with my daughter, but I did feel like she kind of threw me to the wolves. After cooling down though, I think maybe I could have handled that wrong, but I'm not sure.
Just imagine showing up to your own funeral after your husband put a hit on you. Even though this sounds like a totally made-up scenario, this actually happened for a woman. In 2004, a woman named Noella Rukundo immigrated from Burundi, East Africa to Melbourne, Australia as a refugee. At the time, she was a mother of 5. She ended up meeting a man named Balanga Kalala. He was a refugee like she was and was currently working as a forklift operator. He had arrived in Melbourne in 2004 to flee a rebel army that had killed his wife and children when he was just 24 years old. Or this was his story that he told her. The both of them shared a social worker at the time. Kalala spoke English and Noella spoke Swahili, so the social worker would translate for the both of them. They ended up starting a relationship and moving together to Kings Park, which is in the suburbs of Melbourne, and they soon got married and had 3 children. This sounds like a completely romantic story, right? Well, things ended up taking a turn for the worse whenever Kalala began to suspect that Noella might be cheating on him. So what was Kalala's response to thinking his wife might be cheating on him without any proof? He paid nearly $7,000 to a group of men to kill her. Noella ended up getting news of her stepmother passing away, so she ended up flying back to her hometown for the funeral. This was January 21st of 2015. Kalala ended up calling her on the phone, and he instructed her to go outside and get some fresh air. And she was immediately confronted by an armed man who directed her to get into the vehicle. When she got into the vehicle, there was 2 other armed men waiting for her inside. They then blindfolded her, took her to a warehouse, and tied her to a chair. And instead of doing what they were hired to do, they ended up telling her about Kalala's plan. They had a personal moral rule not to kill women or children. So they let her know that her husband put a hit on her. She did not believe their original claims on what was happening, so they ended up calling Kalala, putting him on speaker, and asking what they should do next, and he responded with kill her. Noella was so shocked by this information that she fainted hearing his response. So this is when they came together to make a plan to get... So because Noella didn't make it to her stepmother's funeral, her brother really started to worry. He called her hubby and asked him to send over money so the police could look into her disappearance. He did, and then on February 19th of 2015, the kidnappers dropped off Noella on the side of the road. They gave her all the evidence she needed to convict her husband of the crimes that he had committed, including a memory card. And they ended up telling her that she had about 80 hours to leave the country, or other people might not spare her life like they did. After this, she ended up contacting the Kenyan and Belgian embassies to help her get back to Australia, in addition to getting a hold of her pastor, explaining the situation and that she was alive and needed help. Back in Melbourne, her husband was telling everyone that Noella had died in an accident. He then held her funeral on February 22nd of 2015, and as people left her funeral, she stepped right out of the car. Kalala walked up to her, touched her shoulder, and said, "Is it a ghost?" To which she responded, "Surprise, I'm alive," and Kalala just started to profusely apologize. He was then sentenced to prison for 9 years. On my Instagram, there's another case about a man who tried to kidnap his wife.
Storytime about how my father blamed me for getting R-worded. Disclaimer is not my story time, was that I mean on Instagram. I started college 4 months ago. Little context, my parents are extremely strict with me. Never let me date or even have guy friends. I have 0 social skills with guys. I can't tell if they like me. I can't tell if they're trying to take advantage of me. I can't even talk to boys. I've never even kissed a boy. Because of all of that, I wanted to live on campus. Parents didn't want me to. I decided that I wanted to. Luckily, my best friend got into the same college, so we decided to dorm together. The very first week, we got invited to a party. This party would turn out to be the worst night of my entire life. We both got ready and looked amazing for the party. We were dressed really well and our hair and makeup was done. When we got to the party, we were offered drinks right away. And boys were swarming us. Oh yeah, and did I mention I had never drank before? 2 drinks later, I was falling down. My best friend was trying to take care of me, but she was also drunk. That's when a guy comes up to me and asks me if I wanted to sleep it off in his room. Guess what happened? Storytime about how my father blamed me for getting R-worded. Disclaimer is not my storytime, was on Instagram. At this point, my best friend and I are both drunk. I literally felt like I had no control over my limbs. I just kept falling down. Suddenly, a guy comes up to me and asks me if I wanted to sleep it off in his room. Because I have no social skills with guys, I thought he was just being nice. I thanked him and he walked me to his room. He sits me down on his bed and proceeds to tuck me in. I asked him if he could bring my best friend, and that's when he said that she had left the party. That is a total lie. My bestie and I would never abandon each other at a party, especially if we were drunk. When he said that, I decided to get up from the bed and he pushed me back down. He tucked me in again, and that's when I fell asleep. I must have slept for about an hour. When I wake up, he's still there watching me. That's when he said, "You slept for an hour." Then he just throws himself on top of me, starts kissing and grabbing at me and tearing off my clothes. I'm still drunk at this point and feeling super weak and dizzy. It was like the more I said no, the more he wanted it. And then he penetrated me. Part 3 is up. Storytime about how my father blames me for getting R-worded. Disclaimer is not my storytime, it's sending me on Instagram. That's when he forces himself on top of me and penetrates me. I'm feeling super dizzy at this point and I proceed to throw up on him. But it's like it didn't matter. He still kept going. Luckily, it only lasted for about 10 seconds because he you know what. Once he got off of me, I was full of vomit, my clothes were half ripped off, and I was trembling uncontrollably. He looks at me and says, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you vomited." And he undresses me and puts me in the shower. And the whole time, I couldn't move or say anything. Gave me a change of clothes and took me back to my apartment. After that, he wouldn't stop texting me. It's like he thought that I liked it. 2 days later, he asked me out on a date. When I said no, he got offended. Shows up after my classes to walk me to my next class, and he tries to steal kisses from me. The worst part is when I told my parents, my father blamed me. He said I shouldn't have gone to the party. My parents are very traditional. Now my dad is thinking marriage. He wants to meet him. So I invited my rapist over for dinner. What should I do? Part 4 will be up soon.
Today I messed up by hiring an S worker to have a threesome. Me, 35 male, and my girlfriend, 30 female, have been in a steady relationship for about 7 years. Our sex life has diminished quite a bit, but only in quantity and not quality. On average, we do it once or twice a week, usually on weekends. When we do have sexy time, I'd say about 50% of those encounters are preceded by sexy talk. We talk about things that we would like to do. We show each other videos we bookmarked during the week specifically for these interactions, and we talk about fantasies. All of this really elevates our experience and has become a really fun tradition of ours. Lately, threesomes have been a recurring topic in these conversations, either via video showcasing or fantasy theory crafting. But since usually there's sex right after, I believe we both get hit with the post-nut clarity and don't want to chase the subject further. So I decided to make it happen. We are mostly introverts, so meeting people while out and about was never going to make it happen. So I had to think of a different approach. And for this, I would have to bring the topic up outside of our pre-sex talks. So I did, on a regular Tuesday evening. My proposal was met with shock, excitement, and some doubts. We put our fantasies, worries, and planning efforts on the table and came to an agreement. Our first third wheel was going to be me and a male. We both tried to bid into the bi territory. It was up to me to contact and arrange the first meeting. This person has to be a trustworthy stranger to both of us, and she gets to use a blindfold during the act to enhance our who's who fantasy. Now this is where I messed up. I decided to hire a pro, since dating apps were failing me. After a few days of scrolling through various local sites of male offerings and the select few targeted at women, I found a guy about our age, had threesomes in his description, masseuse, and not incredibly huge in every area. I contacted him. He seemed like a real chill, down-to-earth guy. Talked about what we wanted to do, and he was on board. A bit over budget, but I seem to have found exactly what I was looking for. I let my girlfriend know that Saturday was the day. I don't tell her who's coming or where I found this person, just that it's a he and he's coming Saturday night. We decided to use fake names for ourselves, because why not? We're newbies at this. She gets into her favorite lingerie, blindfold at hand, and the doorbell rings. I go down, open the door, meet the guy. He's as calm as he seemed on text. I explain our rules again, and we go up to the apartment. I won't go into much detail here, but we had the time of our lives. You could feel the levels of excitement going through the roof. My girlfriend didn't take the blindfold off the whole time, and I could tell she was really enjoying that aspect. The whole thing was over in about an hour. Guy goes into the bathroom with his stuff to clean himself and get ready to leave. Meanwhile, I stay in bed with my girlfriend. She takes the blindfold off, and we talk a bit. Both of us are in ecstasy and in a very happy mood. A few minutes later, the guy comes out of the bathroom and locks eyes with my girlfriend. She looks at him and says a name. Not the advertised guy's name. Out loud with clear surprise in her voice. He, with the same amount of shock as her, calls my girlfriend by her real name. And they start laughing uncontrollably. It turns out that this person was an ex of my girlfriend. The shame inside me was already immense when he turned to me and said, "You know, I could have done this for free." We're still in shock about it all, and while I think it won't permanently damage our relationship, I do think that this was our first and last sexual endeavor involving other people. Am I in the wrong for being embarrassed of my girlfriend's cosplay? I'm 25 and my girlfriend, 24, had a double mastectomy 5 years ago. She had breast cancer and thankfully made a full recovery. Unlike a lot of women, she didn't have any reconstructive surgery. This was before I met her. I'm a big anime nerd, and last weekend I invited her to a small anime con with me. She's seen a few episodes of my favorite shows, but she's not into anime. She does like cosplay though, and she works seasonally as an SFX artist at a haunted house near us. So when I asked her to go to con with me, she asked if she could cosplay, and I said sure. She got very excited and said I was gonna love her costume, so I'll admit I thought she was gonna do something sexy for me. Well, not exactly. The day of the convention comes and she showed up to my house cosplaying Dobby from MHA, specifically a look that he has later in the manga. It's a long white coat over white pants, no shirt. Her entire chest was exposed and she'd obviously spent hours applying burn makeup. She has short hair that she dyes constantly. This time, she bleached it white and dyed a few red streaks. I wasn't expecting her to show up without a shirt. Her burn scar makeup only covered half of her chest, so you could clearly see her mastectomy scar. It wasn't a very attractive costume, especially since she'd gone all out with the scars and made it look like raising kind of realistic. We went to the con, and while a lot of people came up to take photos with her, I noticed several others looking at her chest. That evening, she said I had been quiet all day, and I honestly told her that I was a little embarrassed that she was flaunting her mastectomy scar like that. She got mad and said she was making the best of her situation and said that I was being insensitive, and she's been distant ever since. I'm starting to feel guilty.
Am I the asshole for not taking my son to his favorite restaurant for his birthday since his mom fed him right before I picked him up? My kid is very book smart, but doesn't always make the best decisions, so his mom or I help him out. My ex has custody, but I get to see him whenever he has time, which is usually on the weekends. I've been saving up a lot of money to take him out to dinner at a steakhouse that he loves. And mind you, this isn't something we can do all the time because I'm not a millionaire. So for me, spending this much money for a meal is a sacrifice, but he's so worth it. Anyway, I spoke with his mom and she knew the plan, and I had spoke with him and he was excited. Am I the asshole for not taking my son to his favorite restaurant for his birthday since his mom fed him right before I picked him up? I went to pick him up at his mom and stepdad's house, and when I got there I went in because we're all friendly. He was finishing 2 grilled cheese sandwiches and a bowl of tomato soup. I asked why he was eating since he knew we had a reservation for dinner. He said that he was hungry, so his mom made him food. After we left, I asked if he was still hungry and he said he was stuffed. So I canceled the reservation and we went to see a movie instead. We enjoyed the movie and some soda and popcorn. But now his mom is upset with me that I didn't take him out like I said I would. Am I the asshole for asking my girlfriend to abandon her cat because of my allergy? My girlfriend, 21 female, and I, 25 male, have been dating for 2 years. Everything's been going great in our relationship, and I felt like it was time for the next step, us living together. I wanted to ask her to move to my place since she was still living with her parents and there's enough space in my apartment. So I brought up the idea and she smiled and said she's been thinking the same thing. The issue is my girlfriend has a 7-year-old cat that she loves so much, but at the same time, I have an extreme cat allergy. Whenever I get near a cat, I start sneezing, my eyes get red, and I even get a rash. Am I the asshole for asking my girlfriend to abandon her cat because of my allergy? When I get near her cat, I start sneezing, my eyes get red, and sometimes I even get a rash. That's why I don't even go to her place anymore. So I told my girlfriend that because of my allergy, she won't be able to bring her cat and it would be best for her to leave the cat at her parents'. The parents love her and they live together and they know how to take care of her. Well, my girlfriend was taken aback and said there were pills I could take in order to keep my symptoms at bay. I said I really would prefer not to do that because of the side effects and we had an argument. This happened 2 days ago and we haven't talked since. Am I wrong?
Story time about the girl who used me to get with my guy best friend. So a little background information, I was 15 and in 9th grade. Well, at the end of summer, right before school started, this girl named Liv added me on Snapchat. And I had seen her all around school. She was very popular and a little bit stuck up. But I added her back and then I got a call on Snapchat from her. I answered very awkwardly and I'm like, hi. And then she was like, oh, I've seen you in a lot of this guy's pictures. Are you guys like best friends? And I'm like, yeah, sort of. And she goes, have you ever thought about dating him? It was just an extremely weird out of nowhere conversation. Anyway, so fast forward 2 weeks, I walk in the first day of school with my best friend Tommy, and Tommy and I have like every single class together. For some reason, Liv thought that we were friends and she would come and go as she pleased. Like Tommy and I would be standing at my locker, she would come over. Anyways, fast forward to chemistry. She walks in the class, winks at Tommy, like for part 2. Part 2 about the girl who used me to get with my guy best friend. So like I said, we were in chemistry, she walks in and she winks at Tommy. And I look over real quick and I realize that her nails were vermilion. That's Tommy's favorite color. And by the way, like I said before, I did not know this girl at all. We had never hung out. She never talked to me before this. Not to mention, anytime that her and I talked, she would only talk about Tommy. Fast forward a couple days, we're in chemistry, and somehow she got her assigned seat next to me. And she was like, hey, do you want to study for the chemistry test together? And I was kind of excited because I thought that I had a new best friend. So I said, yeah. Later on, she comes to my house. I never told her an address or anything like that, so I was very creeped out about how she knew my address. We studied for the test, and she goes, hey, do you want to hang out with Tommy and a few other guys tomorrow? Well, tomorrow was the day that I was going out of town. So she goes, okay, maybe next week. After being out of town, I came back on a Saturday, and the next day I get a text from Tommy, like for part 3. Part 3 about the girl who used me to get with my guy best friend. So like I said, she asked me if I wanted to hang out with Tommy and a few other guys. I told her that I was going out of town. When I got back from out of town, the next day I get a text from Tommy. He was flipping out on me. He said that I was talking shit about him to Liv. And apparently I said that I was happy that his mother died. And a bunch of other bullshit. Well, after that, Tommy cut me off, so I was lonely. And I started hanging out with Liv more. Even though she said that terrible stuff to Tommy and made him cut me off. So fast forward a year, he is a new best friend, right? I get a DM from her on Instagram saying like, hey, did Tommy used to be your best friend? Pretty much everybody knew what happened between me and Tommy. But she was like, that girl that you're best friends with is dating him now. And then he completely cut me off. So technically, she used both her and I to get with Tommy. But after dating for literally like 2 months, he cheated on her because she slept with 5 other guys.
Am I the asshole for buying my girlfriend a blender instead of the necklace she wanted for our anniversary? We are both women and this happened last month. We had our 1-year anniversary and I asked what she wanted and she said just something romantic. A little necklace or something cute. On Amazon, I found an emulsion blender and it pinged in my head. My girlfriend loves cooking and always talks about gadgets she wants. Plus, I remember her complaining one time about not having one. I'm a practical gift giver and I like to give things people will use, so I bought it. She gave me a bottle of whiskey I've had my eye on for ages. She opened hers and her face kind of falls and she goes, "Oh, an emulsion blender." Am I the asshole for buying my girlfriend a blender instead of the necklace she wanted for her anniversary? She says, "Oh, an emulsion blender." I told her I remembered her talking about all the kitchen gadgets she wanted and was so excited to give it to her. She kept her cool but told me while she appreciated the thought, she was a little upset that it wasn't jewelry. I was confused, so she explained that she felt anniversaries should be more romantic and sentimental gifts versus practical. She said she appreciated it greatly but wouldn't lie to me that she wished it would have been a necklace. Specifically, this one she pointed out to me that was $30. My best friend and my girlfriend's best friend both agree with my girlfriend.
Me, 34, and my husband Hunter, 37, suffered from fertility problems. We recently decided to get a surrogate who's a friend of a friend. We were busy getting everything done legally. We already had a contract in place. My egg was used, so no worries in this regard. Plus, our surrogate is a respectful, kind woman who's been keeping her part of the contract intact. But it's Hunter who started acting strange. I've noticed that he's been focusing all his attention on our surrogate, like skipping work to visit her or get her things that she didn't ask for, chat with her all the time on social media, and also constantly offering to do things for her, like drive her to places and sometimes even invite her out or offer to prepare stuff for her. She complained to me about this and even told me about things that he's been doing that I didn't even know about, like bringing her gifts. I tried speaking to him about what this looks like, but he said that he's doing what he's doing for his son and not her. Still, I asked that he tone it down and respect the woman's space. He got mad at me and accused me of being jealous of the woman who's carrying my own child and said that this makes me look bad. I said our surrogate was the one who complained about his behavior and he said that this wasn't true. Apparently this made him somewhat angry, so I gave him time to cool down a bit. Yesterday, our surrogate called me saying that Hunter came over and told her guests to leave. I asked why and she said he wanted to show her the $9K car that he bought for her. I was shocked. She said that she declined the car and asked him to leave, but he started arguing with her about using public transportation and risking our baby's well-being. I was fuming and I called him demanding that he get home and he eventually did. Once he got back, I picked up a fight with him and yelled at him saying that he's been nothing but overstepping, disrespectful, and inappropriate towards the surrogate. Again, he explained that the car wasn't for her but to ensure the baby is safe. I told him to stop disrespecting the woman and stop using the baby as an excuse to stomp all over her boundaries. He ranted about how he was just trying to make this work and I should do the same if not more. He even accused me of not loving our son as much as he does, but this is in the way and putting $9,000 on a car without telling me. He left the house for a while and then he came back and refused to speak to me. I might have been hard on him. He might have just been oblivious, so I'm less sure seeing his reaction now. Am I the asshole for telling?
I think my husband only wants to have another kid because he thinks our son is gay. Our son, 7 male, has always been very feminine. Most of his friends are girls, his favorite toys are Barbies, and he had an awkward situation in school where he kept drawing himself as a female singer for the When I Grow Up part of his graduation. He would dress up in girls' clothes if he could, and I'm not judgmental, but that wouldn't be the best for him where we live, so he's not allowed. I'm not sure why he's like this, but I was such a tomboy when I was younger that it's not really a surprise. One of his friends, a boy, came over a little while ago, and my son told me that he kissed him. It was on the forehead apparently, but he didn't describe it in a romantic way, obviously. He just wanted to show that he loved him because you kiss people when you love them a lot. My husband is convinced that our son is gay. He's not upset about it, more neutral, but I think it's harmful to assume a 7-year-old's sexuality because he does things that we've arbitrarily decided are for girls. When he heard about the forehead kiss, he said, "Are you still saying he's not gay?" And I asked why it would be a big deal to begin with, and he said it's not, but he won't give up hopes for grandkids. Recently, my husband has been suggesting we should have another kid. I asked him why the sudden change, and he said he loves being a dad more than he ever thought he would. I believe him about that, but the timing in his comment about grandkids won't leave my mind. I originally wanted to adopt, and he said even if it's selfish, he wanted his only child to be biologically his. I'm putting all of this together, and to me, I'm worried he only wants another child to have biological grandkids. I feel like that is showing that he's going to love our son less than this hypothetical next child. Does it sound like that to you too, or am I reading too much into it?
Story time about how my best friend kissed the guy that I liked right in front of me. So a little background information, I was 14 and in 8th grade. And we're gonna call my best friend Sophia. We were in a friend group of 3. And the other person in our friend group, his name was Josh. And that just happened to be the boy that I really liked. And Sophia knew how much I liked him. Like, I would tell her all the time how excited I was, you know, that we were hanging out. And she would be like, "Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. Like, you guys would be so cute." Just a bunch of fake shit. So the one day we're all sitting in our free period, super bored, and our friend Dylan says, "Hey, why don't we play spin the bottle?" With a water bottle, of course. So it was us 4 and a few other kids from our class. Well, Sophia decided to spin the bottle first. And of course, who does it land on? Josh. And I'm sitting back like I have nothing to worry about. My best friend wouldn't do that to me. Well, of course I was wrong. I thought she was going to apologize, but after she gave me a very smirky smile, well, they started hanging out more and I felt extremely left out, so I just decided to forgive her.
Am I the asshole for moving to a hotel because my wife's family insisted I sleep on the couch? My wife and I got married last summer and her family lives across the country from us.
So I'd actually never visited, but I did meet them a handful of times and we've always gotten along fine. They invited us to come and stay with them for a few days and we took up on the offer. We flew in yesterday and everything went well. Her dad and I watched football and I caught up with her mom and sisters and then we had a nice dinner. But then they let us know they don't want us sharing a bed while in their home and they wanted me to sleep on the couch. I thought they were joking, but they insisted. I had a problem with the implication that I shouldn't be allowed to sleep next to my wife. Also have a bad back and the couch did not look the least bit comfortable. After arguing back and forth, I decided to leave and book a hotel. I did tell my wife she did not have to come and she chose to stay and I said I'd come back the next day. The next morning, I called my wife asking when I should come by and she said her parents want me to apologize. I said I'd do it to keep the peace, but they need to acknowledge it wasn't appropriate to insist I can't share a bed with my own wife. She told me that not only will they not apologize for it, now they're insisting I come back and stay on the couch for the rest of the visit. And if I don't agree, I'm not welcome back.
Jewelers of Reddit. How often do people tearfully return engagement rings? I've been in this business for over 10 years and I've sold enough engagement rings and I really have no idea how many are out there at this point. Sooner or later this is bound to happen. I've had it happen a few times, but here's the real story. A couple comes in together, let's call them Mike and Stephanie. Mike is ready to spend about $20,000, which is a lot of money for a young couple. And I'm
Kitchen reset.
Range. But Stephanie keeps pushing for more and more and more. Finally, with enough begging, pleading, smiles, and thinly veiled sexual promises, she talks him into a 3-carat center diamond with an elaborate setting for around $30,000. Honestly, I don't feel great about having to witness this whole exchange, but at the end of the day, it's none of my business, so I complete the transaction. About 3 weeks later, Stephanie comes to my office alone. I assume she needs the ring resized or something, but instead she asks me if I can remove the center diamond and replace it with a cubic zirconia, a very cheap diamond substitute. I'm surprised, so I stammer, sure, but why? Are you traveling or something and don't want to risk the stone? She responds that it's nothing like that, she just prefers to have the cubic zirconia in there for now. Obviously, every red flag in existence is waving in front of my eyes, and at this point I say, okay, and I take her ring. I tell her to come back in a day or two to pick up the ring with the cubic zirconia in it. But as soon as she's out of the door, I'm calling Mike. After all, he's the one who wrote me a $30,000 check, so he's my customer, not her. Mike picks up, and after a moment of small talk, I ask him if he knows what Stephanie is up to. No, is a shocked response. Mike called me back the next day and told me that apparently Stephanie was planning to call off the engagement and return the ring, but keep the 3-carat diamond. He was obviously very upset and asked me if I could give him a refund. I offered my sympathy and gave him back his money. Needless to say, he was very grateful that I had called him. About 2 years later, Mike came back with another woman who I liked much better. They're happily married with 2 kids now. Mike and I have become friends, and he's probably referred me to 10 plus other customers over the years. As for Stephanie, after she left my office that day, I never saw her again.
Am I the asshole for not buying a drink for my friends? I was out with a few friends the other day and we went to a restaurant for dinner. One of my friends is Muslim and is very strict about everything. For example, once one of her coworkers was smoking in the break room and she asked her to do it somewhere else. My friends wanted drinks and I saw that she looked to the ground and grimaced. So when the waiter came, I only asked for a few glasses of water and nothing else. My friend then interjected and asked for beer, and I stopped the waiter and told him no. Just water, please. My friend asked for beer, and I said no, actually just water. When he came back with the water, all of my friends piped up at me and started an argument about it. My friend who is Muslim, Fatima, was being silent, but later told me she appreciated what I did. After dinner, though, my friends left me with the bill and drove home. So, am I wrong? I should really add that these were my friends, not hers, and they met her once and asked her to come. Top comment says Fatima is allowed to practice her religion but has no right to project her beliefs onto other people. I agree, but it was more of OP doing it. Am I the asshole for telling my neighbor to F off after she demanded I clean her house? I'm a Latina woman married to an American man, and we live in a small community in Florida where most people are nice to me. I love cleaning, trying new products for fun, and a couple of times I've offered to clean other people's houses free of charge. One is a widower, one just had a baby, and another one just got into a car accident. A few days ago, I was sitting on my couch and I heard someone knocking on my door. A lady around 40 who I've never seen said it took you a while to open the door. I mumbled, huh? And she asked me in the most entitled tone, I want to know when you're going to clean my house for free.
She asked me in the most entitled tone when I was going to clean her house for free. I was trying not to laugh and asked why would I do that, and she proceeded to mention all the houses I've cleaned. And she wanted to know why I didn't make it to her house yet. She then yelled at me loud enough to make my next door neighbor come outside and see what was going on, simply because I wasn't replying to her. I was still trying to process her audacity to come to my house and demand I clean. I said I'm never gonna clean your house and I've only helped a few people. She then demanded and I told her to F off.
Am I wrong for telling my mom that she's insane for trying to get pregnant again? For context, I, 22 male, have 2 siblings, 22 female and 23 female. And I am the youngest twin, but we are all adults now. This all started a few years ago when my oldest sister got pregnant with my nephew. It was the first baby of our generation, and of course everyone was overjoyed it was a boy because they were so rare in the family. I won't sugarcoat it. My sister was spoiled during her pregnancy. She was driven to all of her doctor's appointments. Nearly every day someone was buying something new. With every craving, someone was ready to go get it, and she even had 2 baby showers. When my nephew was born, it was the happiest my family had been since my grandma died. My mom, however, wasn't. Every time someone would do something for my sister, she expected it for herself. I remember I bought my sister a pedicure and paid extra for a foot massage, and my mother was pissed at me for days for not getting her one. I'm the baby's grandma, she would say constantly. We all ignored her for the sake of my nephew. Well, my mom just recently sat me and my siblings down and explained how she wanted to try getting pregnant again. She wasn't asking for our opinion, more like informing us that it was going to happen. My sister was excited for someone who could be a playmate for her son. My twin was hesitant and I was livid. For privacy reasons, I won't give my mother's medical history, but just that is enough for concern, not to mention the fact that she's 40 plus years old. I asked her how she planned to live if she couldn't work while pregnant, as my father had never been in the picture. Well, one of my kids shouldn't mind taking care of me. I asked her how she planned to take care of a baby when she's back to work. Someone in the family can babysit. I asked her how she planned on buying baby stuff because she's not good with saving money at all. Everyone will pitch in for the baby like they did with your sister. And no, they wouldn't. My mom has burned quite a lot of bridges for her emotional immaturity. Well, I can see why. And one very high-risk pregnancy will not change that. Not to mention the fact that my siblings and I were raised by our grandparents because she couldn't. So I sat her down and tried to explain how this would be a terrible idea for everyone involved. But she got upset and started yelling about how I need to be supportive and I'm just jealous because I won't be the youngest anymore. I let my emotions get ahead of me and I called her insane and left. My siblings and family have called to tell me that I need to apologize and that I was way out of line. I don't have to like her trying for another baby, but I need to be supportive, which I feel like would be the case if we were talking about literally anyone else, but nobody else thinks the same. So, am I the asshole? For more info, I don't know how my mom intends to get pregnant. She wouldn't be approved for IVF and she's never had a consistent relationship. My guess is that she's just planning on sleeping around. Also, she's 43 going on 44. My guess is she's counting on the it takes a village mindset to help her with a child. My sister got special treatment for being pregnant because 1, she was having a boy, 2, because she was busting her ass as a single mother, student, and working full-time, and 3, her baby's father was a piece of shit who dipped. Am I the asshole for calling my sister an insensitive bitch after she stole my daughter's name? No, I'm already gonna be on your side because if you have a name that you like and your sister, especially a family like that, like your sister knows about this and is like, you know what, I like the name and I'm already pregnant, I'm gonna take the name. That is fucked up. 3 years ago, I gave birth to a little girl who only lived for 19 hours. Oh, this is a completely different direction. It was a traumatic experience for me and one I struggle with to this day, and the pain of her loss led to my ex-boyfriend and I splitting up as we couldn't stand to be together anymore. Her name is not a family name. She was called Caroline with Iris as her middle name. My ex-boyfriend and I just each picked the name we liked. My younger sister recently had a daughter and she kept the name a secret from everyone until it was legal. I didn't think twice about this until the name went online in an announcement. Iris Coraline. She took both my daughter's names and just swapped the order. If she had only taken one of the names to try and honor my daughter and made a middle name, I wouldn't be upset, but this felt deliberate and the fact that she hid it from everyone makes it even worse. I went to her home to demand to know what she was playing at with this, and she got offended, telling me she'd always thought the names were beautiful and she swapped the order so I shouldn't be upset. This led to an argument with shouting on both ends. Finally, I called her an insensitive bitch before I left and ended up crying a lot when I got home. Everyone in the family is uncomfortable with this name choice, but many think I took it too far to go to her house and start a fight when she's recovering from childbirth. My mother has told me that there is no changing it now and to just consider it a nice way to keep my daughter's name alive, but that just feels even worse to me. I might be too close to all of this and it is a traumatic matter for me. Did I go too far? This is how you know you're not wrong, because your sister deliberately hid it from everyone, especially you. If you have nothing to hide and you know you're not doing anything wrong and she had the intention of honoring your daughter, she wouldn't have hid it. She would have pulled you aside. If she really cared and respected you, she would have pulled you aside and be like, hey sis, I really love this name. What do you think? And if she loved and respected you, she would have respected that your decision was no. Am I wrong for eating my husband's entire birthday cake by myself? I'll preface this by saying that my husband's family and I don't get along. Like, at all. We're rarely ever on good terms, and for my mental health, I decided to put distance between us. Especially after I was blamed for my most recent miscarriage that happened 3 months ago. My husband can still see them and visit them whenever he wants. For me, I don't attend any of their events, not even Thanksgiving or Christmas. My husband's 30th birthday was 2 days ago. I plan to celebrate with him. I bought a cake and a gift, but he said that his family invited him to celebrate his birthday, and he really wanted to go because the birthday parties his family throw are like no others. We had an argument over this, but he told me to wait for him till he finished celebrating there with his family, then we could celebrate together at home and eat a cake. After he left, I felt so terrible. I called him, but he turned his phone off. I was so mad, I took the cake and brought it into the living room and started eating from it. I ate the whole thing, not saving him a single piece. Guess I was so angry and it made me hungry. He came home and saw what I did and blew up saying I did this to be spiteful and to punish him for not ditching his family on his birthday like I wanted him to. I reminded him that I paid for the cake, but he called me petty and nuts. He ranted and said that he didn't get to eat cake at his parents' house because a lot of kids were there and he didn't get enough cake, and what I did was 10 times worse. He's been upset with me ever since. So, am I wrong?
Story time about why I hate Valentine's Day. So a little background information, I was 22 years old and I had been dating this guy for almost a year. And we're gonna call him Jimmy. Most of Jimmy and I's relationship had been long distance because literally after 2 months of us dating, he was offered a job in a different state. And I never worried about him cheating on me or anything like that because he seemed like a really honest and genuine guy. But of course I was wrong because he said that he couldn't do anything for Valentine's Day because he had to work. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, well, I'm just gonna fly to him, so we can spend Valentine's Day together. And it'll be a nice surprise. So a few days before Valentine's Day, I get my plane ticket and I wanted to do something special, so I wore some nice lingerie under a trench coat. Well, fast forward, my plane lands and I get an Uber to his apartment. And when I knock on his door, I hear a woman's voice from inside saying, don't worry, I'll get the door. So like I said, I Uber to his apartment and I knock on the door and I hear some woman from inside say, don't worry, babe, I'll get it. So I hurry up and try to tie my coat because I had untied it thinking that my boyfriend was going to open the door. But no, why would my boyfriend open his own door to his own apartment that he lives alone in? So she opens the door and she's like, hi, what can I help you with? And I'm like, oh, is this apartment blah, blah, blah? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, well, is Jimmy here? And she was like, yeah. So she calls Jimmy over to the door. I look directly at him and I'm like, oh, is this like your friend or something? And she's like, excuse me, I'm his fiance. So I'm looking at him all confused and I start screaming that he's a liar, a cheater. He's like, babe, go call the police. I have no idea who this woman is. She sounds crazy. So his fiance walks away and he goes, I'm sorry, I'll call you later. And then security escorts me off the property. Needless to say, I never talk to him ever again.
Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend that she's not allowed to tell my daughter what to do? I've been with my girlfriend for 3 years, but she only moved in with me 6 months ago. I'm a widower, so I wanted to make sure that this was serious before I was okay with moving her in with me and my daughter. Generally, the two of them get along pretty well, and I told my girlfriend at the very beginning of our relationship I wasn't looking for a stepmom for my daughter. She's 16 and honestly old enough that she doesn't need a new mom. Well, last weekend, I went camping with one of my mates for 2 days, and my girlfriend stayed home with my daughter. I knew my daughter was going to a party on Saturday, and I already agreed to it. Last weekend, I went camping with one of my mates for 2 days, and my girlfriend stayed home with my daughter. I knew my daughter was going to a party on Saturday, and I already agreed to it. But when I came back from my camping trip, my daughter complained that my girlfriend told her she had to wash off her makeup and do one that's less provocative before she could leave the house. I got angry at my girlfriend and said she wasn't allowed to order my daughter around and she wasn't allowed to prevent her from doing anything I already agreed to. We had a huge fight and since then we barely talked. Am I wrong?
Missing out on her actual family celebrations to celebrate her husband's death with his family is a dick move. Am I the asshole for calling my sister obsessed with her deceased husband? I, 35 male, oh you're a dude saying this, then yeah, for sure, you're insensitive AF. I, 35 male, was one of those kids that knew exactly what I wanted to do when I grew up. In order to remain anonymous, I'll simply say I've always dreamed of doing job X at company Y. My whole career has been based on getting this job and working for this company. So needless to say, when I finally got an interview with company Y, I was ecstatic. After a very lengthy interview process, I received a phone call yesterday letting me know that I had gotten the job. I was so excited, I immediately called my parents, who were so proud of me. My dad suggested that we go out for dinner to celebrate at our family special occasion restaurant. They wanted to take me and my sister Megan, 33 female, out to celebrate this achievement. I was riding on cloud 9. I called my sister to tell her the news and the dinner plans. She congratulated me but told me that she wouldn't be able to come. My mood immediately dropped and I asked her why not. She told me that she had plans already with her deceased husband, Miguel's family. I explained to her that this was a serious achievement, that I had taken a lifetime of work and that I had finally achieved my dream. I told her that I needed her there to celebrate with me. She congratulated me again but told me that this was a very important family celebration and she simply could not miss it. For context, Megan and Miguel were married for a few months before he passed. It was really tragic and she has my deepest sympathies. I understand how important he was to her, although I don't exactly agree with how she handled his death. I cannot judge other people on how they deal with that kind of stuff. It's traumatic. It fucks you up. I understand her sorrow and sadness, but don't agree that she should be missing out on celebrating my achievements because her husband passed. She can and does more than any other day of the year, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime achievement. I got my dream job and she of all people should know how much that means to me. You're acting like she's missing your fucking wedding day. It's literally a dinner for congratulations. Why don't you guys reschedule the dinner? Simple as that. She already has prior commitments. It doesn't work for her. If you really care that much, change the dinner date. You're acting like, well, it has to be this day. My dinner for me getting a job as a grown-ass adult. I have to have dinner today. Calm down. Like, be accommodating. Compromise. This is the part where I may be a bit of an asshole. No, you've been an asshole so far in this post. I called her out and said that missing out on her actual family celebrations to celebrate her husband's death with his family is a dick move. I told her that she couldn't spend the rest of her life obsessing over Miguel and that at some point she needed to move on. Her obsession with him was ruining our relationship, and once again reiterated that I needed her to be there with me tonight. Obsession? What is wrong with the obsession? She's grieving. She actually laughed at me and said that of course she was obsessed with him. Duh, it was her husband. That's why they got married, because they're obsessed with each other. Life or death, like you're still gonna always love that person. What an inconsiderate piece of shit. She said a few other hurtful things before she hung up the phone. My parents and I ended up going out for dinner, just the three of us. Today my sister texted me and said we could go for dinner this weekend if I apologized for acting like such an ass. But I honestly don't think I should have to when she missed out on my thing. She also said some hurtful things and doesn't seem to think that she's in the wrong at all. So I want to know, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for telling my husband he knew what he was signing up for before he married me? My husband, 38 male, and I, 36 female, have recently got into a conflict over my closeness to my best friend, 36 female. I've known her since kindergarten, and we even went to the same college. After college, we moved into a nice one-bedroom apartment to save money. We quickly invested in a 3-bedroom and 2-bath house, and we renovated together. We've lived there for 5 years, and 4 years ago, I met my husband. After a few weeks, he met Anna, and over the 2 years we dated, we all hung out several times. He proposed and wanted us to move in together, but I didn't want to move out of my house into an apartment. He also couldn't afford the investment of getting a house together. I talked to Anna and Rob moved in with us a couple months later. After we got married, he talked to me about how my friendship with Anna made him deeply uncomfortable. I'm very close with her, we've had some sleepovers and even go on little dates. Rob has never previously voiced discomfort with how we are despite knowing us for 4 years. I think he's only doing it now because I recently told him how Anna confessed her love for me when we first bought the house together. I told him this is what he signed up for, and if he had a problem, he should have told me years ago.
Plus, it was just a one-night stand, and Mark felt very guilty for it. Am I the asshole for telling my best friend that she's partly to blame for why her boyfriend cheated on her? I, 28 female, have a best friend, 28 female, let's call her Dana, who used to date this guy, 30 male, we'll call him Mark. They only started dating a little over 2 years ago, but I always considered them as relationship goals. Always acting so sweet around each other, with Mark being so caring and funny, I always thought Dana was very lucky to have him as her boyfriend. Ooh, starting this off, you really like the guy and the girl's supposed to be your best friend. Like, wow, she's so lucky. You're supposed to be like, no. He's lucky to have her, so you kind of like Team Mark already. Yesterday, however, I got a phone call from a crying Dana telling me that she and Mark broke up after she found out that he cheated on her. I immediately rushed to her place to comfort her, still quite in disbelief that someone like Mark could do such a thing. When she finally calmed down, she told me that Mark confessed to having a one-night stand with one of his coworkers and he was too guilty to hide it from her. He tried reasoning with her, but she was having none of it and ended the relationship right there. As she should. Don't tell me you're trying to tell her to stay with the cheater. She then started talking about how that asshole tried to guilt trip her into staying with him by telling her that he only cheated because she was working all the time and felt emotionally neglected by her. And now, here's where I could be the asshole. I intervened and told her that maybe Mark has a point. She tends to be a little workaholic. She then glared at me and asked if I'm seriously taking his side. I said, I'm not taking any sides. I'm just saying that maybe you're partly to blame for the relationship problems that resulted in Mark. Plus, it was just a one-night stand, and Mark felt very guilty for it. Oh my god, you are not condemning his actions. Oh my god. Just a one-night. Mark feels very guilty for it, otherwise he wouldn't have confessed. So that means it's okay? This girl sounds like a pick-me girl. Pick me! Choose me, Mark. Love me. She then asked me if I think she should take him back, and I told her that everyone makes mistakes and she shouldn't let just one moment of weakness destroy her entire relationship. She then told me that I'm unbelievable and told me to get out of her house. I was a bit taken aback by this, but I didn't want to cause any more drama, so I just left. I was waiting until today for her to calm down a bit before we talked again. But now I found out that I've been blocked by her everywhere. She was my best friend since high school, so of course I was very hurt to find out that she cut me off over an argument. While I don't condone what Mark did, I still think Dana is partly to blame for this mess, and now it seems like she's taking it out on everyone else who doesn't agree with her, which I'm afraid might end up leaving her very lonely. Am I the ass? Oh my god! Yes, you piece of shit. Have you ever been cheated on? Then you can't talk. You literally can't talk. Well, he only cheated on you once and he feels really guilty. That's why he told you and you guys had such a good relationship, so you should take it back. And then what happens the second time? If he loved what he had, moment of weakness, my ass. Don't give me that shit. Ugh. Get this pick-me girl out of here. I told her that's chubby. You're chubby. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend she's not curvy, she's chubby? Oh my god, buddy, you're running on a thin line right now, and that line snap for sure. I'm already calling you an asshole for this, but let me hear you out. So my girlfriend, 23 female, and me, 26 male, have been together since 2019. She used to weigh about 125 pounds at 5'8". She was pretty thin. The past 13 months, she gained 25 pounds and now weighs 150 pounds. She continuously calls herself curvy, and that's just not true. Her boobs did not grow with the weight gain, and she is still a 34 A cup. Her thighs and butt area did grow a bit, but she's still not an hourglass. You're an asshole. Holy shit. I don't, like, what? Stop. I wouldn't be bothered by this if she didn't heavily identify with it. When she was 125 pounds, she kept identifying with how thin she was. At 125 pounds, she was proud that they couldn't see anything on her CT scan when she had an appendicitis because she was too skinny. She wants to make a TikTok fashion page dedicated to curvy fashion. I got annoyed with her identifying so much with a body type that isn't even hers that I said, "You're not curvy, you're chubby." She looked at me stunned. I told her curvy was like Beyonce, for example. She said that she felt that she was curvy because she's not skinny anymore and not fat. I told her that's chubby, you're chubby. And she began to cry and left my apartment. Oh my god, wow, that's so mean! It's been 12 hours and we haven't talked since. I know this was mean, but it was true. I was so frustrated with the idea of her making this fashion TikTok account for a body type that's not hers. See, let's get to the root of it. Why does that bother you? It's like her own personal TikTok. Like, why do you care? Why does that bother you? It's her life, it's her body, it's her TikTok. Like, why does that? This has nothing, it doesn't affect your life at all. Also, she hasn't had an eating disorder or anything. I think she just naturally gained weight as she got older. Am I the asshole for stating a fact? You could have a photo of their dead daddy? Am I the asshole for telling my husband to stop trying to parent my kids through their dead dad? He's probably like, your father wouldn't like this. Your father is disappointed in you. And that is traumatic. That is not okay. That is bad parenting. But let's see what's going on. I, 36 female, lost my late husband years ago. I'm now married to my husband of 2 years, Jason. He loves his stepkids 9 and 6 and does a lot of things with them. However, he started doing something lately that I find weird and unacceptable. Whenever one or both kids do something wrong, instead of giving out proper punishments that we both agreed upon, we grab a photo of my late husband and start addressing it, complaining about the kids' behaviors while the kids stand and listen. You could have a photo of their dead daddy and tell them they're being bad kids? That is like next level fucked up. That is like traumatic. that is going to cause them psychological issues in the future. He then proceeds to tell them that their dad is mad at them and is disappointed they did this or that. I'm aware of the psychological impact this type of discipline can have on them. The kids would sometimes feel so guilty they start crying, then ask if dad is really disappointed in them because their stepdad told them he told him that. So now he can talk to the dead too? I told him to knock it off several times, and last night I blew up on him after I found out he told my daughter that her dad said he'd disown her if she did X thing again. Her dad's dead! Why are you weaponizing his death to his kids? That is so fucked up. I told him he was going too far and is causing huge damage to the kids and taking the memory of their deceased father. He was like, this way they'll learn, and if they really love their dad, then they'll behave. I said, listen, the kids love and will always love their dad, and what you're doing is causing damage to their love and remembrance for their dad. He said I was overreacting, but I argued that I already warned him. He said something about him being a parent too, and that I have to respect his parenting and stop trying to act like the cool parent and to step up instead. He then went outside and stayed gone for hours. My sister said I'm being unfair to my husband and that he clearly cares about the kids, otherwise he wouldn't care about them correcting and never repeating their mistakes. So, am I the asshole for my reaction? Okay, I'm sorry. If anyone agrees with this type of parenting style, you need help. This is not okay. If someone did that to me, if my dad was dead, I'm 26. If someone was like, Malala, this is your father, and he's disappointed in you, I would cry. I would feel like shit, and that I'm an adult. These kids aren't even fully developed, and you're giving them that type of trauma.
Am I the asshole for telling my coworker she should not carry a designer bag when working with low-income clients? My coworker is a young woman in her mid-20s and just got hired for the position. Without giving too much away, we work with vulnerable and low-income clients in our community. We then link them to resources, and it's a very intensive job that requires us to meet with them at their homes. Now, she is really sweet and nice and obviously comes from means. I accompanied her one time on a visit, and she brought a large tote bag with the words Christian Dior. And the words really stood out in large letters. I suggested she leave it in the car and told her it's not appropriate to carry such a bag. The bag had the words Christian Dior in large letters, and I suggested she leave it in the car. I said it's not really appropriate to carry such a bag when visiting the home of a disadvantaged client, especially when they're having trouble making ends meet. She did leave it in the car, but things seemed a bit awkward afterwards. I was talking with another coworker, and they think that I did overstep my bounds. They think the bag is work appropriate, but I think it's bad taste to flaunt such a bag considering our client population. Also, I'm not her supervisor. I was assigned to help her train.
Story time about how this girl and her boyfriend beat me up. So a little background information, I was in 11th grade and I was 17 years old. And in the summer, my friend and I went to go and watch fireworks for the 4th of July at this park. And most of the people there went to a completely different school. But we ended up meeting this group of guys, and I was really vibing with the one guy who was there. He was super cute, super chill, and we got along great. And I just want to put this out there, I did not think to ask that he had a girlfriend because he was being super flirtatious and just really wasn't acting like he had a girlfriend. I literally just hate how we have to ask people if they're in relationships now because they don't want to be honest or loyal. And then we look like the bad guys because they were dishonest. Anyway, so him and I start to hang out a lot, and he really likes me, I really like him, and we went to this football game at his school, and we ended up doing the nasty. After that, I'm in the bleachers with my friends, and one of my friends tells me, yeah, he has a girlfriend. So she couldn't have told me this before we did the nasty. So like I said, him and I did the nasty at the football game, and then I go onto the bleachers with my friends, and she tells me that he has a girlfriend. But I'm not gonna lie, at this point, we had already been talking for 2 months, and I really didn't care because I liked him and I wasn't just gonna turn my feelings off. First of all, I do not owe that girl any loyalty. Number 2, we were already intimate with each other, so I don't know what could make this situation worse than it already was. I mean, I did confront him about it, and he told me that he was gonna break up with her for me. So I believed him. I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna wait for him to break it off with her, and I'm still gonna talk to him. So eventually, he literally made me wait for like 2 more months. So what did I do? I told his girlfriend everything. I'm not gonna lie, it's not even that I wanted to be a good person. It was literally just to spite him. It's like, yeah, your man wants to be with me. He don't want you. This is the text messages of him telling me that he was gonna break up with you. That day, he called me and he was like, hey, do you want to hang out? And I was shook that he did not bring up anything that I said to his girlfriend. So like I said, I told his girlfriend everything about how he didn't want her. I sent her the receipts and everything. And then she has the audacity to tell me I'm disgusting, I'm this, I'm that, saying that I'm gross for even doing anything with him. I should have known that he had a girlfriend. I should have told him off. Like, sis, your man did not mention you once.
He didn't even mention you as an ex-girlfriend, so put the blame on him, not me. So later that day, he invites me over, and I am shook because I at least thought that he was going to bring it up and be like, why did you text my girlfriend? So I thought that maybe she was one of those girls where she's like, OMG, my man is never wrong. I'm not even going to confront him because I don't want him to break up with me, and it just wasn't his fault. So fast forward, I get to his house. I usually just walk in because I've been over there so many times. Well, as soon as I walk in the door, him and his girlfriend start wailing on me. I ended up with a few broken ribs, but I also ended up pregnant with his child. His family thinks that he should be with me since I'm having his kid. She decided to stay with him, so she comes to every prenatal appointment.
Lilac is a good sister to him, but as a person, truthfully, I can't stand her. Am I the asshole for accidentally telling my fiance I hate his sister and she won't be a part of my wedding? First of all, I don't like that statement because it's not just your wedding, it's your husband's wedding too, and that's his sister, unless she's done something really bad for you, but like, get this bitch out. This situation is literally ridiculous, but this whole thing has caused almost nuclear warfare across the family, so I'm here to get a consensus. I, 26 female, have been with my fiance Chris, 26 male, for 4 years now. He and his sister, 21 female Lilac, are very close. They had a pretty traumatic childhood and always promised each other to be there no matter what. Lilac is a good sister to him, but as a person, truthfully, I can't stand her. She is literally the textbook definition of a bubbly blonde. She's overly charismatic, always giggling, and in general just acts too immature for my taste. She likes to pull pranks every once in a while on my fiance, and he gets her back, but the whole ordeal just seems childish and obnoxious to me. Okay, you sound like an only child, because that's what siblings do. Okay, first of all, she's 21. She's gonna be a little immature, she's not that old. 2, doesn't matter how old you are. Whenever I see my siblings, that's what siblings do. We just go back to being kids. We're gonna act immature. This is how we are. You're only seeing her in a setting when she's with her brother. That's her older brother. Sibling relationships are different. Like, oh my god. Like, so she hasn't done anything to you. You're just being a bitch. You literally just said she hasn't done. It's just her personality you don't like. So she's not gonna be in your wedding party. Like, suck it up. Grow up. Talk about immaturity. Look at yourself. Mirror! Ever since we got engaged, I knew I didn't want her in my wedding party because that means I'd have to spend time with her at my bachelorette and other parties. Fast forward to last night, and my fiance asked me when I plan on asking Lilac to be a bridesmaid. I got quiet and truthfully said I didn't plan on doing so. This upset him because he said he wants his sister to be a part of the most important day of his life and that if I didn't do it, he was going to make her a groomswoman to make sure she's included. I can't lie, this set me off. I went off about how I want to feel respected by him and to be able to enjoy my wedding day. He said he also wants to enjoy his day, which to be fair, I understand. This is where I may be the asshole. I told him that I have always disliked his sister and wish he would just not include her for once on a day that isn't even about her. He got quiet and went into our guest room to be alone. A couple of minutes later, I got a text from Lilac that she completely respects my decision to not want her in the wedding party, but she's hurt to know what I actually feel about her. I didn't want her to find out at all, and now he's told his whole family about our argument. Half of them are attacking me, and half of them are saying it's my day, so I should be able to enjoy it. Honestly, this whole ordeal is stressful for no reason, because Lilac isn't even upset I don't want her in my wedding party, yet the whole family is upset, and my fiance has been very short with me all day. So, am I the asshole? You are literally hating on this little girl for nothing. She's 21. Oh my god! I decided with my wife's agreement that because we now have a biological son, it is better to give the firstborn bio son the family name. Am I the asshole for changing my adopted son's name back to his original birth name after my bio son was born? Pregnancy and birth was kind of a miracle. So for background, my name is August Clementine V. My name goes back 5 generations now, and has always been my plan to make my son August Clementine VI. Well, wife and I were horrified to find out I was essentially firing blanks and was told I would essentially never be able to father kids. Heartbreaking. We started the adoption process right away, looking in mostly foreign countries so it would go faster, and we were able to adopt a baby boy from Vietnam. His first name was Tien, but my wife agreed to change his name to August Clementine VI. We also agreed we would let nature take its course because miracles can happen. We always called Tien by his birth name, so did family, school, church, etc., even though his legal name was my name. Well, 7 years later, a miracle did happen, and my wife turned up unexpectedly pregnant. We have a healthy, beautiful, amazing biological son who we love just as obviously much as we love Tien. Like, a biological son, like the fact that you keep referring to him as bio son, just a lot of red flags right there. Like, when you adopt a kid, like, you shouldn't bio or not, like, that's your kid now. I decided with my wife's agreement that because we now have a biological son, it is better to give the firstborn bio son the family name. We have gone through the procedures to get Tien's name legally changed, and our bio son has August Clementine VI on his birth certificate. Tien doesn't understand or care. To him, it was a fun day, and he liked playing with the judge's gavel. We didn't really tell anyone, but we had to tell the school. Somehow, word got out from the busybody at the school and made it back to Tian's soccer team, and we are now essentially social pariahs at the subject of mass gossip. R word, W supremacists, accusations of not loving Tian enough. We've heard it all through closed mouth and hushed tones. It's gotten so bad we are considering moving Tian to a new team, but his 3 best friends play on the team and he would be heartbroken. Am I the asshole here? Yeah, you for sure are. You can't use your child as a placeholder. And when you adopted him, you should have looked at him as your son regardless of biological or not. To carry on your family name bullshit. Oh my god.
Story time! And this is Katie's story. When Katie was 16, she used to run track and cross country, so she's got a lot of runs. Initially, Katie used to run on roads, but she got catcalled a lot while running on roads, so eventually she found this trail by her high school that she could run on. The trail passed next to a park, then it passed next to a field where a lot of teams would practice, and eventually it would turn and pass next to her high school. So it seemed like a pretty safe trail to run on. There was the park, there was the field where people were practicing, there was her high school, there were people who would actually walk on the trail, like there were people around. Safe trail, right? No. So this one day in summer, Katie is running on the trail at about 9 p.m. And if you're wondering why she was running at 9 p.m., it was summer. It was hot. It was still light outside since it was summer. It felt safe to run at that time. It should have been safe. So she's running on the trail. She passes the park, she passes the field, and right before she gets to her high school, the trail kind of turns and it's this bend that's kind of hidden away from the park. So Katie is in that section, she's running, and she passes this guy who was in that bend. And right after she passes him, the guy starts running after her. And then he starts hissing at her like a snake. So Katie is running, the guy is right here like a foot away from her, hissing at her. And she keeps running. And then he goes, "Are you scared of me? Are you scared of me?" So Katie is obviously scared of him. And she starts booking it to get to the end of the trail and get to a major road. So she's running, the guy is running after her, saying these things, hissing at her. And eventually she makes it to the end of the trail and she turns around and she sees the guy at the top of the trail, or like, a few meters behind, just standing there staring at her. Katie runs home. I think this is a really important story to share just because it shows how often and how regularly women are harassed when doing normal day-to-day things. Katie was just on a run. There were people around. It shouldn't have happened. And someone said that in society, we are currently teaching girls and women to shrink their lives by being safe. So for example, some of you are going to say, well, she shouldn't have been running at 9 p.m. Why not? It was light outside. It was hot. There were people around. It should have been fine for her to run. We can't keep shrinking these girls and these women's lives to be safe. Instead, we have to do more to educate boys and educate men to respect women, and for them to also challenge their male friends who harass women. So, if you have a friend who harasses a woman, whether you're a guy, a girl, non-binary, it doesn't matter, please challenge them or educate them so that we can stop this, and so that women can go and do normal day-to-day things without being harassed. That a 16-year-old girl can go on a run without being chased by a guy and be hissed at and be asked if she's scared. Story time. So my high school used to organize these school trips, and there was a list of places you could choose to go to. And the list was amazing. It was like, go to Italy and learn how to cook fresh pasta, or go to the south of France, learn how to scuba dive, or go to Morocco. Like, honestly, the list was insane. But one of the things on the list was go to a survival camp in Scotland. For some reason, my friends and I chose that one. Not the south of France, not Italy, not Morocco. Survival camp in Scotland in October. So we're 15 years old and we're off to Scotland. It was like an 8-hour journey. We arrive, it's 6 p.m., 7 p.m. So we settle in, we have dinner, and after dinner we're like, okay, we're probably gonna go to sleep, and survival is gonna start tomorrow since it's 10 p.m. and this is a school trip. No. After dinner, the organizer comes up and goes, everybody, put on some shorts, we're going for a run. So we are now running through a forest at 10 p.m. It's raining, it's 4 degrees. I have to do a part two. Part two. So we're running through the forest. We don't know where we're going. We don't know how long the run is going to last for. Let me just show you a picture. 1 second. That's me on the run. And that's me from the back. So we're running, and eventually we arrive at this giant lake. And the organizer goes, jump in and swim across it. It's freezing. We are in our clothes. But so we jump in. We swim across it, except it wasn't really swimming. My legs were numb. It was more of a trying to get to the other side. So eventually we get to the other side, and then we had to run back to our lodging, soaking wet. Let me show you some more pictures. That's me after the lake. I'm smiling, but I was crying inside. That's us on our run back. That's me over there, right there. And that was the first evening of our survival camp. We were there for 5 days. Usually my stories raise some sort of awareness. This one doesn't at all. It's just a story that I want to share because it just makes me laugh. When Eva was 18, she went to a club with her cousins, and when she was there, she went to the bathroom. On her way back from the bathroom, a guy in his 30s grabbed her wrist and was like, "Let me talk to you." And he started getting really close to her and was being really seductive. So Eva's there trying to get her arm free, and eventually after 5 seconds, she gets it free and she goes back to her table. A few minutes later, the guy storms over to her table and starts yelling at Eva's cousins, saying that little girl better be careful because she shouldn't be so disrespectful towards men because some men carry guns. Eva is one of the women on this t-shirt. Violence against women is a really big problem worldwide, and all proceeds from this t-shirt are going to a charity that's working to end violence against women. If you want more information about the t-shirt, you can click on the link over here, or you can go and watch the next video on my profile.
I, 25 female, have a 2-year-old son from a previous relationship. After I gave birth, I was asked about birth control. I said yes please, and now I have Nexplanon, a birth control that gets inserted into your upper arm. I was told it lasts 3 years. Cut to now, my fiance 27 male told me that he wants a baby. I said I did too, just not now, and that I get my birth control out after the 3 years are up and I won't replace it. This wasn't soon enough for him. He wanted me pregnant now. I stood firm and said I'm not ready to have another baby. I want to be a little bit more stable, money-wise and in general. Fiance was mad and we got into a big argument. I brought up my son and told him how my son sees him as a father figure, and that we already have a child to take care of when my birth control runs its course. All of a sudden, he started shouting at me, saying he wanted a baby that's biologically his and that every time he looks at my son, he gets angry. I asked him why and he told me it's because he sees my ex in my son. My son looks a lot like his father. He then went on to tell me that he doesn't feel like a parental figure to my son. He has no personal attachment to him. He says it's because my son isn't biologically his and he resents us for this. Hence the baby talk. He wanted my arm implant out immediately. I said no way, I'm not ready for another baby yet. We continued to argue about this until I'm finally tired and frustrated, so I say I'm done arguing and just head into our bedroom. An important fact to know is that I take medication to sleep, a pretty strong medication with a high dosage. It knocks me flat on my ass. The Sandman comes and slaps me across the face, so I'm down for the count. After the argument, I take my pills and go to bed. My fiance was still in the living room when I fell into a deep sleep. Now, another important fact, my fiance knows where my implant is, as it's very noticeable when you're feeling around for it. I'm sleeping when I stir slightly awake after I felt fingers on my upper arm, prodding. With my eyes still shut, I tell my fiance to stop poking me. I assumed he was just being petty and childish because of the fight. He doesn't stop, and 5 seconds after poking me, he presses down in the exact spot my Nexplanon is. At this point, I'm starting to get more alert and annoyed. I just wanted to sleep and I can't do that when I'm being jabbed. The minute I open my eyes, I notice that an object in his free hand, a box cutter, which was very close to my upper arm. Now I'm on full alert and ask him what the fuck he's doing. He immediately looks guilty and tries to throw excuses at me. I was just trying to scare you. I was just checking to make sure that you were alive and it's a coincidence I'm holding the box cutter. I called BS on every excuse and said I wanted the truth. He looked down and then told me that he was doing me a favor. What favor? Glad you asked. He was going to remove the Nexplanon from my arm. He said he's studied how to do it and he's confident that he can safely remove it. He said, "We can start expanding our family now. No need to wait 8 months." I am livid. I immediately shout to him to get the F away from me.
Cleaning
and don't touch me.
ASMR.
He tries to talk to me, but I keep yelling until he leaves. He can't stay at our house right now because he admitted that he was trying to cut into my arm, thus breaking my trust. Finally, he walked out of the bedroom, and a minute later, I heard the front door open and close. It's been 3 hours and he still hasn't come back, and I don't know what to do when he does. I don't know where we go from here. I love this man dearly, but I don't think I can forgive and forget this. I don't know what to do. Please give me some advice. Part 2. My ex tried to cut my implant out while I was asleep. I ended up leaving last night with my son to stay at my mom's. I was confused, shocked, hurt, scared. I still am. At 7 this morning, my phone started buzzing like crazy. Texts, calls, voicemails, all were from him, asking where I went and when I was coming home. I just don't even want to look at him or talk to him again. He called my mom while we were both sitting in the kitchen discussing everything. She asked me if I wanted her to answer it. I said I just didn't want to talk to him. My mom ended up answering and my ex was yelling, sounding panicky. He said I left with my son last night out of the blue and he's worried. No mention of our fight. He asked when my mom last heard of me and she lied and said last night. He made a noise over the phone, like angry sigh, and he said that he was going to keep searching for me. That he's worried something bad has happened or will happen to me and my son. When my mom hung up, she pulled me into a hug. I guess I had started crying and didn't realize it. She was still hugging me when she asked how I wanted to proceed, if I was done with him for good. I said I was. She nodded and told me the first thing I was going to do was go to the police. I didn't have any proof about the box cutter situation. It would come down to my word versus his. If he had even nicked me a little, I'd have a case against him. But since he technically didn't hurt me, the detective said he's seen cases similar to mine thrown out. The officer did bring up ex parties and suggested I get one for both me and my son immediately. I went to the courthouse to get the paperwork filled out. I had to detail as much as I could remember from last night. Every word in action. My mom helped me when we got them turned in and moved into the next step, calling my landlord. I've been living in the same house for 2 years. The first year was a lease and now I pay month to month. Everything is in my name and most of the furniture is mine. I told my landlord what was briefly going on and that I was putting in my 30-day notice. My mom has a guest room and she's insisting that I stay in. After getting off the phone with him, I called the utilities and closed my accounts: water, electric, gas, internet. Next, my mother asked me what I want to do about my belongings. I told her that I don't want to leave anything that's mine. All important papers, knickknacks, clothes, furniture, all of it. I just didn't know where to put it, so my mom suggested a storage unit. Mom ended up calling my 2 brothers and they both agreed to help me move. I told them definitely sometime this week, and my eldest brother suggested a police presence, just in case. Think it's called a civil standby? The county clerk ended up calling me, telling me that the judge granted my ex-parties. She told me that I needed to come pick up the paperwork, which had the court date on it. She also mentioned ex-fiance would soon be served and told me that I don't have to see him again until we go to court to make the ex-parties into permanent restraining orders. She suggested lawyering up, but I'm officially burnt out on today. I'll look into lawyers tomorrow. My husband didn't defend me and it's making me want to leave him. A few weeks ago, we were in a road rage incident where we cut someone off in traffic and it pissed the other driver off. The left lane was merging into us and the car that was meant to give way to us wasn't slowing down, so we had no choice but to cut off the person to our right or we would have collided with the person merging to our left. That car followed us and tailgated us, beeping its horn, and my husband kept trying to give the car room to go around us, but the car would slow down with us and speed up with us, and it followed us almost close to our house. I'm 7 months pregnant, and with this car following us, I didn't want a mysterious driver knowing where we live, so he pulled into the gas station instead. I got out and the man got out of the car that was following us, and my husband stayed in the car. I told the man what happened and why we needed to cut him off, but he wouldn't calm down and instead was shouting and swearing, telling me I should learn to drive. When I told him it wasn't me driving but my husband, he called my husband a coward and a bitch. So I said it really was all we could do and apologized, but he slapped me and started to yell louder. A man had pulled up to a pump during all this and came over to help me and told the guy to piss off or we would call the police. I was stunned because I'd just been slapped by a stranger and I was in hysterics. My husband just sat in the car during this whole ordeal. He didn't get out even when the man had gone. I got back in the car and went home and I didn't say a word. My husband just looked guilty, but he didn't say anything. Now I don't even want to look at him. He can't even back me up in an argument. I'm pregnant with his child and he can't help me? What a prick.
Story time, and this just happened like a minute ago. It's about 11:30 at night right now, and I was walking my dog, and these 3 guys go to pass me. And as they're passing me, one of them was like, "Hey, wait, can I pet your dog?" And he bent down, and he was rolling a cigarette at this point, so his hands were really close to his mouth, and he was like slightly licking them, you know, like what you do when you roll a cigarette. And so I was like, honestly, like I don't really feel comfortable with you petting her just because of COVID. And he was like, because of COVID, what? And I was like, well, your hands are really close to your mouth, and if you pet her and you have COVID and then I go to kiss her later, I don't want to risk getting COVID. Honestly, COVID wasn't the reason why. Like, I just didn't want him to pet her just because it's 11:30 and I didn't want to stand there with him. His 2 friends had walked off, by the way. It was just him and me. And then he was like, "You kiss your dog?" I was like, "Yeah, it's a very normal thing to kiss your dog. Like, you kiss her body all the time." And he was like, "What? That's really weird. Like, what do you do behind I don't want to know what you do behind closed doors." I was like, "What are you talking about? Everyone kisses their, like, have you had a dog? It's normal to kiss your dog." And he was like, that's really effing weird. I don't know why you do that. That's really gross. Okay, whatever, I'll let you do your thing. And I was like, okay, sir, fine. Go ahead. Be defensive just because I didn't let you pet her. It's just really funny. It kind of felt like that thing, you know, like when a guy will like ask you out or something and they'll be really nice to you and then you'll reject them and then they'll become really mean and be like, well, you're ugly anyway, or whatever they say. It's like that whole thing of like, if a guy gets rejected and then they want to retain a sense of dominance or authority, they'll start attacking you or like making you seem like the weird one and crazy one. That's what it felt like. And I just, dude, come on.
My husband got my best friend pregnant and now is forcing me to raise the child. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. About a year ago, I started getting suspicious that my husband was having an affair. So naturally, I started investigating. I went through his phone when he was asleep, but I didn't find anything. That's when I realized that I needed to start following him. And when I did is when I found out who he was cheating on me with. Turns out, it was my best friend. My best friend had just gotten a divorce with her husband at the time. And she told me that she was trying to have fun with as many men as she possibly could. I just never thought it would occur to her to sleep with my husband. A full week, I followed my husband and he would see my best friend every single day. Sometimes they would meet up at her house since her husband left her the house. Sometimes they would end up at cheap motels. Of course, I started taking pictures on my iPhone to keep track of everything in case I needed to get a divorce. Come to find out, she was pregnant with twins. My husband got my best friend pregnant and is now forcing me to raise the kids. Disclaimer, is not my story time. After realizing that my husband was cheating on me with my best friend, I confronted him and her together. I pretended I was having a little dinner party and I invited her over. Really did make a nice dinner though. They did not suspect a thing. Comes into the house and gives me a big hug. Right then and there, I hand her my phone so that she could see all of the pictures pictures I took of her and my husband making out outside of motels. Then she looks at my husband and says, "What did you say?" What did you say? He didn't even bother to look me in the face, handed me back my phone and simply left the house. Then I'm left alone with my husband. Start confronting him and then he tells me that he made a mistake and that he was just bored with our relationship and that he loved me. He manipulated me so much that night that I ended up forgiving him. He promised he would never see my best friend again. And guess what? My bestie kept looking for my husband. One night she came over and told me that she needed to see him. I did not let her into the house and she started yelling. That's when she finally says I'm pregnant with twins. Apparently she had been pregnant for 3 months and didn't tell anybody. And my husband was happy about it. That's when he asked me if I would be willing to raise the kids. My husband got my best friend pregnant and is now forcing me to raise the kids. Disclaimer is not my story time. After she told us that she was 3 months pregnant, my husband was so happy. He told her that he would take care of everything and not to worry about the medical bills. As soon as my best friend left our house, my husband turns to me and says, "You and I are gonna raise those kids without her." That's when I said he was crazy. I was not about to raise the kid that he had with my best friend. That's when he said that if I didn't, he would divorce me and marry my best friend. I do have to say, I am still madly in love with my husband. We've only been together for 3 years. He was my dream man when we got married and he still kind of is my dream man even though he did cheat on me with my best friend. When he threatened me with that, I said okay. The next 6 months, my best friend moved into our house while she was pregnant. My husband and I served her hand and foot. And in some weird way, my best friend and I became best friends again, even though she was having my husband's babies. Also turns out that she was having twins. During the pregnancy, my husband told her that she could stay to live with us and we could all raise the kids together. To be honest, I didn't mind the idea. My husband's real plan was to try to get rid of her, so that we could move away and she wouldn't be able to find us. But my best friend was looking forward to having her babies. Once she gave birth, my husband decided to bring her back to our house with the babies. Exactly a week later, he kicked her out of our house. And he offered her $50,000 to give the babies to us. And she agreed. So now I'm stuck raising the twins by myself. My husband is always away for work. My best friend never even comes around to look at her kids. And my husband told me that he doesn't think we should have our own kids. He also promised he wouldn't cheat again, but I don't know what to believe. What should I do? Story time about how I hooked up with a police officer who arrested me and now I think he's stalking me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I'm just a little bit of a party girl. I'm always getting myself into trouble and somehow I've never gotten arrested until last week. My friends and I constantly go out and get super drunk. Fortunately, when I get drunk, I tend to get a little bit aggressive. So if you're like me, do not drink. My friend group consists of 5 girls including me. 3 of them are super chill and funny when they get drunk. The other 2 turn into raging bitches when we get drunk. So half of the group is always trying to fight somebody and the other half is trying to calm the situation. So I'm the one that's always trying to start a fight. All of this went down last week. My friends and I are all standing at the bar and this one girl behind me starts pushing her way through. She is literally pushing me and my 2 other friends out of the way. Of course, I instantly flew into a rage because I'm already drunk. Without saying anything, I push the girl and she falls on her ass. Her friends come at me, start punching me and pulling my hair. So I started kicking them with my boots. Before I knew it, it was a huge fight between 5 people. Long story short, the police comes and they try to arrest us. Well, the cop that arrested me was really hot. So I flirted with him the whole time. Story time about how I hooked up with a police officer who arrested me and now he's stalking me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. That's when the super hot officer starts arresting me. So I decided to start flirting with him. I mean, why not? He put me in his police car and he started driving me to the station. On the way, I started asking him if he was single. And he actually flirted back. We actually had a pretty good conversation even though I was drunk. Spent 4 hours in the police station and they ended up calling my brother to get me out. Guess what I did? Told my brother to leave me at the police station because I was going to try to hook up with the police officer. My brother got so mad at me. He called me stupid and he left. That's when I went back into the police station and I started flirting with the police officer again. At this point, it was 5 in the morning and I was really hungry. So I asked him to take me out to breakfast and he did. We went to a cute diner. It was like a freaking movie. And then afterwards, we hooked up in his car. He did everything you could possibly imagine in his car. Here's the thing. My plan was to never see this man again. He took me home and he asked me for my number. I politely declined. Later that day, I go to class because, by the way, I'm in college. I actually saw this man driving by. So I wasn't sure, but then I realized it was him. Later on that night, I'm home and I'm about to take a shower. There's a knock on my door and I go open it. Guess who it is? Hear the knock on the door and I go to open it. And it's the police officer. Mind you, I'm in a towel about to take a shower. When I opened the door, I didn't say anything. Just staring at him like, what do you want? And he said, can I come in? And I said no. He came in anyway. He sat down on the couch and just stared at me. Then he asked me why I hooked up with him if my intention was not to ever see him again. I told him that I was simply just trying to have fun with him and that was it. Then he talked for 10 minutes about how he and I would make a great couple and how much in common we have. That alone was a huge red flag. He met me when I was drunk fighting with people at a bar. I mean, how could he want a relationship with me? And he said something that sent chills down my spine. He said, you look great in baby blue. Instantly realized that I was wearing baby blue underwear. He was watching me me minutes before while I was getting undressed to take a shower. Tried to kiss me, but I pulled away. I told him that if he followed me again, I would report him. He laughed and said, "You think that's gonna work?" And he begged to take me out on a date. I said yes to going on a date because I feared that he was gonna try to R-word me. I'm going on a date with him in a few days. What should I do? How do I prepare for this? I need to somehow make him hate me. What should I do? Story time about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. I'm definitely toxic and vindictive. So when my boyfriend broke up with me, I knew what I had to do. He and I dated for 9 months. And you could say that I was a little overbearing. If you guys saw what this man looked like, maybe you'd understand. He's the type of guy that all the girls want to get with. Not only is he super handsome, but he's also very successful. And he's a great guy. Comes from a great family and he's really close to them. I, on the other hand, grew up in the foster system, so having a family was always my biggest dream. And when I met his family, they took me in right away. His mom and I essentially became best friends. His dad would take me out to dinners and lunch, and they basically adopted me as their daughter. Here's when things started going wrong. I was extremely jealous, and I basically didn't let him do anything. Every time he wanted to go out with his friends, I would start a fight. Anytime he would bring up a female friend from the past, I would simply threaten to break up with him. Trust me, I recognized that what I was doing was wrong, but part of me just couldn't control myself. I was willing to do anything to make him stay with me. Eventually, he got really sick of me, started mentioning that he wanted to take a break. So that's when I told him that I was pregnant. Was I pregnant? Absolutely not. Story time about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. First time he threatened to break up with me, I told him that I was pregnant. It was obviously a lie and he knew it, so he basically still walked out on me. So in order to get his attention again, I decided to go to his family and tell them that I was pregnant. And they all believed me. His mom and dad even invited me to go live with them during the pregnancy. At first I said yes, but then I was like, hold on a second. How am I gonna fake a pregnancy? So to get myself out of that, I told him that I thought I was pregnant, but I actually wasn't. Yep, I'm starting my makeup all over again at this point. I had way too many layers on. During the time we were on a break, I basically followed him around everywhere just to make sure that he wasn't hooking up with any girls. Finally, 2 weeks later, he called me and told me that he missed me. We got back together, but the same thing happened. I was still jealous and controlling, but this time he was becoming more and more jealous. So much so that he started trying to control the way that I was dressing. Around this time, we started having huge fights. He would punch the wall right by my head. I would throw things at him, even threw a knife at him once. But part of me liked that he was so jealous and toxic. He was obsessed with me. And he broke up with me again, and 2 months later, he was engaged. And guess what? His family invited me to their engagement party. Story time about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. That's when I got the invitation for his engagement party. At this point, it seems that my ex's parents thought we separated on good terms. So of course, I showed up to that engagement party. As soon as my ex saw me, he came straight to me and told me to leave. And I told him that I was welcome because his parents had invited me. He gave me a whole speech about how we were over and I needed to accept it. But of course, not one single part of me was willing to accept that. Then he called me an Uber, so I actually did end up leaving. When the wedding comes around, I was the first guest to show up. As soon as his parents saw me, they welcomed me. So I went and sat down at the parents' table. When my ex came out, he nearly fell over. Mind you, this is the first time I'm meeting his wife. I went up to her and told her that I was an ex of his. That's when she looked at me and said, "When did you guys date?" I said, "We dated for 9 months. And then she says that they had been dating at the same time. So then a whole bunch of drama goes down. She goes to him and starts slapping him. He starts to cry. And then his parents asked me to leave. So I did. The next month, I followed her everywhere. Finally told me to leave her alone and that they had already gotten a divorce. So my plan worked. Now I'm trying to figure out how to get back with my ex. What should I do?
My husband and I have been together for 6 years, married for 2. We've had an amazing relationship. He's always wanted a large family, lots of kids, house with a picket fence. You know the deal. I've never liked children, but everyone I've talked to told me it's different when they're your own. So we went ahead and had a baby. Long story short, it's the worst decision I've ever made. Our daughter is a year old and not a minute goes by where I don't regret my decision. I feel lied to by all the family and friends that pressured me and made me feel like it was something I was supposed to do. Everyone wants kids, they said. Even if you don't think so, you'll be glad you did. I'm kicking myself for listening to them. It's not the screaming, wailing, shrieking. It's not the neediness, the tantrums, or the lack of sleep. It's the fact that it's a lifelong commitment that I can never get out of. This baby is 100% dependent on me and my husband. We don't have a sex life anymore. Hell, we barely have a marriage anymore. The baby took over all of our time and energy. I feel so guilty for feeling this way. I've been to therapy and I'm still going, but what can really help with this situation? I resent my baby for taking away the life that I loved. I can never have that back. Every damn day I wish I could go back and not have her. I should never have listened to anyone else. I'm at the end of my rope. What can I do? I don't want to divorce him. He's been my partner for a long time and I don't want to throw that away. My hubby is wonderful with her. We both work full-time jobs. My mother watches her while we work. I cook dinner every night and he does bath, change, watch over her routine while I do that. This is going to sound bad, but I actually try to make sure that my time with her is limited because there's only so much noise that I can take. And she gets very loud. No health issues, just a vocal baby. So he takes care of her about 70% of the time that we are around her. He knows there will never be another one as long as we're together. He's seen the strain on me in our marriage, and while he's good with her, he admitted it's exhausting. I regret having a child with my husband. It's been 3 months. We split up. It's been the worst thing, even worse than I thought. I ended up coming clean and showing him my original post, and he didn't take it well. He was confused, said that I was a great mother and he had no idea why I felt that way. I told him I would like to go to couples therapy with him so that he could see how I feel when our emotions aren't going haywire and I can be rational. Basically, I suggested he sit with me when I go to therapy, and he agreed. At first, he was more than willing to work with me. He said he would do most of the childcare, which he already does. He said he'd let me do all the fun stuff, playing with her, reading with her, singing, cuddling. To me, none of that is fun, and suggested that maybe we could even get separate housing. We both make good money. I could get a 1-bedroom apartment and see him for dinner, and just go to sleep at a different place. That's when it hit him that I was really serious about not wanting her. He started crying, told me this wasn't what he expected when we said our vows, and that I might have said some things like, well, I didn't expect to be pressured into having a child that I didn't want, but that happened. I stayed with my female coworker for a few days to calm down. We went no contact for those days. When I came back home, all my stuff was packed and by the door. He was sitting on the couch, staring into space. Our baby was down for a nap, so we had to talk quietly. He said he was going to file for divorce and ask for sole custody. I said okay. He seemed sad that I wasn't going to fight for her. I ended up getting my own apartment like I said I would, but it's lonely. I'm fucking heartbroken. I haven't seen my daughter in 3 months, and a small part of me aches for what could have been. But overall, I feel relieved that I'm not dealing with that constant stress anymore. I miss my husband more than I can express. I've gained 30 pounds since our fight. On the weekends when I don't have work, I just binge watch Netflix and don't shower. The reality of the situation is that no one was gonna end up happy. But at least he loves her and I know he's taking good care of her. I haven't gotten divorce papers yet, so maybe he isn't as dead set on the breakup as I thought. His parents, of course, have taken his side. My own mother is currently not speaking to me. I have never felt more alone in my entire life. I'm getting the hate from my own family, saying that I'm being stupid and throwing my life away for no reason. No one has taken my side. So yes, I've got my freedom. Yes, I removed myself from the situation, and yes, my daughter will be better off without me. I do not consider this a Pyrrhic victory at all. I consider this one of the worst periods of my life.
Am I wrong for paying for another bride's wedding dress, but not my daughter's? My husband and I worked hard and managed to become financially secure adults after both of us grew up in poverty. We raised our children to work hard. We did not spoil them or provide them with a lavish life. As teens, they all had part-time jobs, but we did purchase them their own used cars, which they were required to maintain. We also paid for college and we paid for our oldest 2 kids' weddings. However, we were merely the ones paying and we did not provide any input or suggestions unless asked. The only thing we didn't pay for their weddings was our son's tuxedo and our oldest daughter's wedding dress. Our youngest daughter, Michaela, is engaged and we are paying for her wedding with the exception of her dress. She must buy her own wedding dress. Michaela invited her dad and I to watch her try on dresses with the bridal party. She found a beautiful dress in her budget and we were so honored to have been allowed to take part in her finding the dress and seeing herself as a bride. Hey, I really like these parents. They sound really dope. While there, I complimented another bride on a dress she was wearing, and her mother and I struck up a conversation where I learned that the family was low income and both the bride and groom and their bride's parents had taken out loans to have a beautiful wedding. I 100% disagree with people who have to take out loans to have weddings. Don't have the wedding. Have a party in your house. Go hurrah, buy a cheap white dress from like Ross or something, but you should never take out loans. That's how the system destroys us, because society has brainwashed us into thinking that you have to have this lavish lifestyle wedding. Why would you put yourself into debt over one night? Like, why? The bride is also plus sized, and I learned that she had been to 6 different stores and there had only been a few options for her size, and all of them had just been awful. The bride ended up falling in love with the last dress she tried on, but was heartbroken to learn that the consultant had misread the price tag and the dress was actually $1,000 over budget. And with alterations to make it her size, it was another $1,400. The bride took the dress off and said she'd try to find something online. I grew up poor and I was also a chubby kid. I was bullied and I was very unhappy. I always wanted more, and in this bride I saw myself, and I didn't want her to have to settle for a dress that fit versus a dress that she loved. So while my daughter was changing, I asked the other bride if I could pay the difference on her dress. It was very emotional. We all held each other and cried. She accepted. See, that's such a nice gesture though. Like, that is really sweet. I very happily paid the difference on her dress. Her mother, herself, and I are now friends on Facebook, and my husband and I have been invited to the wedding, which we will gladly attend. I felt very honored to have been allowed to help this girl in a very small way, but being invited to her wedding was so unexpected and amazing. When Michaela found out about this, she threw a fit and said that I obviously had shown how I truly feel about her wedding and herself, and if I cared at all, I'd have paid for her dress too. She's now not speaking to me or her father, who didn't even have a hand in this, which is unfair. She has now uninvited us from the wedding. We're so hurt and confused. Was I an asshole?
Am I the asshole for taking my girlfriend's daughter on a motorcycle ride? So I've been dating my girlfriend for just under a year, and we don't live together yet, but do plan on moving in together around April. She has a daughter, 14, from a previous marriage, but I don't really interact with her daughter that much. We obviously say hi to each other, but we've never actually spent one-on-one time together. But on Tuesday, my girlfriend called me and asked if I could pick her up from school and take her to lunch. She had to stay late at work and I was free, so I agreed. And I decided to take my bike because the weather was pretty decent. Like, it was cold, but it wasn't raining, you know? I decided to pick my girlfriend's daughter up in the bike because it was really nice outside. Like, it was kind of cold, but it wasn't raining. So I picked her up and we did go to lunch, but afterwards she still wanted to ride around on the bike with me. I didn't know she was into motorcycles, so I thought that this might be my opportunity to bond with her. So we drove around on some countryside roads for about an hour and then I dropped her off. Well, that same evening, my girlfriend called me and she was furious I picked her daughter up from school on my bike. But I said she never said that I couldn't, and we had a small argument and she called me selfish and irresponsible.
Am I wrong for refusing to see other options for a girl and pressing charges for what she had done to my son's car? My 39 male, son 17 male, Bryce dated our neighbor Lana, 17 female, for a year. They broke up mid-January for reasons I don't know. I won't sugarcoat this. I never liked Lana. She always seems a little unhinged, controlling, and aggressive. She's always demanding Bryce's attention, and there was quite a few times when she showed up to our house out of nowhere. Whether it was 7 a.m. or 11 p.m. because Bryce wasn't answering his phone, screaming and calling him a cheater when it wasn't like that. The thought of our son getting abused by his girlfriend made us worry so much. My wife and I tried to talk him out of that relationship. We said how it wasn't normal nor healthy. We didn't want to force the breakup because we feared Lana would lash out on him, so we tried to do it in a sneaky way. We don't know if it worked, but that they ended up breaking up. He said that after he broke up with Lana, she didn't contact him, which was weird because she expected her to go nuts, but I told him that if fate didn't give him shit, he better not tease it. Now, the problem is that we bought my son a car for Christmas. Nothing fancy, just enough to get him to school, his job, and eventually college. He parks it in our driveway outside our home. Ever since the month began, we had been finding scratches all over the car. We knew Lana was doing this, but since it was minimal, my son decided not to do anything, even if we could prove that it was her. We have CCTV. Still, something felt bad to me, so I decided to switch one of the cameras facing his car directly just in case. Well, 2 weeks ago, we got up and we found my son's car covered in a lot of shit. Paint, glue, feathers, confetti, the door handles were wrecked, flat tires, paint all over the windows, you get the picture. Bryce and my wife were so distraught. We called the police and handed them the CCTV of Lana and her brother, 23 male, destroying my son's car. We pressed charges, and needless to say, Lana's brother went straight to jail. But since she's still a minor, her parents want to make a deal, but I refused. I don't think she should get a way out. Before the police was here, she was laughing her ass off and she tried to play it cool. If she thought this was funny, then she's old enough to face the consequences. My wife and I want to stand our ground, but her parents say they'll buy my son a better car and put Lana in therapy, but it's not enough. So, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for refusing to get a job and pay rent at my parents' house? I had my 18th birthday 3 days ago, and on the day after my birthday, my stepdad said he wants me to pay rent to live in his house. My stepdad is quite Christian and conservative, and I don't expect to live rent-free forever, but I know my stepdad is coming from a spiteful place. Him and my mom have had 2 kids and 9 years of marriage. I'm a reminder that my mom was a non-virgin divorced woman before him, so of course I'm treated like a guest and my mom is allowing it. Why? Because she thinks the sun shines out of his ass. He doesn't need my money to pay rent, plus I don't have much and he wants £100 per month. My A-level exams start mid-April and last up to July. I'm doing STEM subjects and I'm hoping to fulfill my offer for a medical course at a good university. I'll need to do a lot of studying, and if I have to get a job, it'll be difficult to maintain the level of studying I need. Out in September. It honestly just feels vindictive, and it's not like I'm unproductive. I'm trying to save the money I had at my last job for when I do move out, and it just feels spiteful and like he's pushing me and making my life harder. My aunt, who isn't too fond of him, is saying he's being ridiculous and told me to come live with her. Took her offer, but my mom's crying.
Am I wrong for revealing my pregnancy during my sister-in-law's wedding? I know it sounds bad, but hear me out. I, 27 female, found out I was pregnant about a month ago. I was planning to tell my husband, but I changed my mind after I wanted to tell everyone and excite my husband and family at the same time. Though I was honestly a little lazy and didn't want to plan an entire dinner or event to reveal my pregnancy. I knew my husband would be suspicious of why I suddenly wanted to host a dinner party. The only other event that everyone was going to attend was my sister-in-law's wedding. Now, personally, I don't like my sister-in-law. She's always on social media with 1,000 pictures every 10 seconds, flaunting her lavish lifestyle with their fiance's money. You just sound like a hater. And you want to use her event for your own benefit? Hater. My husband and I aren't wealthy, so I thought maybe revealing my pregnancy would mean I can get even about all those times she bragged about her expensive new purse. You're using your pregnancy as a leverage? dumb. The day of the wedding arrives and everything is just beautiful. I was honestly kind of amazed at how incredible it looked. I tried to find a nice time to reveal my pregnancy, but it was honestly much harder than I expected. Flash forward to when we were taking pictures and I gathered everyone up to make an announcement. I ecstatically announced my pregnancy. People like you are the worst kind of people. Oh, I don't like you. You were for sure the asshole. I don't have to read any more of this to say that though, but I'll keep going. But instead of getting congratulations, hugs, and kisses by the guests, all I got was kicked out. Good, you deserve to be. Everybody was whispering under their breath, but it was obvious to everyone that what I did was messed up. I don't understand why everyone was so negative about the situation. The most shocked about it was clearly my sister-in-law. She goes berserk, screaming about how I was always jealous of her and how I just couldn't keep help but ruining the best day of her life. I agree with her. Like, you literally said from the beginning your intention was bad. I was too shocked to make a sarcastic remark. She was screaming for me to get out. My husband just grabbed my hand and took us to our car. In the car, my husband lost his temper, and that's why I would ever possibly do such a thing. I hesitated to respond, but my husband sure didn't. He called me a massive prick and said I shouldn't have done what I did, but I don't understand. Every time my sister-in-law brags directly to my face, no one says anything to her. When we got home, I checked my sister-in-law's Instagram, and it was filled with exaggerated posts and way too many cringy emojis. You're a hater! I honestly feel kind of bad now that I thought about it, but I don't think I'll be satisfied until I get a professional response to my dilemma. So, am I the asshole? 100% for sure. Not only did you mess up your sister-in-law's wedding, that's your husband's sister. Like, your selfishness not only ruined it for yourself, but for your spouse. Like, be the bigger person in this situation. There are some times when it's okay to be petty, but this wasn't one of it. Am I wrong for blowing up at my wife for going to her gender reveal appointment without me? My wife and I are expecting our first baby together. We made an appointment to find out the gender of the baby. To me, this was very important because I have hopes for a boy. Unfortunately, the day of the doctor's appointment, I had to attend my friend's birthday that I remembered last minute. I asked my wife if we could cancel the appointment and go another day, but she looked shocked that I even considered canceling the appointment and going to my friend's birthday. She said canceling the doctor appointment was off the table because these appointments are restricted to a specific time and date and we can't miss it, so she'll go alone. I told her no because that'd be selfish of her. How is it selfish of her when you don't want to miss your friend's birthday party? Like, I told her no because that would be selfish of her, and besides, this will ruin the news of finding out if the baby is a boy or a girl. She cut the discussion and told me to go to the birthday party. I did, and then later found out that she didn't cancel the doctor appointment and went with her mom. I came home seething and blew up at her. I started arguing with her about going behind my back and doing this without me. She said it wasn't her fault that I prioritized a party over my child. I told her I didn't prioritize anything. She literally could have canceled and we would have went another day, but clearly she was trying to steer the fight to a direction where I looked like the neglectful and irresponsible one. We fought some, then she said I'm probably angry with her because it's a girl, but I responded that she was wrong. She went outside the room claiming I was stressing her out. Now she's acting like I owe her an apology on top of everything else, but I feel upset like I was deceived by her. So am I the asshole? You could have taken your wife, found out the gender, dropped her home, and then gone to the party late. 2 birds, 1 stone, multitasking. Like, you didn't want to do that, so for sure you are. Like, your friends there, these times with your babies are very limited. Like, why would you not pick your kid? You think your friend would have been upset? Absolutely not. Actually, how old are you? It doesn't even say it. I can't speak.
I totally forgot that I didn't have a post, so we're gonna do an AITA, but I'm gonna read it. These are so awkward, so just bear with me. Am I the asshole for canceling Mother's Day celebration that I arranged for my wife after hearing what she told my son? I, male 37, have a 13-year-old son, and I was a widower when I met my now wife. She has a 16-year-old daughter from another relationship, and the family is often on pretty good terms. My wife and stepdaughter are the complete opposite. They both encourage him to be outgoing and share activities and join gatherings with extended family. My son complained about having to be forced out of his comfort zone and having his need for space invalidated. I spoke to both my wife and stepdaughter and asked them to give him space and freedom to spend his time however he wanted. They apologized and promised to let him be. Am I the asshole for canceling the Mother's Day celebration I arranged for my wife after hearing what she told my son? I wanted to throw my wife a surprise Mother's Day celebration. It was no longer a surprise because my stepdaughter gave her the heads up so she could prepare. Yesterday, I got off work earlier than usual to get the final arrangements done. When I entered the house, I overheard my wife and stepdaughter talking to my son. My wife was asking my son if he would convince me to let him stay home and not go with them to the restaurant to celebrate. My son said why, and she told him that his introverted and socially inept attitude will make her family uncomfortable and ruin the mood. Am I the asshole for canceling Mother's Day celebration that I arranged for my wife after hearing what she told my son? He promised her that he'd be well behaved and would try to interact and social with everyone, but she said she wasn't buying it. He kept reassuring her, but she snapped and told him that technically she's not his mom, so she didn't get why he wanted to celebrate it. My stepdaughter threw some backhanded comment, and then both of them were shocked to see me standing there. I told my son and stepdaughter to go to their rooms and told my wife the celebration was off, canceled. She kept trying to argue why and saying that she didn't mean it and that I only heard part of the conversation but not all. She yelled asking what was she going to tell her family and said that I was making a tremendous mistake towards her. I ignored her and she kept throwing tantrums and went to stay with her folks.
My husband's in love with an online scammer who he believes is going to marry him. My husband and I are newlyweds, both 21. We're from Ukraine, where it's pretty common to marry at the ages between 18 and 21. We just got married in January. However, in March, my husband said that he wants to take a break from living together because he's depressed and wants some time alone. He said that we both wouldn't date other people and that it would be absolutely disrespectful and wrong if we see other people because he just needs time to feel better. I told him that I agree, and if anything changes and he decides to date others, immediately let me know so that we can divorce because I'm not okay with extramarital stuff. He said yes, he would let me know, but he's not interested. Well, I just found out that he started the break on March 28th and then registered for a dating site on the same day. On April 1st, a girl had already messaged him and they've been talking every day and are in a relationship. I even asked him 2 weeks ago that if he had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be mad, but to tell me the truth so we can divorce. Because he stopped texting me or answering the phone, but he lied. I only found out yesterday because he said that we need to divorce immediately because he's marrying someone else. However, I don't think she is who she says she is. He says that she told him she's 18, working in Poland, but Ukrainian, and will come to Ukraine to be with him, and they'll marry and be together forever because she's perfect. He would never hurt her. Why would someone in Poland look for someone in Ukraine without even being here physically? Why would she go into a war zone? The biggest thing is that he's never heard her voice and she won't send a picture or talk on the video call with him. I'm pretty sure it's a 47-year-old Ukrainian man living in a basement. What hurts the most is that he asked for a break on March 28th and then replaced me immediately like it was nothing. He calls her the exact same nickname he called me and all the nicknames he could have chosen. He writes her the exact same words that he wrote me when I met him online and we were dating. He showed the messages he sent her. He lied since April and only now told me. It's like I'm completely replaceable. What should I do with my husband being in love with an online scammer that he believes is going to marry him?
Am I wrong for how I reacted to my wife's pregnancy announcement? My wife, female 26, and I, 30 male, decided to start having kids. We've been trying for over 9 months and nothing happened. We were told to be patient, but I couldn't help but stressing out about a problem that's preventing us from conceiving. The issue is that my wife kept joking about this matter and pranked me twice by lying to me saying she was pregnant. The first was when I was at work and she sent a text telling me she was pregnant. I was so happy I came home and brought stuff with me to celebrate, only to find her laughing in my face saying it was a prank. Second time she told me she was pregnant, she was recording my reaction during and after the prank. Again laughing, telling me it was a prank, but this time she shared the video with her family. I told her I didn't appreciate how she laughs about a serious matter, then having me believe it was true only to ruin my happiness. She stopped for 2 months. Last night we were at my parents' house sitting having dinner when she said she had a gift for me. She had my sister go bring a small teddy bear with a note on it and gave it to me. I was nervous and worried about her pulling some of her pranks on me in front of my family. I read the note that the teddy bear had on it and it said that I was going to be a dad. I looked at my wife and she smiled at me and congratulated me saying she was pregnant. I saw red completely. I got up from my seat and tossed a piece of paper on the table and just snapped, telling her to stop making fun of something so serious and sensitive. I told her I was done with her lack of respect and sympathy for the most important thing that I've been struggling with, and to include my parents in her prank was too low. My wife excused herself to the bathroom. My mom and dad were unaware of what was happening. They literally paused and asked what the hell is wrong with me. My sister said my wife was actually pregnant and just confirmed by tests that she's seen with her own eyes. I felt both happy and devastated because I thought she was pulling the same prank again and I got fed up with it. My wife got mad and argued with me in the car, saying I ruined her joy and made her look awful in front of my family, as well as lashing out on her as my reaction to the happy news. She said she told me in front of my parents to show me she was serious this time. She had her mom call to berate me and said her poor daughter will suffer with my boorish behavior and lack of respect for her. My wife has been giving me the cold shoulder ever since. So, am I the asshole here? This is like... What is that story called? That fairy tale? The dude with the... He kept saying something to the villagers, and the villagers kept coming, and the boy who cried wolf. This is literally the boy who cried wolf.
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. I've been happily married for 10 years, but my relationship with my in-laws is strained. Here's the thing, they're collectors. They don't just collect mouse figurines, they've given each mouse its own personality, backstory, name, etc. One of them's made of paper mache and they named it Timothy. Where it gets unsettling is that they talk to each other through the mice using mouse voices. This is almost exclusively how they communicate with each other and with me.
As bizarre as I find this, I've never said anything about it. Whenever they wave a mouse in my face wanting me to talk to it, I just talk to them. And I've never used a mouse voice myself, even though it visibly annoys them when I don't. Things escalated when I announced that I was pregnant, and my father-in-law replied that he was excited to have a second grandchild. I was confused for a second until I realized he was talking about Timothy. I snapped and told him that his papier-mâché mouse is not the same as my baby, and he snapped back that I was disrespecting Timothy. My husband was silent through the whole thing and later on told me he didn't understand why I wouldn't just play along.
I have a friend named Paul that has been my 26 roommate for a little over a year now. We've been good friends since college, and we've also maintained our friend group from college as well. Recently, I started to notice something odd. My underwear has been frequently disappearing and reappearing in my drawer. At first, I didn't notice anything, but occasionally I would notice that some pairs that were supposed to be clean had a strange smell. I started to get really suspicious after a while, especially after I brought it up to Paul and he just shrugged me off at first, but I started getting really weird vibes after some arguing back and forth, and Paul finally admitted very reluctantly to the truth. Apparently, Paul has been stealing my underwear, wearing them, and putting them back in the drawer, with what I'm assuming is the hope that I end up wearing them too. When I found this out, my skin crawled. I'm honestly a very open-minded person, and I wouldn't have a problem with Paul wearing women's underwear if they weren't mine, and he also confessed that he had been doing it for months. I felt so violated by this, and I told him that he would have to leave immediately. Luckily, he agreed and left that night and has been crashing on a work friend's couch while he looks for a new place. He said that he was really embarrassed and understood why I was no longer comfortable being friends with him. The only thing that he requested was I not tell our mutual friends. But I couldn't not tell him, considering they were all wondering why Paul had to leave so suddenly and why we weren't friends anymore. They knew something had gone down, and when they asked, I just told them because I honestly needed support about the whole thing, and I also knew there was no way I would be able to keep hanging out in the group if Paul was going to be there. Everyone was really shocked and understood my decision. Paul confronted me over text about it, telling me that I was wrong to share his kink with the whole group and that it was his private information. But I told him that I was allowed to tell my friends about how his actions affected me, considering he went against my privacy and violated not only my trust but also my person. Am I the asshole for telling my friend group about another friend's kink so they would also stop being friends with him?
Am I the asshole for telling my husband to get over his dead mother? I'm female 32, married for 4 years to Andy, male 37. Around 11 months ago, Andy's mother passed away in a car accident. It was unexpected and he was super close to her and it hit him hard. He developed really bad depression and I tried my best to stay strong for him. But it's been so hard being his emotional crutch. Andy stayed at home all day, quit his job, and barely paid attention to me. I had to pay the bills. I realized that our relationship was dying and intimacy was long gone. He barely spoke to me and I begged him to go see a therapist and tried all ways to help him. It really broke my heart. Am I the asshole for telling my husband to get over his dead mother? Well, yesterday, Andy and I had an argument. I came home from a really bad day at work and found him surrounded by rubbish on the couch. I tiredly asked him to clean it up, but he refused. Something just snapped at me and I yelled, "I think it's time you get over your mom." Andy looked at me like I was crazy and said, "How could you say such a thing? My mother is not like some shit ex. It's my mom and she's dead." I apologized but told him to look at himself. No job, depressed, throwing away his life and relationship with his wife. He said I was making it harder and called me a effing B-word, then left.
Story time about how my best friend and I were dating the same guy. So a little background information, I was 15 and it was my freshman year of high school. And I had been dating this guy for 3 months who we're gonna call Jacob. He was a part of the popular group and was known for cheating on all his past girlfriends. But why would I see that as a red flag? Because I'm fucking dumb. Anyways, of course he was cheating on me too, and people would tell me that. First I wanted to leave him, but the problem was he came from a super rich family and he was really cute. So in reality, I really only wanted to stay with him so that way he would keep spoiling me with expensive gifts. He would literally buy me anything and everything I wanted. So my best friend, who we can call Taylor, she came over for a sleepover. The whole night we talked about Jacob cheating on me and she asked me why I had not broken up with him yet. So I told her why I wouldn't leave and then she hyped me up. She was like, "Period, sis, do what you gotta do." Well, then I came up with this super good plan for my best friend and I both to get gifts from him and use him. So then I came out and I said, "You should be his side chick." Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my best friend and I were dating the same guy. So like I said before, he was cheating on me 24/7, but he was spending money on me 24/7. That's the reason why I wouldn't leave him. So then I told my best friend that she should be his side chick. So that way we could both use him for his money. So Taylor started flirting with him to try and make him want her too. And I may have given it a little push by giving her his Snapchat, so she tried to slide in his DMs and then also tried texting him on Snapchat. At first, his cheating ass did not want to do anything with her. And I was like, the one time. Anyways, He was like, I'm with your best friend right now. I don't think we should do this. But of course, like all boys who cheat, he ended up meeting up with her. And they started sneaking around. Meanwhile, I knew all the tea. Taylor was telling me everything. Taylor started getting things from him 24/7, and he looked so stupid. Well, then we decided to fuck with him one more time. Like for part 3. Story time about how my best friend and I were dating the same guy at the same time. So like I said, she was sneaking around with him. Meanwhile, she was telling me everything. He was buying her gifts. He was buying me gifts. So everything was perfect. But we had one little trick left up our sleeves. We decided that we would both make a wish list and put everything that we wanted on there. And at the end of the month, we would have a sleepover, bring everything that we got. Well, on the night of the sleepover, we brought everything, and let me tell you, this filled up my king-size bed. There was stuff all on the floor. So what did I do? I took a video of it, and I uploaded it to Instagram, tagging him and his friends, and wrote a long-ass caption, basically saying, if you cross me, this is what will happen. You'll get played. He was so embarrassed, his friends and everyone at school basically laughed at his dumb ass. Well, he ended up telling his mommy about it, and they came and talked to my parents, and they pretty much just told them to get the fuck over it, like your son did what he did willingly. She didn't do anything wrong. She meaning me. My dad was kind of mad at me, but my mom was super impressed about it, and we laugh about it all the time.
Am I wrong for calling my sister's husband useless? My 17 female, sister 34 female called me saying that her work had an emergency and she needed to get there ASAP and needed me to watch her kids because no one else can. I rushed over there just to find her husband locked in his game room playing video games. I asked her why she called me over if he was home, and she said he didn't want to babysit because it was his only day off. Sister left and I started hanging with the kids. I was changing the baby's diaper and the other kids wanted a snack. I told them to ask their dad to make it for them because the baby had a blowout and it was going to take me a while to clean him up. Well, their dad sent them back upstairs and told them to ask me again. After cleaning the baby up, I made the kids a snack and their dad came out to eat and told me not to let the kids interrupt him on his day off. By the way, he works part-time from home 6 days a week. I kind of snapped at him and told him it was my day off too and that he's a useless fucking father and husband if his wife has to rely on her teenage sister rather than her own husband. He started telling me I was disrespectful and didn't understand how hard parenting is. And I told him he clearly doesn't understand how hard it is either since he considers parenting his own children babysitting. He ended up kicking me out and apparently my sister was forced to come home because he told her she needed to figure it out since I'm her sister. I feel like I may have been the asshole because my sister is mad at me, her husband is mad at me, my mom is mad at me for causing drama, but my dad thinks it's funny and agrees with me. I definitely didn't need to call him names, but I just hate this guy so much. We have argued about things in the past as well, so we already don't have a great relationship. My sister is saying I need to apologize to him and he is threatening to never let me in the kids' lives if I keep disrespecting him. So, am I the asshole here? For everyone that has asked, no, he does not take care of the kids normally. My sister takes them to daycare during the day and then picks them up on her way home. She is the breadwinner and primary caretaker. Also, I got a few questions of, does she pay you? Not exactly, but she will randomly take me on expensive shopping sprees and will regularly buy things from my Amazon wishlist instead.
Am I the asshole for leaving the hospital after my husband called his mom instead of me? My husband, 31, was in the hospital for a surgery that involved anesthesia. His mom came to wait with me there but didn't speak to me because we've been having some minor disagreements. She offered me coffee but I declined politely. Hours after the surgery, we were only told one person goes into the room for the day since he was still under anesthesia. From what I understand, he woke up calling for his mom and the nurse asked for the mom to go in and she did. I was irritated and felt like all this waiting and stressing out and got ignored. The nurse told me he was still not fully awake and was repeatedly asking for his mom. Am I the asshole for leaving the hospital after my husband called for his mom instead of me? She was hinting that I shouldn't get worked up over a natural reaction from my husband, but I couldn't help but feel irked. I wanted to go home, so I left 10 minutes later. His mom called saying she got out the room after I left so I could get time with him, but instead I couldn't wait and went home. She said this was not okay and I flew off the handle for no reason. I said that her son acted like I wasn't there, but she said that he can't be blamed for something he can't control. Also that I'm putting blame on him because of the disagreement between her and I. I cut the conversation short after I sensed that she somehow blamed me for being unacknowledged and ignored.
Am I the only one that would show up to school and nothing important would happen? But then you miss one day! One day! And the whole entire math club beats up the football team. Tom Cruise walks through the front door and is like, hey look, I'm gonna pay all your college tuition. The popular girl gets pregnant. The worst teacher in the building gets fired. Everybody that was in English class passes with an A. The principal's like, hey, guess what, teachers? Email hand out 400 points worth of extra credit for no reason. And then there was a freaking dinosaur fossil found in the school football field.
Am I wrong for telling my cousin that the baby name she picked is an insult? I, 25 female, attended my cousin Ellie's 27 female baby shower and gender reveal party. It was a lovely event and things went off without a hitch. When the baby's gender was revealed, she's having a boy, Ellie also told everyone about the name that she and her husband had picked. I thought nothing of it as the name isn't anything unique or strange in any way. Her now last name is a bit unique, but nothing that would attract attention or ridicule. She hadn't told me prior to the baby shower which names they were thinking of. After the baby shower, I went home to my boyfriend and I's apartment and told him about the baby's name and gender. He laughed. When he stopped, he explained that the baby's first and last name when said together is an insult in another language. When I asked him for the translation, he got his phone and said it would probably be better to show me. He called one of his friends and he was put on loudspeaker. His friend hadn't even said hello when he said the baby's name. The reaction was instant. They all started shouting and cussing him out, and all while my boyfriend is laughing his butt off. I got the phone and told them the situation, asking what the names meant. I knew all the people who were there. They also burst out laughing. When they stopped, they apologized, cussed my boyfriend out again, and explained the insult and its very severity. When they stopped, they apologized, cussed my boyfriend out again, and explained the insult and its severity. It is a very big insult in a language that they speak, which is rare here, but is a major language in a specific part of the world. When the names are put together, it's the kind of insult that can immediately start fights. It's not said as two separate words, but it's one word. Even when you split it up, it's still obvious that it's a particular insult. It basically talks about one person's mother's private parts. They all suggested that I tell my cousin because while there's no guarantee that the baby will ever meet someone who speaks the language, it would be better to at least inform Ellie. On Sunday, my boyfriend and I went to go see her with her favorite snacks, hoping that it would at least help put her in a better state of mind. We chatted and had fun, and after a while, when we saw that she was happy, we, as gently as possible, explained that the baby's name is an insult and its meaning. She was absolutely livid. Ellie yelled at us saying that we were trying to ruin the name she had picked out and called me spiteful and jealous. We tried to explain that we meant no harm or disrespect, but she wouldn't hear us out and told us to leave. Shortly after, my family and several friends started messaging me saying I was cruel for upsetting Ellie. I don't think we did anything wrong, but the backlash is a lot. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for telling my mom she married a little bitch after she complained about me marrying an accountant? I'm getting married in June to Kate, and I wasn't aware until recently that my mom had a problem with her. I mean, they are very different. Kate is quiet, reserved, practical, and my mom lives in a fantasy world, but they seemed okay. For some context, my mom and I aren't that close. I don't think she actually wanted to be a mother, so the relationship has always felt fake. She is married to Ryan, who is a decent enough guy and treats her very well, but he seems to have some issues. Bullet point number 1. He is a big shot lawyer who never loses. So one time he did lose a case, he punched a wall and then didn't speak all evening, wouldn't eat, etc. He bought a microwave so he could heat up his own food and not have to go into the staff room at his office because he can't stand people saying hi to him. This is only after he stopped letting his assistant heat it up because my mom said she was probably touching it to gauge the temperature. He almost never speaks to Kate or I and says he doesn't owe anyone words. He is a stage 12 clinger who has to have at least one hand on my mom at all times. He was telling my mom how if she would just learn to golf, he could get rid of his friends and never have to speak to another person outside of work again. Last bullet point, he grew up poor and is now super annoying about his money. I've never said anything because my mom clearly thinks the sun shines out of his ass. Anyways, my mom recently sat me down and said she is concerned about my future. She said that Kate is, quote, nice enough, but so boring and has no hobbies or sense of humor. And she is worried I'm settling for ... She took a long, dramatic breath and then said, an accountant. She said no one actually wants to marry an accountant. I was pissed that she was going after Kate and said, quote, but you married a little bitch. Ryan was in the house and heard it. He just made a face, but my mom exploded and told me to get out. And when I didn't move, she shoved me. She said I can, quote, get the fuck out if I'm going to disrespect her husband like that. And said the stuff she said about Kate wasn't that bad, but I made it personal. I guess I feel a little bad as I went for Ryan when he wasn't doing anything. She might not be coming to the wedding now. Am I the asshole?
Oh,
boy. Okay. First of all, Ryan, I know he's not like the focus, but he seems like quite controlling. And I don't know that I would trust the mom's judgment necessarily with like my partner.
No.
At all. I almost feel like little bitch is not that bad compared to if he listed out all the things that were wrong with Ryan.
Yeah.
Like, what if he heard that? That's like cuts deep and is real.
Controlling, hot-headed,
Everyone
anti-personal.
seems like he thinks he's above everyone. Like
Too
all
good.
of these.
Shit don't stink.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really, really torn on this one personally because I get like the mom really opened up this conversation. And so it's kind of one of those like, don't throw stones if you live in a glass house moments. But he did kind of like pop off in a sense where like you're kind of like being a little rude to someone who didn't really say anything or start anything with you.
Yeah.
And now you're just kind of like throwing a knife at him, especially when he can overhear it. The fiance doesn't sound like she was there. I don't necessarily think the biggest asshole because the mom kind of did open this up and like really kind of shit on his fiance.
Yeah.
Like you're settling. No one wants to hear that.
I feel like he's like maybe an accidental asshole at best. Like you're not that close to your mom. She's opening up this conversation. It could have led further into attacking his fiance. She's clearly showing that she doesn't approve of her. I don't know. I just feel like you're in every right to probably, he's been bottling up all these feelings about like his mom's partner and, observing all this stuff. And he's not going out of his way to be like, hey mom, why did your guy not trust the staff or want to say hi to them or whatever? Like,
That is true.
I don't know. I think at the end of the day, like if your mom, not that I'm saying she's the asshole, but like she should come to your wedding if she cares about you. And if that comment is going to like be the deciding factor of attending your wedding, to me, like she wasn't excited to come regardless.
That is kind of a weak disagreement. Yeah. And I mean, she, in her right, she did defend her husband.
Yeah.
She said, get the fuck out of my house if you're going to talk about him that way.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I think that is within her right to do.
Fair.
And so the husband should be like, thanks, babe. I love you too. I think OP could apologize to Ryan, just be like, hey, dude,
100%.
I popped off a little bit. I don't think you're a little bitch, but my mom, you overheard. It wasn't a fun conversation. And just smooth it over.
I think at the end of the day, if he wants his mom at his wedding, he needs to be the one to initiate
Yeah.
to both of them an apology, because we know Ryan is not going to go and be like, babe, you should still go to your son's wedding. Like, don't
Yeah.
worry about that comment. He's probably going to be like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Or
I'm
maybe
not
not
gonna
say
put up
anything.
with
Yeah.
that.
Don't talk to any of these other people except for the two of us. Let's go golfing together.
Yeah. Oh my
But
gosh.
I think accidental asshole that should proactively do something and be the bigger person, like the adult in the situation.
My boyfriend wants me to stop having periods. Can I ever even recover from this? Me and my boyfriend have officially been dating for 2 months, and up until now, everything has been going really well. It all started yesterday when he asked me to go to the gym with him, and I told him that I didn't want to go because I was not feeling up to it because I had started my period. And then he responded being like shocked, saying like, wait, what? And so I repeated myself saying, I just started my period, like I don't feel well. And this is honestly so ridiculous. He literally goes, you know that you don't have to put yourself through that, right? I was just in shock at this point, and I was like, dude, what the actual fuck are you talking about? He goes on to mansplain to me that his ex-girlfriend was on a type of birth control that made her get rid of her period for good. And it overall made their relationship more enjoyable. His words, not mine. Like, yeah, thank you. You're not, like, educating me right now. I know that that exists. He asked me if I would consider doing the same, meaning get on a birth control that makes me lose my period completely. I told him absolutely not. My boyfriend wants me to stop having periods. Can I ever even recover from this? I told him I don't want to switch birth control methods, and if he doesn't like that I have periods, then he can simply just dump me. Obviously, we started arguing after that, and I told him good luck finding a girl who doesn't have a period. And he responded saying, I already had one, I'll find another. Like, I'm so appalled. It's honestly laughable at this point. What is wrong with him? Like, of course I know that there are methods to stop periods. I am a woman and I don't live under a rock. But for him to literally imply that I'm a rarity because I have mine is actually insane. This is the first time I've ever brought up my period to him, and I can't believe this is the outcome. I'm a 23-year-old girl, of course I have periods, and I know that it was just a suggestion and maybe he meant well by it, but that is just a crazy suggestion to make. That I should get rid of my period for his enjoyment. I'm just so mad at him, and I just don't think that I can ever recover from this. It truly just shows how dumb he is, honestly. But I would love to know what you all think. Can I ever recover from this, or should I just end it while I'm ahead?
I just found out my fiance's age and now I feel violently ill. Story time. So me and my fiance were set to get married in a few weeks' time. And the way we decided to do it was to get hitched just before, because we wanted to be legally married before our actual wedding ceremony. Because we kind of wanted that intimate moment together before we shared it with the rest of our family. So obviously at this point we needed to submit some legal documents. Now, everyone's gonna say, the reason I had never seen his passport, driving license before, driving license, I never felt the need to. Did you ever ask your partner for their driving license? Passport, neither of us have one. We've never been away, we've never kind of wanted to go abroad, we just do UK holidays. So I have always felt like my fiance was slightly older than what he said, but I never expected this. I guess a little backstory is me and him got together very, very young. However, we kind of just clicked straight away, and I know our relationship's kind of being as near to perfect as you can get. Really never argue too much, our families adored each other. However, I didn't think it would be this much of an age gap. We submitted the documents and there was a slight issue with his, so I had to go take it back down to the courthouse and resubmit it for him because he was actually on a work trip at this point. I grabbed his license and I took it down with me, and honestly I didn't really look at it. Now the lady that was submitting it gave me weird look, but a weird look. I don't know, she was a bit confused. So once obviously she gave me this document back, I decided to look at it because I thought maybe his name was different. I don't know, I thought something was off after that reaction. Just jumped right to the gun. It's out that when I was 14 and we first got together, I was 25. The joke, right? Of course, as soon as I found this out, I was angry. I decided to not tell him anything in a way. I just wrote him a letter that's never seen the light of day, and I kind of just packed all my stuff up and moved.
I anonymously reported my dad for a 35-year-old unsolved murder. My dad is a fuck. He abused my mom for 20 years and abused me as a kid. There's a lot of detail I don't feel like going into because I dealt with it all day yesterday and I'm exhausted. I haven't talked to him in almost a year. Yesterday I wrote him an email explaining all the bullshit he put me through as a kid, and that if he ever wants a chance at a relationship with me, he needs to go to therapy. I told my mom about it after I sent it, and I guess it triggered something in her. She started crying and telling me about the things he'd done that she had never mentioned before. Stuff from when they were teens. She told me through tears and pain about how she'd had this unsolved murder from their hometown on her mind lately. My parents and their siblings were friends with her. She went out for a run and disappeared. Won't go into detail about the location and shit, but my dad and his brother, who's also a fuck, weren't seen all day on the day of her disappearance. They suddenly up and moved states not long after. My mom told me she always had a terrible feeling about it, but was too scared to prod. She just repressed it, like with all the other fuck shit my dad did to her and to others throughout the years. So, fuck it. I sent an anonymous tip to the PD of that town. I told him what she told me, said these guys are in my family and both have a history of nefarious shit. I told them I think they should be reinvestigated with updated forensics since I'm sure DNA has come far in the last 35 years. If they didn't do it, they'll be fine. A little scared and inconvenienced by an interview for a 35-year-old murder, but ultimately fine. If they did do it, fuck them. He spent his entire life avoiding the consequences of his fucked up actions. If he's a murderer, he deserves to have the consequences of that brought down on him hard. Plus, the family of that poor girl deserves closure. Her mom has now passed and will never know the truth. The rest of her family deserves better. I'll be happy if they get it.
Am I the asshole for backing out of my friend's wedding when his fiance called me uptight and a pick-me girl? My friend Sam, 28 male, and his fiance Kate, 29 female, and I, 27 female, went to university together for our masters. Sam and I are both South Asian and from the same community, so I was quite close to him during our early master's years. But then Sam met Kate, and out of respect for their relationship and the fact that Kate was uncomfortable with me, I stepped away and minimized contact. We remained friends, and our families are close now. Sam is now engaged to Kate, and he asked me to be by his side side and do some of the duties that the groom's sister usually does. I said yes, as he doesn't have sisters and his female cousins are very small. South Asian weddings have various such cultures and rituals. Kate, for the first time in many years, finally seemed happy in my presence and told me she was glad I was helping with the wedding. One of our university friends, who is close friends with Kate, sent me a video that she secretly recorded where Kate was talking about me to her friends, and I was honestly hurt by what she said. She called me an uptight bitch and that my husband was only with me because apparently I could be the stable wife with the personality of stale cardboard. I'd be fighting. She also told them that I was a pick-me and that I always was trying to get her mother-in-law to purposefully not understand her and ruin her relationship with her in-laws. She was saying that she is only keeping me close to keep an eye on me and so that I cannot sabotage her any further. For context, her mother-in-law doesn't speak or understand English. She only speaks our mother tongue, so I only speak to her in that language, and Kate has made passive-aggressive comments about it all the time. I did not say a word at all these years to either Sam or his family because I felt it would ruin my relationship with them, and Sam was happy with Kate, so I didn't want to meddle either. I showed the video to my husband and he was so mad that he was about to go to Sam's house and demand an apology. I was just so sad that I texted Sam that I could not be available to participate further in the rituals and that I was sorry it was such short notice, but I think it would be better if we had limited contact for a while. My husband, however, was so mad that he didn't listen to me about letting it go due to Kate's behavior all of these years, and he called Sam and yelled at him and even sent him the video. Not before blocking him on both of our phones though. Today, Kate called me and asked me to talk to Sam as he was mad at her, and his mom threatened to withdraw her blessing as she now considers Kate a vulgar woman. I told her off and Sam apologized for all of this and said that he understood if I didn't want to talk to him again. I responded politely and he hung up. Now I'm feeling guilty about potentially ruining Sam's wedding and my friendship with him and his family, and I think I could have probably handled this better. Am I the asshole?
Girl, you are an angel.
This is like the nicest girl best friend scenario I've ever heard of.
What'd you say? Stale cardboard?
She called her stale cardboard.
Oh my gosh.
Cardboard can't even go stale. It's inedible.
Oh my gosh. Okay, don't go to the wedding. Don't be friends with these people.
While getting ready for my engagement party, father-in-law handed me his shirt and told me to iron it for him because I'm a woman. I ruined it. My father-in-law had traveled down to attend mine and my fiance's engagement party. He was getting ready and staying at my house. I had my hair half curled and my makeup half done with not much time left. I was visibly rushing. He handed me his shirt and said, "Iron this for me." Apparently my vagina gave me the necessary qualifications for being the chief ironer. I took it off him with a smile and ironed the vinyl print on the highest setting and ruined his shirt. Melted the logo and got scorch marks on the shirt. Oops. Sorry, father-in-law. I didn't know why you thought I'd be good at ironing, but I'm terrible at it. I tried my best, though. He had to wear an ill-fitting replacement for my fiancé. He ironed that one himself. My father-in-law is a terrible, sexist man that abused my mother-in-law until she fled with her then young children to a women's refuge center. There is absolutely no question that what he did was demanding I iron his shirt because I'm a woman and that this is what women do. No, I don't feel like politely declining. No, it's not my responsibility to teach him how to be less sexist.
My boyfriend cheated on me and now he's trying to make me get with his dad. Story time. So me and my boyfriend literally just celebrated our 1 year anniversary. Like, me and Mark had not been together very long at all. We met on a night out. It was actually quite random, to be honest. He was on a stag do. It was his own stag do. I was unaware of. So obviously when I found out it was his own stag do, we didn't speak for a while because I thought obviously this was disgusting. Fully got with me that night and he was supposed to be getting married a few weeks later. But he grafted a lot and ended up reaching back out to me. A few months I thought I'd give him like this second chance. So mine and Mark's relationship was rocky. Like, before he cheated on me, he never cheated, and there was never any suspicions of that. However, we just always argued, and I know he was very, very jealous of the relationship I had with his dad. And basically, this was because anytime Mark was horrible to me, his dad actually confided in his dad, basically. He was just really, really supportive, and not even in a weird way. So that was just never weird to me. However, Mark absolutely hated it. So when I found out that Mark cheated on me a few weeks ago, I was so angry, and I broke up with him straight away. I was just not ever going to respond to Mark ever again. And then he actually reached out to me and said that he has a proposition for me. And I was like, What is he on? So I decided to answer his phone call, and then we met up in person. He sat me down and he was like, look, I know I did something completely wrong and irresponsible. However, I think this girl is the girl of my dreams. Whatever. Is this why you've sat me down? He said no, and he basically said that because I got on with his dad so well and his dad's lonely, he got over this breakup by getting with his dad. Yeah, you heard that right. Of course, I politely declined this offer. However, now I'm thinking about it, maybe I should, because no way is Mark gonna like that. This is not like me at all, so I really don't think I'll go through with it.
Sad and disappointed on my 25th birthday, despite my boyfriend planning the whole thing. I feel guilty for being ungrateful. I feel absolutely terrible about this. I recognize it may seem entitled and ungrateful. I've scheduled a therapy session to discuss this issue, but I wanted to put my thoughts down here. My boyfriend and I have been together for 7 years, and he's a kind and considerate person. However, he's not the best at giving gifts and sometimes misses certain things. I recently turned 25, and I've expressed to him how important this milestone was to me. I've always been big on celebrating others' birthdays, and I usually go all out with gifts and celebrations. I didn't expect the same in return, but I didn't want to plan my own 25th birthday. My boyfriend agreed that I shouldn't have to plan it and offered to surprise me. I told him I didn't want anything big or fancy. I just want to spend time with my loved ones and feel loved by them that day. I didn't care if we all just went to a local soup dumpling place and had dinner and that was it. As long as my loved ones were all together celebrating my milestone age. Now some background on me. The last few months I've been undergoing therapy because I have an awful tendency of comparing myself to this one particular girl who caused me emotional trauma. I was jealous of her travels, of her boyfriend putting her on a pedestal, of her big friend group that used to be my boyfriend's friend group until she got everyone to hate him, of the cute birthday parties her friends and family would throw for her, and recently of her getting engaged. I've been trying to sort through this issue to always compare, but it kept coming back in the weeks leading to my birthday. I'd randomly break down over realizing I don't have people in my life who go through the same effort to plan things for her except my boyfriend. He's the one person who ever really put effort into making me happy and feel loved. But every now and then I'm reminded of my lack of community and I can't help but feel sad about it. I have my family and I do have friends, but none have really made an effort. More on that later. I've expressed these feelings to my boyfriend. We've talked about how nice it would be for this birthday to be different for me. For me to not feel alone and instead feel loved by my family and friends. He agreed and would sometimes even hint that I am more loved than I know and that maybe I don't hear about plans because they're keeping it a secret for my birthday. He even alluded to reaching out to people himself so I could have a separate hangout with friends or family without me having to plan it. So I built this expectation in my head that either my family or my friends were planning something for my birthday. Keep in mind I wasn't hoping for a party or a celebration or anything extravagant. I was just really thinking they'd plan a simple dinner, nothing fancy, just somewhere I can casually eat with my loved ones. And the great thing about that surprise was that I wouldn't have to be the one to plan it, that my loved ones would have taken the initiative to be there and spend more time with me. My birthday comes around and my boyfriend really did plan a whole day. He got me roses, he took us to a mall we frequent and we rode the Ferris wheel that overlooked the city skyline. He took me to an exhibit we found out was in our area. We walked around a museum, then he took me to the nicest restaurant I've ever eaten at and got me a custom ice cream cake with my favorite flavor of ice cream. It was a great day and I appreciated so much all the effort he put. Now comes the part where I was ungrateful and honestly a little hurtful to him. After that whole day, I kept thanking him for everything he did. But underneath me thanking him, it kept getting to my head that he was the only one who did anything. My family would have forgotten had I not reminded them. My family celebration was a last-minute dinner they asked me to plan, primarily focused on my sister's baby. Most of my friends forgot or asked me to plan something. I realized no one had anything planned. I mistakenly expected some sort of surprise and ended up with self-inflicted disappointment. So as I kept thanking my boyfriend, that gratitude turned into sadness because I realized he really is the only person who would make the effort. No one else did or would, and that was a really lonely feeling. He could sense my mood was shifting, so after we talked about it, I could tell I hurt him. His takeaway from everything I felt was that he wasn't enough for me, and despite him putting 100% of his effort in. This is where we established I needed therapy. Because when he said he put in 100% of effort, in my mind, I wish he had done more or done things differently. Because he planned a whole day for me, but what I thought was that he planned the wrong things. I felt guilty for thinking it. I was clear with what I wanted, which was just time with my family and friends that I didn't have to coordinate myself. I wanted to not feel alone or be reminded of my insecurities when celebrating my milestone. He had all of these big things planned. I love that he made the effort at all, and I love that he did make me feel special, but I feel like he got it wrong. It turns out he didn't reach out to anyone. He was just expecting they do something themselves, despite me telling him multiple times in the past they wouldn't do that. I thought he'd help plan something for me that actually addressed the one thing I told him I really wanted. He gave me all of those other experiences, and as much as they did make me happy, I wouldn't have minded not doing any of it. I wouldn't have minded a cheaper, less eventful day as long as it had my loved ones in it. I feel horrible. I feel ungrateful for not appreciating what he did. At the same time, I feel frustrated that he missed the mark. He really does try. He just doesn't always do it right. And when I don't love the mistaken effort, it hurts everyone involved. I've told him multiple times I don't like roses. My favorite flowers are daisies. The mall he took us to is a mall we go to regularly. It's nothing special. The Ferris wheel was nice, but we've both talked before about what a waste of money it is to spend $30 a person on a partial view of the skyline. The exhibit he took me to was something I told him multiple times that I had been to already. He says he didn't know I'd already seen it. The museum was a kids' museum. The restaurant was nice. I wasn't lying about that. But like I said, I didn't need a fancy restaurant. He tries, but I also feel like he doesn't listen to me, and I feel awful for feeling frustrated because I'm now getting upset over the one person who even did anything at all for me. Everything I'm feeling is so conflicted, and I know the root of it is my own insecurities and inability to deal with many of those issues. We're not talking right now. We agreed to talk once I speak with my therapist, but I just overall feel horrible about everything. Oh my God. Honestly, I feel that you are pointing the finger at the wrong person. Your family and friends are to blame here. It is not your boyfriend's responsibility to round them up and do all of these things that you wanted. They should also want to put their hand out and celebrate you. And if they don't, take that as a hint. Get better friends. All right, you can't change your family, but that was a lot. I feel like you also don't know what you want, but you just feel a certain type of way and you're trying to figure out that feeling.
My husband cheated on me, and I'm okay with it. On Friday, I, 26 female, caught my husband, 32 male, with his coworker in our bedroom. I didn't feel shocked. I had suspected it for a while, but he waved it away. After the incident, he had been on his best behavior for 4 days and finally wanted to talk to me about it. I told him I was okay with it, and he was shocked. He cried and was angry, asking if I never loved him in the first place because apparently he did. I find it extremely ironic given he was the one who's been cheating on me for over a year. To be clear about the situation, I'm not polygamous/polyamorous or interested in having a three-way in any sense. Our life is nice. We paid off the house. No kids yet. I make enough to support myself in case we get divorced. I just don't want to. I still like him, and I don't care if he went on a bus of hookers as long as he didn't bring home an STD. I'm not interested in sleeping with anyone else, sexually or romantically, but I don't mind if he has sex with a dozen other people as long as he comes home at night and sleeps beside me. He has been crying/screaming every time he calls me, but he drove out to the motel after I told him this, saying he hates himself and there is something extremely wrong with me. He's living with his mom, commuting an hour to work, and I've never felt more free.
Am I the asshole for eating noodles with my hand after my wife's friend scoffed at me for using a fork? My wife's friend is back from abroad, and their group decided to get together to meet her. They were going to bring their spouses for this dinner, so wife asked me to join. She told me to behave, and I did. Her friend had a fake accent, which I didn't mock. She was a brand addict, showed off, and another typical foreign return. I didn't say anything to her. We had met at a Chinese restaurant where we often go. I asked the waiter to get me a fork, and he did. This is when I noticed her friend looking at me, as if I committed some sin. When I started eating with the fork, she said to my wife that we could have gone to some other restaurants if there was a problem. She was trying to make fun of me for not being able to use chopsticks. So I put the fork aside and dug in with my hands, and everyone but my wife and friend on the table started laughing. I didn't think of it as more than a joke at the time. When we came home, my wife was visibly pissed. I asked her if I did anything, and she said I embarrassed her in front of her friend and her spouse. She now is not talking to me. Am I the asshole? I wouldn't shame someone for not being able to use a utensil. Like, he's there trying, he's participating in your group. What if he had—
Oh, I don't want to say it. Strike it from the record. Ugh. I am not saying that your travel experiences make you unattractive. I'm not even saying that liking to travel is bad. What I am saying is that many women on dating apps, parentheses, I'm not sure if this is sex specific. Do men do this too? ?
Yes, they do.
Have travel all over their profiles. Pictures of themselves in front of the Great Pyramids and so forth. And then you read through their profile and they say their biggest hobbies and goals involve travel. That they took a year off work to travel the world. That they're looking for a travel partner and so forth. So anyway, if that's legitimately what you truly love and that's a big part of your personality, more power to you. But I can't help but wonder if you're doing / saying all this because you think it's attractive or it makes you interesting.
I mean, it's on their dating profile.
Because it doesn't, in my opinion. Honestly, if I see someone who seems obsessed with travel, it's kind of a red flag. Traveling is fun for sure, but I don't want a, quote, travel partner. I want a wife. I want to settle down and have children. And I know I'm not the only one.
Laughing at any man that's like, I want a wife. Any man I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
I want to make her my wife. That's so funny.
Funny.
Why is it so funny to say, I want a wife?
I want a wife.
It's really funny.
And I know I'm not the only one. I also want someone who's responsible with money, not someone who's going to blow all of our life savings to go to Paris.
Okay, but you know that means that they have money, though, if they travel everywhere. So they're probably responsible. And I didn't know that
what
you couldn't.
What about the people that blow their life savings?
Dude, on the airplane and on the cruises, they're like, wait, you guys are married? Oh, sorry. You're not allowed. You're not allowed in the plane or on the boat. Only single people that love in here.
Which one of you is it going to be? I'd rather save that money to send our future children to a private school or save it for retirement where we actually can travel without having to lose our jobs because we don't have jobs anymore.
Right. Yeah, right.
I don't know. Maybe that makes me boring?
Yes.
Yeah. But your obsession with travel and being willing to risk losing your job to go on a year-long African safari just seems irresponsible to me. And that's kind of unattractive to me. But that's just me. It sounds exhausting both mentally and physically. And that's it. That's the end of the post.
My 30 female husband, 33 male, accused me of out of the blue. How do I salvage this? This is long and ridiculous. Sorry. My 30 female husband, Luke, 33 male, had a sister, Laura, 29 female. We were all close and saw each other 2 to 3 times a month, along with their parents. Almost 6 months ago, Laura fell down the stairs at their family home and died. It was a freak accident. There's a window on the half landing, and she hit her head on the sill. I was the last person to see her. I was there for less than 10 minutes, and she was in her pajamas making coffee. I didn't even stay for a drink, and I struggle with how such a brief and meaningless interaction could have been her last. She deserved so much more. My husband and I have only been married for a year, but we've been together for 4 and have known each other for 20 plus. When Laura's parents found her, they called my husband straight away and we rushed over. We faced the whole thing as a family. In the days after, Luke started quizzing me. Exactly what we talked about, what she was wearing, where we were standing, etc. It progressed to saying I was providing conflicting information on tiny details he was being deliberately misunderstanding, and accusing me of withholding information because I couldn't tell him things like what pajamas she was wearing. This escalated quickly, but lasted for less than a week as I lost my cool and made it clear that I was done answering questions. He didn't bring it up again, and I wrote it off as a grief quirk. His behavior was generally that of a normal, grieving person. Last Friday, he outright accused me of murder in front of his parents out of the blue. We were all stunned. There was an inquest which recently concluded, and there was never any doubt the verdict would be accidental death. He said it was completely obvious, and he couldn't believe that no one else could see it. My 30 female husband, 33 male, accused me of out of the blue. How do I salvage this? He claims I went through his phone and found his messages with Laura. I have absolutely no idea what messages he's talking about. I have never looked at his phone. And that I went over to confront her and things got out of hand and I pushed her downstairs. By the end, he was shouting about going to the police and getting the inquest overturned and how I wasn't going to get away with it. Let me be clear. Laura and I had a great relationship. We all did. I have no idea where this has come from other than these messages I haven't seen. And even then, I don't think there's anything I could ever see on someone's phone that would drive me to murder. It's just ridiculous. He's been with his parents since this happened and will not talk to me at all. I've had some contact with his mom, but she's not being very communicative. The last I heard, she didn't know what messages he was referring to either. I am still completely stunned and I have no idea how to proceed. I made a commitment to be there for him always, and I understand that grief can manifest in strange ways, but part of me feels like my love for him died the second he called me a murderer. and I don't know how we could possibly work through this. I also really don't want to be thought of in this way, and I have no idea if he has said anything to people we know. I obviously haven't. A brain tumor or a psychotic break has crossed my mind, and I suggested it to his mother, and she just said she'll talk to him. Other than the questions before, he hasn't been acting odd. Obviously, he's been grieving, but he's seemed sane and sensible. Other than this, I feel like I'm going mad. Does anyone have any advice at all?
Was I almost human trafficked, or was I just being paranoid? I went to a concert in Detroit and met a young girl. She was 17, I am 20. I was standing alone by the wall, and she walked up to me and started being really friendly. She was alone and claimed to not know the band and said she wasn't with the people she came with because they were annoying. She complimented me, called me pretty, asked how old I was. She asked if I wanted to hang out after the concert. She was trying to take pictures of me, said it was for Instagram. She had burn marks and cuts on her calves. It looked like someone put a cigarette out on her. She was talking about how she wanted to have sex with someone and pointed out some guys and called them money-worthy. She said she was hungry and asked if I wanted to walk to McDonald's with her. I was just happy someone was talking to me, but my body was trembling and I knew I shouldn't go anywhere with her. After I rejected letting her take pictures of me or going anywhere with her, she left me and I didn't see her again all night. It was weird. Was she a recruiter, or did I just miss out on making a new friend? What does money-worthy mean?
My mother-in-law insisted that she walks down the aisle at my wedding. Story time. So me and my husband Mark have been busy wedding planning. We are both so excited. When they say you've met your soulmate, that really is like me and Mark. Oh my god, I could go on days and days about that man. Me and Mark want a big wedding. Like, we want to go all out. We have saved for so many years for this day. Best believe this is going to be like the wedding everyone still talks about for years to come. Me and Mark are actually really close to both of our families. We decided that once we kind of finalized all the wedding plans, we were going to go and like have a little meeting with them just to go over everything, let them know kind of what the plan is. I wouldn't even say it's an issue, but Mark's mother-in-law has always been very involved. And to be fair, it's never really caused a problem because both me and Mark have known how to manage it. However, I have clocked on every now and then where I thought, relax. So we finally got things planned, like the rough times of the wedding, like how the day's going to pan out. We had this meeting and invited all like the important people, so like both of our parents, our siblings, like our grandparents that were going to be involved on the day. I want to tell you, everyone came in like really nice. Some of them bought drinks and stuff. His mum with a full-on notebook, a pen obviously, and like me and him just laughed. We thought maybe this is quite sweet, however it turns out not to be sweet. Obviously we will start running through the day and my mother-in-law pipes up and she stands up and she basically says that she wants to be walking down the aisle, like why isn't this included? And both me and Mark look at each other and think, huh? It's not your wedding. So we thought she meant maybe like walk Mark down the aisle before I go down. So we're like, oh my god, no, we can totally do that. Like if that's what you meant, like maybe be a bit more clear, but you know. And she was like, no, I want to walk down the aisle to my son. We think, what? So we asked her to explain just a little bit because we didn't want to start getting like arsey if she meant something really super wholesome. She was like, I want to put my dress back on as it's my day. I said, no way is this woman serious right now. She was being dead serious. She generally thought this day was hers and not mine and Mark's. She really wants to walk down the aisle in her wedding dress and walk towards her son. I don't know if this is like extremely selfish or just really strange.
Am I the asshole for refusing to help a friend who didn't invite me to their wedding? For about 11 years now, I, 37 male, have been pretty close with John, 38 male. We met at a job in my mid-20s and we were pretty regular company up until the pandemic. It's where our hanging out, including our mutual friends, took a decline, but it's not extinct. John and his partner, Jane, 36 female, have been together for 8 years now, engaged for a little under 2. Both have a child from a previous relationship, so they've taken trips with their kids nearly yearly. I've been happy to help visit John's home and check on things, take care of their animals, water the plants, etc. while they're out. I've helped them out with other projects and tasks over the years, and most recently picked up Jane from the airport after returning from a work trip. I got her home this past winter during a snowstorm because my vehicle was the only one that could handle it. Generally, I've been present and helpful on top of our base friendship. About 5 weeks ago, I found out from a mutual friend that their wedding is coming up and invites went out a while ago. Everyone in our circle but me was invited. As a gay guy, I've experienced being iced out of some of my straight friends' lives and events in some ways minor and pronounced. But this one has definitely been something that has had me thinking about my time and energy with people. I'm glad. You have to watch who you give your time and your energy to, because some of these people see you as a background friend, like that third friend that has to step into the dirt when there's only enough room for 2 people on the sidewalk, or has to walk behind the group. That's how these people see you, because ain't no fucking way in hell I can call you to go pick my wife up from the airport in the middle of a snowstorm, but I don't consider you that much of a friend to invite you to my wedding. No, this friendship is definitely not even on both sides. I decided that I would take the hint, and I began to distance myself. 3 days ago, John texted me asking if I was going to be around early to mid-August. I say that I am, and John asked if I wouldn't mind visiting like I had before to look after the animals and the property. I said, sorry, I can't. He calls to talk about it. Why, John? You asked me a question and I said no. Why do we need to talk about it? I'm not going to be available to come to your house. Just because I'm around don't mean I'm at your disposal. He called to talk about it. We run through the same conversation, polite but a bit tense. So I finally say, I just won't be visiting your home. After a moment of silence, I bring up that I'm disappointed that I appear to be the only person in our group of friends not invited to his wedding, and that I can't be helping like I have before if I'm just a background friend. At this point, I wrap up the call positively and sincerely with me wishing them a good wedding and a trip, and saying that maybe we can grab drinks soon. Jane reaches out 2 days ago, sending follow-up text saying that John is upset about what I said, and with her also, because she made the final calls about friend invites, and that I'm taking this the wrong way. How else am I supposed to take it? You guys call me when you need help for anything else, but when it comes to your wedding, one, I'm not even told the wedding is happening. Not even told the wedding is happening. 2, I don't have a place in the wedding. I'm not even invited, but I'm friendly enough to come to your house and check on your animals and watch your property while you're gone. But I'm taking it the wrong way? No, Jane, you need to accept accountability. You didn't want me there, so you made sure I wasn't a part of your fight. That's it, that's all. Be a woman, stand on your own 2 feet, stick your chest out, and admit what you did. Don't try to put it off on me. Jane said there was only so much capacity and that others in our friend group have partners that took up space. She adds that she hopes I'll change my mind and help them out because it would put John's mind at ease. These people are not your friends, because there's only so much space is the excuse that people give to people they purposely did not invite to their wedding. Because those that you want there, you will make sure they have a spot. I don't give a fuck how much room you had. The people that you wanted at your wedding were the people that you guaranteed spots to. So your friend not having a spot because your other friends have partners is a piss poor excuse of you saying we did not want you there, but we still want you to do for us. So she's giving you a half-ass apology, hoping that you'll accept it and still do what the fuck they want you to do. These people are not your friends. This friendship is one-sided as hell. I'm not entitled to the company of others or invitations to anybody's events, but am I wrong for setting my own boundaries in response to theirs? I try not to frame my friendships as transactional, but they obviously want something out of me here despite their not inviting me, and then avoided even bringing it up with me until they needed help covering for their honeymoon. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not. No, you're not, because you're not always going to be available to people who are clearly just fucking you. You see them as friends. You called them your friends. You said that you guys got along well. They see you as someone that's around when they need them. That is not a friend. It is not a friend, and it hurts so bad when you find out you are that friend, that this is how the people you held close to you think of you. No, you're not the asshole. You're absolutely not wrong, because me, I'm the type of person that returns energies. I'm going to act the same way to you that you act to me. I'm not going to do you any better, and I'm not going to do you any worse. I'm going to return that fucking energy. I want to know the people, your friend group that they made sure was at their wedding, why don't they call one of them? Why don't they call one of them, since it's really going to help them out and put John's mind at ease? The people that had to be at your wedding, how come you don't call them and ask them to check on your animals and watch out for your property while you guys are on your honeymoon? Leave this man the phone. He's tired of being used. He's not going to do it anymore. OP, you're definitely not the asshole. These people are not your friends.
My 32 female husband, 33 male, is maybe cheating with a student, 18 female. What do I do? To clarify some things, no, I didn't have pictures or screenshots of the Snapchats or only. I was so upset I didn't even think about it until afterwards, and I thought there would be another chance to get them. I realized I fucked up. For some of my early comments, my brain was still reeling. I am 100% leaving my husband, to make it clear. It took me some time to come to terms with what was actually happening and the fact that I was in denial, but Reddit helped me get there, so thanks. Comments were 50-50 split between talking to a lawyer or my husband first. The reality is that I don't think I had anywhere else to go at the time, and I was so emotional last night and felt like I needed to know. I wanted to confront him and rip off the band-aid. He called me while I was still at work, and I ended up telling him we needed to talk. He seemed thrown off by this and canceled plans to stay in. I didn't get home for almost 3 hours after that, crying and deciding what the F to do. Ultimately, I went home. If you're ever in the same position, don't do what I did. I wanted to follow the advice of many comments by basically saying I know about her, but I really wanted to get pictures of the evidence first, so I planned on playing it cool, saying never mind, all is okay, until we go to sleep, and then sneaking back on his phone. I shouldn't have said anything on the phone, but my emotions got the better of me. But when I walked in the house, I immediately felt like he knew that I knew. He said, "What's up?" Super standoffishly, just seemed off, and whatever I said on the phone must have tipped him off. Either that, or he was able to tell that I was on his phone in the morning somehow, pretending to be asleep, I'm not sure. So I couldn't control myself and got super emotional and confronted him on the spot. I asked if he had only was the first thing to come out of my mouth, and he literally said no. What did you want to talk about? I told him I knew that he did, and he denied. I told him I went on his phone this morning and scoffed and walked away. I followed him crying and screaming that I knew he had an own and Snapchat, that I was leaving him, and finally cried out something about cheating with his students. When I said that, he immediately turned around and asked what the F I was talking about. I told him that I knew about the girl, 18 female, and his face genuinely turned into somebody I don't know. He immediately began yelling in my face that I don't know what I was talking about. How dare me accuse him of sleeping with his students, that I'm crazy and trying to ruin his life. I was screaming at him back. I told him to open his phone and prove it, and he laughed in my face about how stupid somebody would be to do what I'm accusing him of, and basically threw his phone at my face and said, "Knock yourself out." As people can probably guess, there was nothing. He definitely knew before I got home. He was logged out of Snapchat, and when I asked him to log in and stop lying, he logged into a different account and asked me if I would drop it now. The first one had just 18 female and a few AI account things. This one had all his old college group chats and other people, including me. He gaslit me and swore he didn't have another account. He even suggested that I dreamt all of this. At one point, he finally admitted that he subscribed to an OF for a streamer during one of our intimacy lulls. My 32 female husband, 33 male, is maybe cheating with a student, 18 female. What do I do? At one point, he finally admitted that he subscribed to an OF for a streamer during one of our intimacy lulls, but never a student, and he swore he lied because he loved me and doesn't engage in that kind of behavior anymore. It was just hours of lies and gaslighting. He said that he knew which student I was talking about, but that he's never spoken to her or taught her. He didn't recall the movie theater incident and accused me of imagining it too. He denied receiving a Snapchat at all a few nights ago when I first saw it. He denied acting shady the days before. He denied everything. I was absolutely disgusted by him the whole night. As this conversation went on, he started to talk about how he's going to get us marriage counseling, that my trust issues can be worked on, and he would leave teaching if it's what it took for me to stay, but never admitted to anything with the student. Admittedly, I was starting to get a bit of a gaslight fog about the situation, believing some of what he was saying, but when he volunteered to leave teaching, I knew it was worse than I knew. Because teaching is his everything. He gave up an amazing opportunity which would have made him 3 to 4 times the money and way more recognition to teach, and has never complained about his job a day in his life. We both know he loves his job more than he loves me. If this was truly all a misunderstanding, or if it was a one-off with a graduate non-student, I just think he would do more to protect his job and his career. He wouldn't just leave over crazy behavior from me. That immediately told me everything I needed to know. That he was panicking on the inside about me leaving and me telling people. Maybe because more happened with 18 female than what I know. Maybe because he's done this before. I'm not sure, but he effed up bad. It's so late, I was exhausted, and decided on an agreement in working through it and told him I could move past it, but I was obviously lying. I need time to get shit in order. He is sleeping in the guest room tonight. I told him I would need a lot of space, and he said he was okay with that. He left his phone in our bedroom for the night as a peace offering. I hate his effing guts. I have so many things on my mind right now. What the F to do, how to get a lawyer, if I should tell my family, if I should tell the school, the fact that I have no proof, but I know what I saw. Ugh. The fact that I'll be 33 and divorced. Above all, the fact that my husband may have slept with this girl. That's my gut telling me, because he kept repeating that, and he would never sleep with his students over and over when I was using words like cheat with, look at, or sexed with. So that's the update. I was gaslit and lied to. I got no sleep last night, but still went to work this morning to get away from him. He hasn't texted me or called all day. I want nothing more than to go to school with this info. My heartbreak is gone, and I'm just angry and disgusted and want to right his wrongs. But I need him to admit to it so I can know how bad it is, and I don't think he will. I was thinking of telling him that I reached out to the girl. I'm not going to, and see if that freaks him out enough to come clean. And what if she doesn't know? Or just saying I have proof even though I don't. Anybody have any good ideas? In the meantime, looking for a divorce lawyer ASAP.
Am I the asshole for kicking out my sister-in-law after she threw away most of my single-use baby products and even formula? I'm 19 female. I have a 3-week-old baby girl. I do still live with my parents, but since I pay rent equally, they say I can just have as much of a say in who comes and goes from the house as they do. I've never actually taken advantage of this rule until recently enough. I have a brother who's 26 and his wife is 24. They're crunchy parents to an 8-month-old. Basically what that is fucking stupid. They use reusable wipes, nappies, think formula is the epitome of evil, baby wearing, the list just goes on. I'm the complete opposite. Pacifiers, supplementing with formula due to low supply, disposable wipes, and nappies. They are completely against the products I use and often give me things like sister-in-law's breast milks and bags, disposable nappies the little one has grown out of, etc. I've used some, but it's really not my cup of tea. On Monday night, my brother and sister-in-law were minding my baby for me since it was my birthday. My baby's father took me to go get some dinner at one of my favorite fast food places. It was great and really relaxing. When I got home that evening, my sister-in-law said that she did some cleaning and threw out anything I don't need. This immediately gave me red flags, but they were in a hurry to get out the door and left almost immediately. When I got back into the nursery, every disposable nappy and white pack was gone and replaced with some reusable cloth ones. Same with my formula. There was 8 tubs and all of it was gone. I'm not able to replace them at the moment, and solely breastfeeding isn't sustainable for us. I was extremely angry and I just turned off my phone to avoid being mean to my sister-in-law. She and my brother came over yesterday to collect something they forgot, and that was when I confronted her. I told her that she had to replace everything she dumped. When she said she can't afford to do so, I said fine, just get out and don't come back until I've been reimbursed or everything was replaced with the original items. My brother thinks I'm being a massive asshole and he's on his wife's side. My parents think I'm being completely reasonable here, but they think telling her essentially not to come back is taking it too far.
I just completely faked giving birth, but there's a valid reason. Story time. So I'm a few days away from giving birth, and by a few days I mean I can pop any second. So my husband Mark has come to the agreement with his manager that once I give him a call, he can quickly leave work because that obviously means baby's on the way. The issue in this situation, for once, isn't Mark. I know, never thought I'd see the day. Issue is actually his mum, so my mother-in-law. And Mark have always had a too weird close relationship really. This means that the whole entire of our relationship, she's always been slightly too involved. As soon as I got pregnant, she insisted she moved in to help out, which I just thought was so strange. Throughout the whole of our relationship, like whenever there was like special anniversaries, like my birthday or a wedding anniversary, any type of important date, there was always suddenly like an emergency with her, where there's been times where we've had to come off holiday, where we've had to like drive hours and hours back home. Almost like she can't stand the attention of me and Mark together. So this obviously, and I think rightfully so, made me very nervous for when I do give birth. But I wouldn't put it against her suddenly having an emergency and Mark having to quickly go and see her just in case it is a real one this time. So I decided to fake birth. I called my husband the other day and I told him it's an emergency, I'm about to give birth. Make sure to leave work and come get me. Now I actually thought I was having contractions, however I knew I was going to do this. And then all of a sudden on our way to the hospital, Mum had a medical emergency. Mark had to drop me off, leave me, and go see his mum. So that is when I said to Mark that I wasn't giving birth. This was all a plan to see if your mum was actually faking these medical things, because he's never actually believed me. It's always been like a huge argument. And thank the Lord, he finally saw the light. So what we have done, we have paid for a carer for his mum for the next week until we give birth.
I staged a robbery to steal from the store where I work. I work for a chain of 24-hour stores. Some time ago, I was working overnight, and I hated it. It made me fully nocturnal to the point that the sun actually burned my eyes when I went out during the day. I hated the store, hated my town, and hated all of my coworkers. Because of this, I was bordering on suicidal, so I would fantasize about just talking about the money and leaving for a good while I stocked shelves. Did this every night for months, but I knew jail would be worse, so I never did it. Well, one day, I was venting to a good friend about how I was feeling, basically telling him a lengthier version of that first paragraph. I figured he would tell me I'm going crazy and I should quit and find a new job that I don't hate so much. Instead, he and I came up with the idea to stage a robbery and take the money together. We took about 2 weeks to plan, and I even called out of one of the shifts so we could hammer out the fine details. The plan was that he would come in wearing a full face mask, long sleeves, and gloves so that you couldn't tell his ethnicity on the cameras. I also knew all the camera dead spots, so we planned his escape route in such a way he couldn't really be tracked by them. We had the whole thing rehearsed and ready as if we were putting on a play. So the night finally comes, and I had him wait until my coworker went on break so we wouldn't have an extra variable to plan around. He walks in during our deadest time of the night, and we start really playing up the whole thing. He's pointing this fake gun in my face, I'm putting my hands up, shaking my head, all that. He has me lead him to the office where he makes me empty the safe for him, then he has me empty the registers for him on his way out. I give him a few minutes head start, and I pretend to be rattled and catch my breath, pretend I can't stop shaking enough to dial 911, and finally go alert my coworker that we were robbed and I was too freaked out to do it myself. The cops show up and take my statement. I told them he spoke with an accent that he did not. I fed them a lot of false info to take any suspicion away from my friend. My coworker saw nothing from the break room, so he couldn't give any info himself. It's corporate policy to give robbers whatever they want, so I do not get in any trouble. As a matter of fact, they paid me a bonus for handling it so well. They also took me off of overnight shifts. Later, I told them I wasn't comfortable here anymore, so I put in for a transfer to the town I've always wanted to live in. That process got expedited due to the situation. I'm not confessing to get it off my chest so much as I am because I couldn't be happier I did it. My life turned around immediately, and I have never been happier since I was a kid. Used all the money to finally start college.
Am I wrong? I was invited to a wedding, but there's a catch. I was so extremely happy to be invited to a wedding. I pulled out the invitation, but a little sticky note dropped out. I looked at the invitation first. It was truly such a beautiful invitation, so I stuck it to my fridge like the artwork that I thought it was. It was addressed to my husband and I was absolutely stoked. I love weddings so much. I tend to get super teary-eyed and just so happy. All the joy and new beginnings and all the love that is just spread throughout a wedding. I was even a wedding singer. That's how much I love weddings. So this is where it gets pretty strange. I picked up the invitation and it said that while my husband was invited to the wedding, I would have to sit in a room with a bunch of other women that were invited to babysit kids. There's a special room in the church where the kids would be, and that is where I would be for everything, literally the whole time. But I would still need to dress for a wedding just in case I were in any of the photos, and I would be with the kids during my mealtime and during the ceremony. And then there was a link for their gift registry. Oh, and to add, our meals for me and my husband would be $100 each, and then there was a link to go pay for our meals ahead of time and RSVP. I use a walker to walk long distances, so I would happily be able to sit in the room and watch children, just look at them. But for anything that would require me to move quickly, like if they choked or to stop them falling, I'm pretty much useless at that point.
My stepmom sleeps in the same bed as my boyfriend. Story time. Me and my boyfriend Mark have been together for 15 years. This sounds crazy, but we first got together when we were 5 years old. And what's even more crazy is we've never had any issues. Even though me and Mark have been together for such a long time, my dad is extremely protective. To the point where it's actually made mine and Mark's relationship quite hard. When I say my dad's protective, I mean over protective. He would still drive me to school, and at this current time, he still drives me to college. This man would be furious if I ever got a bus on my own or decided to try and start driving. Get where it comes from, because my mum passed away when I was really, really young, so he's just trying to protect me. As you can kind of guess, this made mine and Mark's relationship hard to kind of navigate. As you get older, you want to try new things and do new things, especially with a long-term boyfriend. And then as we're older, my 18th birthday, Mark was finally allowed to sleep around our house. However, this came with extreme rules. One of them included sleep in a completely separate bedroom. However, we were teenagers. We found a way. It was until my stepmom got brought into this situation. But my dad finally remarried is when she suggested that he should sleep in the same bed as Mark whenever he sleeps around. We both thought this was so strange. Like, why would she offer to sleep in a bed with a 19-year-old? However, my dad loved this idea. He thought it was great. He thought this was like an amazing way to make sure nothing happened. So it went ahead. Now, I don't know if I'm being a bit of a mug, because why would my boyfriend also agree to this?
Am I the asshole for telling my best friend she can't stay at my house? I live with my husband and child. My best friend Stacy has been staying with us for the last few weeks because of renovations. I met my best friend in college, and we're pretty much opposites when it comes to a lot of things. She's far more carefree, particularly with men. She loves dating committed men and will pursue them for the thrill. There have been a couple of occasions where she's been confronted publicly by spouses, and she just laughs it off after the fact. Now onto the issue. I'm going to Las Vegas in a couple of days, and I'll be gone for 5 days. I told her that I would prefer if she stayed elsewhere while I was gone. She asked why, and I told her it's because of her history of going after men in relationships, and that I wasn't comfortable with her there while I'm gone. She got really defensive and started to cry, and she insisted that she values our friendship and would never violate that, but I held firm and said that this is just one of those things where I'd rather be safe than sorry. She'll be staying at another friend's house, and I feel bad, but I also don't think that I'm going to change my mind. My husband doesn't care either way, and said she should understand why I feel that way, but am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for customizing my burger? For my niece's 10th birthday a few days ago, we went to a burger place. I'm pretty picky about food, so I thought it would be easier to just take along some of my own stuff. The actual meat is okay, but they do horrible and overly sweet brioche buns. They also have fancy named complex burgers, and it makes the food basically inedible. It is so disgusting. I ordered their most basic burger with just some lettuce, and had brought my own bread, some cheese, and some barbecue sauce. Nobody said anything at the time, none of the staff cared, and honestly I think the guys at the next table were pretty jealous. But afterwards, my sister told me that I was being a total asshole, and ruined the evening and drew all of the attention away from my niece on her birthday. My niece didn't seem unhappy, and basically nobody commented beyond, haha, don't you want one of these fancy burgers? I got to eat food that was actually edible, and I don't think I was being an asshole, but I don't know. Was my sister just being weird, or does she have a point? Am I the asshole for a joke I made during my best man speech? So I was recently the best man at my friend's second wedding. I was also the best man at his first. I saw this joke online and it made me laugh, so I stole it. And for my opening speech I said, right, well, welcome back everyone. To which got more than a few laughs, especially from the bride, who seemed to find it hilarious. Everything went well, speech over and done with, though later on, after a few drinks, my friend began to rip me a new arsehole, telling me that I was out of line with that kind of joke, and how I'd embarrassed him, and it wasn't funny, and that I shouldn't have brought his last marriage into this. I mean, a best man speech will always be more jokey than anything, and beyond that, it was fairly tame, and that was the only reference to his last marriage. Was I really that out of line?
Am I the asshole for not wanting to babysit my sister's nightmare child? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Send me on Instagram. Her child is a terror. He's extremely mean and violent. It's all my sister's fault and her husband. My family's pretty big. My parents got busy and had 6 kids. Now my sister and I are the youngest. My sister was the first to get pregnant out of all my siblings, which of course meant that we were super excited. While she was pregnant, she was doted over. All of my siblings took care of her, and her husband was amazing. Then the baby was born. By the time he was 2 years old, he would have fits of violence if he was not given what he wanted. One time we were all sitting at a restaurant, and he wanted to eat all of the fries. And when my sister said no, he grabbed the plate and threw it on the floor. My parents have a beautiful dog, and this child terrorizes the dog. He tries to hit him, tries to bite him, and the poor dog doesn't do anything to him. He's never in a good mood, and always tries to find an excuse to hit people. He's now 4 years old and he's even worse. He's constantly breaking things, doesn't apologize, doesn't say please or thank you. He grabbed my laptop and threw it into a pool. When my sister asked me to babysit, I said no, and everyone in my family turned against me. But it gets worse. Go to part 2. Am I the asshole for not wanting to babysit my sister's nightmare child? This Claire's not my story, Thomas, on Instagram. After he grabbed my laptop and threw it into the pool, I swore I would never speak to him again. Not only did he ruin my computer, but he denied doing it even though I saw him do it. My family had to look at the cameras to see that he actually did it. It's like they refused to believe it even though I told them I saw him. And guess what? My sister made him stand in the corner. That was his punishment. When my sister asked me to babysit, I said no. She started to cry, saying that I was a bad sister, that she really needed a break from him, that her husband and her just wanted to go have dinner. But she didn't want me to just babysit him for a couple of hours. She wanted him to sleep over at my apartment. When my family found out that I said no to babysitting him, they all got mad at me. My parents called me and told me that I was selfish, and my siblings told me that I needed to help my sister out. That's when I told them that I didn't know what was going to happen if this kid came over to my house. I was scared that he was going to attack me. I think he's capable of setting my house on fire. He knows I don't like him. Now nobody is talking to me. Now I do feel guilty. Should I just lock him in a room with the TV on? I honestly don't know what to do. Am I the asshole for doing this, or am I in the right? What do you guys think?
The lure of having a crazy ex is actually so insane, because what do you mean I had to start my entire life over and move and like literally change my name, change my hair, everything because of this? Ready with me? Let's talk about it. So to everyone else, this man seemed like the perfect person. Like he literally even had me fooled. But you know when somebody almost seems too perfect and then they prove to not be perfect at all and actually be one of the most evil people you have ever met in your entire life. Things this man did were actually so evil. I had to freeze credit cards. I had to disappear off the face of the earth, dye my hair, put contacts in, like change my name, everything. Like I can't even get into the most horrendous shit that he did. I moved to this little town. I kind of start over, and it's just one of those towns where like everybody knows everybody, and it felt really safe to me, and like that is just what I craved. I bought this house and moved in, but like the house was literally falling apart. Something was wrong with the pipes in my house, and water was leaking everywhere. And when I tried to turn off the water, it spit water all over me. Like my house is starting to like have a leak, flood everywhere. So I'm like, okay, I have to figure out what to do, and I don't really know what to do because this is like a serious thing. Like it could cause rot, it could cause mold, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to ask somebody for help. Like this is not something I can do myself, because normally I would, because I don't want anybody in my house. My friend and one of the girls that I work with, brother, does construction, and he like says he could help, and I really wanted to let him, but when he came over, like I got really spooked. I really don't want anybody in my house, and like if I can't seem and if I didn't seem like enough of a freak before, he's definitely going to think I'm a freak now. After some convincing from my friend and just realizing that I literally cannot do this on my own, I decided to let him come over and help, but I really don't want him to come into the house yet. So he is like so patient, so kind. He's like, don't worry, we'll take this at your pace, like we'll work on the outside and then we'll figure it out together. And this may seem like a very much overreaction to him and everybody else, but like if you knew the stuff my ex put me through, you would understand why I'm so careful and just I'm so paranoid about everybody. So I just was very nervous, but he was so sweet, so patient, taking his time, and he would like bring me food and take out for us to eat after he got done, which is just like, hello. While this is going on, some like weird stuff is kind of happening. Like I kind of just feel like I'm being watched, and I'm paranoid in general, so I was just trying to like put it off, like it's my paranoia. But also the tires to my bike got slashed, and I mean I didn't run over anything, they were very clearly slashed, and my friend's like, it's probably just the like neighborhood kids, they probably just did that. There's like been some vandalism going on, so I'm like trying to put that in the back of my head, like nothing serious has happened. I'm worried about that, I'm paranoid, but then I also have this man coming over to my house who literally looks like God's gift to mankind, and when he's outside working, he takes his shirt off and he's just like shirtless, walking around looking just like perfection, and I'm drooling and I just cannot stop staring at him. And the man has made it very clear, if I was interested in anything more, like he would definitely take me up on that. But like I said, I've got issues from my ex. This is my friend's brother. I'm trying not to make waves in this new town, and he also has this ex-girlfriend or ex-fling thing, and there's like some drama there, and I'm not trying to get involved in any of that. If you like that and you want to find out what happens next and the name of the book, check the caption. Bye!
Am I in the wrong for not fixing my wife's mom guilt? My wife, 33 female, and I, 35 male, have been married for 4 years now and have 2 sons, 3 and 1. With 2 young kids and both of us working full-time, we obviously don't get a lot of time for ourselves, and even less for the 2 of us as a couple. We've had maybe 2 dates since our youngest son was born. My wife has at least been able to attend a couple of her friends' weddings, but I haven't had social time just for myself in probably 6 months. My wife has been lamenting our lack of social lives and asking me to plan something for us to do as a couple because she doesn't have the mental energy for it. A few weeks ago, I saw that one of her favorite bands is playing a show in the town we used to live in before we got married. We still have friends there, so I reached out to them to see if they wanted to attend the show with us. They agreed and even offered for my wife and I to stay with them for the night so that we wouldn't have to drive home after the show. I told my wife about it, and instead of being happy or excited, she immediately went off about how we have no one to watch the kids, we've never both been away from them for a night, etc. I told her that I already had asked my parents to come stay with the kids for the night, and they were excited for it. But my wife kept going off about how our kids haven't been sleeping well, what if XYZ happens, etc. I did my best to calm her down and asked her if I should just cancel the whole thing because it doesn't sound like she's on board with my idea. She said that she wants to do it, but just is worried about leaving the kids for the night. I told her that the plan is literally exactly what she asked me to do, but if she doesn't want to do it, then we can cancel. She again said that she didn't want to cancel. Well, the concert was this past Sunday. My parents arrived Friday so that they could have a night with us and the kids at home to get familiar with our routine. Everything went fine that night. But the next day, as we were getting things packed and ready to go, my wife became hesitant. Instead of packing, she was running around asking my mom and dad a bunch of questions related to the kids. I tried to get her to focus on the concert and seeing friends, but I couldn't do it. Eventually, I asked her if she still wanted to go. She said that she wasn't sure. She told me that she was feeling really guilty about leaving the kids overnight. I told her that we both needed to have time for us to behave like adults, and this is our chance. She then told me that I should just go by myself because she doesn't think that she'll enjoy herself. So that's what I did. I went and saw friends and spent the night and had a great time. When I went home the next day, my wife was upset with me. She told me that she didn't think that I would actually go without her. She said that having my parents there without me was uncomfortable for her. She told me that I should have done more to soothe her mom guilt so that she could have gone with. So am I in the wrong? Am I in the wrong for bringing up divorce for my wife cheating after I cheated years ago? My wife and I have been together for 12 years and married for 9. We have an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old. I had an affair with a mutual friend about a year after my 4-year-old was born and I regret it. She was living with her husband to Germany and I hadn't done the deed for over a year because my wife did not want any sexual contact after the birth and we slept together 6 times. I assumed that my wife wouldn't find out, but she told my ex a year after our affair in Germany because she felt guilty and was leaving her husband. She either wanted to take me down with her or she assumed that we would divorce and we might get together. Either way, I groveled and begged for my wife's forgiveness. She wanted a divorce, but I didn't. I know she stayed mainly because of how hard it is to be a single mom, and I hope that she would eventually forgive me. She asked that I agreed to let her have an affair like I did with someone of her choosing as a condition of staying married, and I stupidly agreed because I didn't think that she would actually do it. It's been a long road, but I honestly thought that she forgave the affair. We've been raising our children and been intimate regularly. We bought a house together and moved to be close to our parents. I thought that this was behind us. 4 months ago, she told me that she was having an affair with a newly divorced friend. I was absolutely shocked and angry, but she reminded me that I agreed, and I did, but man, it sucks. She's way more manipulative than I thought possible because she waited until one of my close friends was divorced. I tried not to show it, but I was livid, and I feel so hurt. Yes, I know it's ironic because I cheated first. She has since finished the affair and told me that it was the same length and number of experiences as mine. I haven't talked to that friend and I have no idea if I ever can again. He never reached out, so I assume that it's the end of our friendship. I'm thinking of divorce because clearly she never forgave me and I can't forgive her for this. I brought up divorce and she got mad and reminded me that I gave her a free affair card years ago. I told her clearly by this it meant that she hasn't forgiven me, and she said that she had forgiven me the second that she had her affair. Am I in the wrong for wanting to divorce? Am I in the wrong for breaking up with my fiance after she hit my face and caused serious medical damage? I'm 27 and my ex-fiance is an attractive 25-year-old woman. We had a fairly decent relationship of 5 years and plan to marry in the fall of 2025. No kids. We both have professional jobs, shared and individual interests in our own group of friends. We probably would have had a nice life together. I've always known about her excessive and over-the-top fear of insects, especially spiders and worms, and I've always done my best to be sensitive to this. Complete avoidance is impossible. One evening at a friend's house, we were sitting out on the back patio with the other couple talking, roasting marshmallows, having a few beers, and having a nice night. The next thing I remember is waking up in the ER with her crying and explaining what had happened. She saw a non-venomous spider on my forehead that I was not even aware of and freaked out. She picked up a cheap metal container that held a citronella candle and proceeded to bash my forehead, she thinks 5 times, until she was sure that the spider was gone. The result was 8 staples, internal brain trauma, and second-degree burns all over my face. It's been 6 months since this happened, and the burn scars are still slightly visible. I could tell that she genuinely felt bad, and after a couple days of rest, I really felt bad for her too. I didn't want to see her feeling guilty for her compulsion, but at the same time, after thinking and talking to friends, I decided it was best to call the engagement off. I explained that I really didn't blame her, and also I didn't want her to blame herself for my injuries, but that I personally didn't want to go through with another situation like that again. A few days later, after failing to convince me to change my mind, she left and I haven't heard from her since. It's been 6 months since the event, and of course I miss her. But I'm wondering if I was wrong here. She had freaked out in the past when insects scared her, but never to the point of harming anyone. She wasn't able to explain why she had reacted like this.
My boyfriend cheated on me, so I decided to get with his brother and his best friend at the same time. Story time. So I've been dating this guy who we'll call Steve for about 2 years. The first year was absolute magic. It was all love, rose petals. He'd buy me anything and everything I wanted. But a few months after our 1-year anniversary, things began to change a little bit with Steve. He would ask me to pay for certain things. He'd ask me to pay for the bill, theme park tickets, cinema ticket. Now, nothing had changed with his financial situation at this time. I was a bit confused as to why we couldn't afford things. Then things got really weird. One time I tried to give him just a little peck on the cheek, a little hug, and this man started slut shaming me. And I was getting seriously concerned. So I decided it's time to go through his phone. I'm seeing messages from a whole host of girls. Not 1, not 2, Not 3, but 4 of them. I decided I was gonna play this really cool. I didn't want anyone to know that I knew his antics. So one day, Steve goes to work and randomly Steve's brother and his best mate turn up. This was my time, right? I was offered a situation and I took it. I knew that Steve would be home from work in about an hour or 2. So I invite them to stay around for tea. I start flirting with his best friend Dave. I start flirting with his brother Alan. Now don't get me wrong, they were enjoying my attention. The original plan was to just flirt with them in front of Steve and really get him riled up over the situation. But then his brother starts getting a little bit handsy. I'm thinking I could take this all the way. I have Steve's location right. It takes him 20 minutes to get home. At this moment, I'm sat on the sofa, Dave's on one side, Alan is on the other. I'm tracking where Steve is. He's 5 minutes away. It's game time, bitches. This whole time, Dave had his hand on my leg. Alan had his arm around me. I knew they wanted a piece of me. We all start kissing, right? Just in time for Steve to walk through the door. Steve walks in from a hard day at work and he sees me kissing and cuddling with his best friend and his brother. The look of confusion on his face is something that I will never ever forget. It brings me great pride. He says, what the hell is going on in here? I reply, well, at least I'm only cheating on you with 2 people. Guess I've got another 2 to go before I make up my quota. Safe to say, I haven't seen Steve, Alan or Dave since that day. Which is a shame because I really wanted to tell Steve that his best friend and brother was so much better than him. You are savage. Thank you so much for sending your stories in, guys. If you do have a little juicy story like this one, please make sure you fill out the little form in my bio. I'll read through every single one of them and the best of the best will get told on my page. My boyfriend stalks me around Ibiza on my girls' holiday. Story time. So I've recently been seeing this boy who we'll call Steve. We weren't official or anything like that, but things were going well. When we first got together, Steve made it quite clear that he didn't like the idea of me going on girls' holidays or girls' trips. I already had this little Ibiza trip booked, so I was gonna go on it. On the run up to the holiday, he joked with his boys about them going as well and meeting up with me, which I thought was a little bit bizarre, and so did all of his friends. So whilst we're on the trip, he's being weird. I was there for 10 days. The first 4 days he is begging me to share my location. I refused to tell him what hotel we were staying in because I don't know, I just didn't feel like he needed to know. It got to the point where I literally had to stop messaging him because he was being so weird and controlling, but he continued to like harass me. It got to the point where I ended up blocking his number. We're now a week into the girls' holiday. I'm at Ocean Beach. I'm having a great time. And my best friend taps me on the shoulder and goes, isn't that Steve? I look over and Steve is sat at the bar at Ocean Beach just looking around. He then catches my eye and is like, which in itself is a nick. I go over and I'm like, what the hell are you doing here, boy? Like, with his chest, he says, well, you wouldn't tell me where you were, so I just thought I'd come and find you. Sorry. I just think people don't hear the things they say and how weird they are. He was like, yeah, I've been trying to get your attention, but I just didn't want to interrupt your holiday. He said, I thought it would have been a good time at High, but then I saw you chatting to some boys and I just thought that wasn't a good time. It's never a good time, Steve. It's never a good time to stalk someone to Ibiza. I also found out that he had tried to find out what hotel room I was in. He'd found the hotel I was staying at. You think this is bad? Oh, it gets worse. He then whips out his phone and he's like, I need to show you something. I'm like, go on then, yeah. He opens his camera roll to an album titled Tashi's Ibiza Trip and proceeds to show me all of these videos and pictures he's taken of me whilst I've been in Ibiza. At different clubs, restaurants, at the pool, at a hotel. At what point do we consider legal action? He didn't have a hotel. He had been just wandering the streets and sleeping on the beach. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know what to do, so I broke up with him on the spot. My friends were so creeped out. I told him he needs to leave and he needs to fly back home and never ever speak to me again. Is there anything else I can do in this situation? I actually can't believe this is my life. I cheated on the love of my life, but now I want a relationship with both of them at the same time. Story time. You guys know that Steve is the absolute love of my life. I wake up, he makes me feel juicy, ready to start the day, plump, hydrated. But Dave has come back into my life recently, and he just does the things that Steve can't do for me. He brings out a gorgeous natural glow, balance to my life as well. I have a really balanced pH on my skin now. And like me, Dave is the sober girly. He's alcohol free. If you haven't guessed by now, Steve is the hydrating milky toner from Thayer's and Dave is the rose petal toner from Thayer's. Though they are very similar, they are completely different products for me. I use them in completely different ways. As you can see here, I use my rose water as a prep for makeup. It removes any excess sebum, the dirt that's left on my skin. It's a lot more lightweight. It has more of like a watery texture in comparison to the hydrating milky toner. And for someone like me who doesn't like anything too heavy on the skin, it's also really nice and hydrating. I've been a lover of Thayer's products for the longest time and I truly do see a massive difference in my skin when I use them, and I can't wait for you to try it. My boyfriend slept with my sister, so I made sure to get my revenge. Story time. So I went to this really popular festival in the town where me and my boyfriend live. We're just vibing, having a really good time. And I see my boyfriend Steve's sister. And she's like, hey, I really need to speak to you. Drags me out the crowd. She starts telling me about this time she went to Steve's house to drop off some parcels. Bearing in mind, she is hammered. So she was loose in the mouth. She's telling me that she goes to Steve's house and she sees a girl. I was like, that's interesting. What does she look like? She describes it as a 5'4" blonde girl. I'm a 5'11" brown haired lady. And I'm trying to think of anyone that I know of that could be of that description. I'm like, there is only one person, right, that I know of that is 4'4" and blonde that both me and Steve know. And that person is my sister. I'm like, listen, I'm just going to enjoy my evening. I'm not going to think too far into this. The festival starts coming to a close and we all start to meet up with everyone I'd gone with, all of my boyfriend's family. My boyfriend has an uncle who we'll call Dave. Dave is 26, I am 23. We're just having that have you had a nice night, la da da kind of conversation. This was winding down. I go say bye to Steve's sister who is stood with all of his family. I overhear his uncle say that Steve is on a work trip for 2 nights. And I'm like, interesting, I didn't know that. So I decided to ask his really cute uncle if he would walk me home. Just a girl. So we get back to my house, we have a couple of drinks together. Before you know it, like the night is running away from us. I'm a little bit tipsy, he's a little bit tipsy. Well, what better revenge, you know, keep it in the family. I decided to lead Uncle Dave to the bedroom. And then ... So I wake up in the morning after having a brilliant night. Dave is not in my bed. I don't know where Dave is. Dave isn't replying to any of my phone calls. Now I am paranoid as fuck that he is going to tell Steve. So what do I do here? Do I confront Steve about cheating? Do I tell him that I cheated on him? What do I do? Girl, you fought fire with fire and now you're about to get burned. Good luck.
Am I the asshole for leaving my husband at the restaurant and going home? My husband, Justin, started spending a lot of time inside the bathroom after we moved into our new home. We're talking 45 minutes for just peeing 4 to 5 times a day. It's so irritating, but since he uses the guest bathroom, this only annoyed me when I'm waiting for him to eat or go out or do anything together, or even when we have guests over. Days ago, he took me out for dinner after he got off work. We went to the restaurant, sat at the table, and looked at the menu. Once the waitress came and took our orders, Justin started looking around, saying he needed to go to the restroom. I felt something was wrong and kept worrying about him, wanting to use the restroom and staying there for a long time. So, before he went, I gently reminded him that we were at a restaurant, therefore he shouldn't take too long inside the restroom. He made a face and told me to knock it off because he'd be back in a minute.
Where's the phone?
10 minutes passed and I felt annoyed. Another 8 or so passed and he was still in there. I literally started calling his phone and texting him to get out when our order arrived. I was getting fed up and the food was getting cold, so I entered the men's restroom looking embarrassed as hell and coming behind each door asking if he was in there.
And you hear her coming too. For sure.
Yeah. Tilly replied that he'd be out in a few seconds. I went back to the table and started eating after over 5 minutes of waiting. 10 plus 8 plus 5.
Plus the time she went in.
23, 25 minutes, give or take. I called his phone one last time after I was finished, but he hung up on me. I was very, very upset. I just asked the waitress to split the bill, paid, left a tip, and walked out. I got home by Uber. I can't drive because of my medical condition. And nearly 20 minutes later, Justin got home looking upset, asking what the heck I just did. He asked why I left him there and went home all of a sudden. I told him he was taking too much time in the restroom and had me wait for nearly 40 minutes while dinner was cold and I was starving. He pitched a fit and gave a lecture about how selfish I was to abandon him there, even though I called and he hung up. but he said his battery died. He said he thought our meal was going to take time, so he went to use the restroom, and I should have waited for him a little longer after I notified him about the meal. But I was too selfish. I snapped and said this will, in fact, be the last time we go out for dinner if he's going to act like that. This was irritating, not just for me, but the public as well. Imagine keeping the restroom busy for 40 minutes where customers need it. Thank goodness the place wasn't packed. I told him that, and he gave me the nastiest look I've ever seen and said I was at fault for leaving and ruining our dinner together. He said he was only upset that I paid for my dinner, even though he was the one who invited me out. Should I have just waited? Am I the asshole for wanting my husband to hold my hand during birth? I, 35 female, am 7 months pregnant. I am married to a family medicine doctor, 35 male, and we've been together for 10 years. Throwaway Reddit, because my sister-in-law follows me on Reddit and reports everything to my husband. I'm reaching out to all of you to ask for your advice on a fight my husband and I are having on our birth plan. My husband really wants to deliver the baby, which I can understand. It's not uncommon for doctors to deliver their own kid. There is still an OBGYN there monitoring everything, and the doctor father steps in at the last minute as mom is crowning to just basically catch the baby. My husband has, I guess, always dreamed of being the one to pull the baby out, while I pictured it very differently. I thought he would be up by my head, holding my hand and helping me through it. He says he will do that, but the easiest part is the very end, where I won't need him anyways. He said if I really want someone there, his mom can step in. I've been on my own since I was a kid living in my car, so I don't have anyone I'd want in there with me except him. I don't really even want his mom in there. She's great, but he is my person. I know it would be cool for him to deliver our baby, but I really feel like I need him there. I personally didn't want our doctors to know he was a doctor, because as soon as any of my doctors or even our vet finds out he's a doctor, they talk exclusively to him. I don't even want him to go to the prenatal appointments anymore because no one talks to me. They all talk to him. And I can't ask my questions to anyone but my husband at home. But he's already told everyone he'll be delivering his first baby. I guess I don't want this because I wanted him to be there as a husband and a father and not a doctor. I see him as a doctor 95% of the time, and I wanted to experience this with my husband and not my husband, the doctor. I wanted him to be there for me, as this is my first birth and I'm terrified. He just keeps telling me I'll be fine. He pulled in friends and family who also don't understand my point of view. They said this is his first child too, and to just let him have this since I had the honor of being pregnant. I just really wanted him to hold my hand all the way through it and to be able to share this experience as parents and people instead of a medical professional. I was hoping we could see the baby at the same time and just be equals in this. Am I being selfish for wanting this to be my way?
Am I in the wrong for thinking my mum should have ended her relationship with someone who had terminal cancer? Disclaimer, this is a really sensitive story and has been sent to me by one of my followers. For some background context, I grew up living with my mum and dad, and unfortunately my dad was an alcoholic and began drinking again in around 2018. At this time I was 26 years old and lived around 200 miles from my family, but I had two siblings that still lived at home who were aged 8 and 10. When my dad started drinking again, the household became very toxic and dangerous. He abused my mum, also kept weapons at the property, and even spread misinformation about me on my social media. My siblings witnessed all of this, and because I lived so far away, I was unable to protect them as much as I would have liked to. This eventually led to them being taken into care. In 2020, while the kids were still in care, my mum actually found my dad had passed away from a drug overdose, and this came as a massive shock to us all as we hadn't realised he had moved on to this. Fast forward to 2022, my mum made an amazing transformation. She got her life back on track. She's completely redone the house and her mental health is in a much better state, and my siblings were able to return to live with her. The only issue is that my mum had met someone else who no one was really keen on for various reasons. He was making her happy though, so no one said anything and we
just got on with it. In June 2023, around 6 months after my siblings returned to live with her, she told me that sadly her partner had terminal cancer and there was no treatment for it. This is obviously extremely sad, but after all my siblings and my mum have been through, I was worried about how this would impact them. It's coming up to the anniversary of 4 years without my dad, and at the same time my mum's partner is rapidly going downhill. I have expressed to my mum that I think she should have broke it off with her partner as soon as she found out about his illness, because I'm so worried about what trauma this is going to cause to my siblings. I just want some opinions on whether I'm in the wrong for this. My husband is shocked that people find me attractive, and I'm honestly not sure what to think about this. For context, I'm 31 years old and my husband is 33. Not to toot my own horn, but I do put a lot of effort into my appearance. I always have, and I feel like people have always thought I'm kind of attractive, and yeah, I feel like I'm just better than average. Anyway, my husband was recently on a night out with his friends. I don't know what happened or what conversations were had, but the next day he asked me if I was aware that people find me very attractive. I told him that I think a lot of people would find me beautiful and that the world didn't end when I turned 25 years old. He's been behaving really oddly since this whole conversation, and honestly, I'm quite offended that he is shocked about that. He watches a lot of anime, and I feel like his standard of beauty is like a 12-year-old's face on a woman's body. I do feel like this has skewed his perception of what beauty in reality.
I've been getting a lot of phone calls from him and my parents saying my wife is a loose woman and she needs to cover for herself. Am I the asshole for not making my wife cover up at home? So my brother, 28 male, came over with his wife yesterday and spent the night with my wife, 27 female, and myself. It was worth mentioning that I come from a Muslim family and my wife does not. Ooh. When my brother and his wife arrived, my wife was just getting home from work and she was wearing scrubs and her name badge. While I made polite conversation with my brother and my sister-in-law, my wife went to change clothes. It is also worth mentioning that my wife has tattoos, piercings, dyed hair, and stretched ears. Very much a stereotypical goth girl. When she was done, she came back into our living room in a tank top and a pair of shorts. My brother averted his eyes, but my sister-in-law couldn't stop looking at my wife. My wife has a tattoo from her thigh to her ankle on her left leg and a tattoo on her calf on her right leg. My wife finally noticed and asked my sister-in-law, like the tattoo, to which she simply blushed. My wife smiles and tells her, "You're fine, I'm used to the stares. You forget how many tattoos and piercings I have." My sister-in-law and brother both asked her how many. She has 7 piercings and almost 20 tattoos. The evening continues, and during dinner, the conversation turns to my wife's tattoos. My sister-in-law asks if she's planning for more, and my wife tells her yes, and she is currently working on a full back piece. My brother rolls his eyes and continues to eat. Shortly after dinner, we're getting ready for bed, and it's worth mentioning that my wife sleeps in a shirt and PJ pants. At no point is my wife nude or semi-nude. Before we go to bed, my brother comes into our bedroom, and my wife is in the process of having me put tattoo lotion into the tattoo on her back. She has her shirt pulled up in the back, but her arms are over her chest, covering her breasts. My brother sees this and runs from the room. My wife is embarrassed, but I tell her not to worry about it as it's his fault for not knocking. Once I'm done, I go out to see what my brother needed. He tells me, "I shouldn't see your wife in a state of undress. You need to be a better husband and tell her to cover up." My wife did not need to see her body. I did not need to see her body. I tell him he should have knocked and it's not my fault or hers. He and his wife left early the next morning. I've been getting a lot of phone calls from him and my parents saying my wife is a loose woman and she needs to cover herself. I tell them she doesn't and to leave her alone. My parents and brother now want an apology from us. So am I the asshole? Okay. This was a kind of weird one for me because as a practicing Muslim, I understand both sides. Okay. I think you guys need to set boundaries, right? If it makes your brother and his wife uncomfortable, I think it'd be nice. I would have that conversation because they're conservative and they're Muslims and stuff. I'd be like, "Hey, wife, I love you. There's nothing wrong with you. That's all that matters, that I care about you. But if it's okay when my family comes over, just to try to cover up, just to be respectful. There's nothing wrong with it, right? If you're okay with it, that's fine, right? But I can understand why. I feel like it would kind of bother me if I saw my brother and his wife like that. I'm just being honest because, right? And so like, it just kind of goes against our practices, and to see your brother do that kind of stuff, it's like, it would bother you. But I think your brother made a really big deal. He shouldn't have barged into your room. It's not like you saw her butt ass naked. Like, he literally went into your bedroom. So what was free game at that point? Like, it's not your fault. She sounds like a really nice person. I just don't know. Like, it's just I told my girlfriend that I wanted to report her mom to somebody, or at least tip someone off. Would I be the asshole if I reported my girlfriend's mom for tax evasion? Listen, when it comes to the government, steal all you want. I'm very close to the government because the government steals from us all the time. So I'm just kidding. My girlfriend and I have been with each other for 2-ish years. I met my girlfriend's mom 1 year into the relationship. My girlfriend and I are students, so we don't prioritize work that much in our lives, which leaves us limited in money. My girlfriend's mom helps us out a lot with monetary gifts, allowing me to stay with her at her residence and giving my girlfriend a credit card that she pays off. My girlfriend's mom affords us from a property she inherited from her after her mother died. My girlfriend's mom chose to sell that property 6 months ago and has been using that money to finance home remodelings in her residence, as well as helping us out. After the money ran out, we have been having tense relations as my girlfriend and I are finding jobs, while my girlfriend's mom continues to buy furniture for her residence. My girlfriend's mom has been diagnosed with severe mental disorders and has not listened to our warnings of excessive spending. My girlfriend and I try to budget what we have, but we run into conflicts with my girlfriend's mom, and she asks us to pay back the money she gave us with the jobs we have. My girlfriend and her mom got into a conflict recently and began to rant to me about her mom. One of the topics she brought up was how my girlfriend's mom admitted that she had not paid the taxes on the sale of her mother's inherited property. My girlfriend says that her mom had worked with a tax assistant to avoid paying any taxes for the sale of the property, and that my girlfriend's mom is worried about getting caught. The rest of the day, I had considered what to do in the situation. I told my girlfriend that I wanted to report her mom to somebody, or at least tip someone off. My girlfriend understandably doesn't want her mom to get into any more financial problems as it is, and is scared that her mom might go to prison. I am concerned about my girlfriend's mom, and I'm thankful for her generosity and help, but I thought tax evasion was a federal crime. I don't want to cause any more problems for my girlfriend or her mom, but I feel that not saying anything might be a problem in the future. So let me get this straight. Because she's been helping you guys out tremendously, right, and now she's in a pinch and she asks for some money back, the first thing you want to do is snitch on her? Get out of here. Like, I would still pay her back. That's not, regardless of how she got that money, when she got that money, that's not your problem. She gave you guys money to live and to go to school. And if she wants that back, she has that entitlement. What a douchebag. Get out of here. Am I wrong for throwing my wife a birthday party and royally pissing my mom off? My wife and I are currently staying with my parents because we just couldn't afford the cost of living in this area. We are both currently looking for better jobs and or something cheaper, but it is what it is right now. My mom and wife share a birthday, and there aren't words for how much my mom hates this. There were lots of whining in the beginning, jokes about, can I just get a new girlfriend? And as of right now, she does her best to avoid my wife the entire week of the shared birthday. Outside of that, she's a decent mother-in-law, mostly pleasant to her, but their relationship is surface level, and they both could do without the other. My mom is currently at home recovering from surgery from a torn ACL, so she isn't doing much this year, though my dad got her cake, food, and easily thousands of dollars worth of presents. Okay, so her birthday is very important to her, I see. My wife has been feeling pretty down due to our living situation and some external factors, and I wanted to cheer her up. I asked my dad if we could have some people over. He said yes, and to be fair, it didn't specify it was for a birthday party. I'm not sure he even remembered it was my wife's birthday, as he is totally disinterested in her, and he was in the middle of doing stuff for my mom, who was acting very princessy about her surgery. I invited our closest friends and set up a nice little party for my wife. At some point, my mom did come down and realize what was going on. I saw her look at the decorations and cake, and she looked pissed. My dad quickly ushered her away and promised they would go out when she was better, but she said it wouldn't count. My dad came back and muttered to me that I'm an asshole for doing this and called me insensitive and a mooch. He's a mooch? Really, Dad? When you're the one who's buying her thousands of dollars worth of gifts and, like, protecting your daughter that doesn't even exist, but he's the mooch? Okay. He came out an hour later and shut the party down as he claimed we were being too loud. I don't think we were, but it was getting late, so I didn't mind too much. My wife loved it and had a great birthday. I fully intended on cleaning up myself, but was too tired to do it that night. My mom came down in the morning and saw the things still up and got pissy again. I was in the process of cleaning them and told her not to worry, I would take care of it. She just glared at me and stormed off. My dad came back down and berated me for throwing it in my mom's face that my wife got a birthday party and she didn't, and told me he can't stand me and can't wait for us to leave. I told him they are both being crazy and my mom doesn't own the date. He shot back that I tricked him as he didn't realize it was a birthday party, to which I laughed and said maybe he should know his own daughter-in-law a bit better. He complained to some family, and now my aunt and her husband are calling me an asshole as well. To be clear about the mess, my mom only cared because she saw birthday stuff. She has never in her life cared about a mess. She once threw a handful of glitter in her own living room. I only brought it up to let her know I wasn't planning on leaving it for the housekeeper, as I thought that would be disrespectful. I was brought up by family vloggers and it ruined my life. I, 17 female, was brought up by parents who family vlog. We started vlogging when I was around 7 and stopped 3 years ago. I want to hugely avoid speculation as to who my family is, so I won't be sharing much more detail. The channel had over 500,000 subscribers. My parents finally stopped when there was a mental health crisis in my family as a result of the channel. this was never shared online. If you are a family vlogger or considering it, please read this and consider my perspective. I've wanted to share for a while but didn't know how to. I loved it for a while. I loved being center of attention while the camera was on, and I loved getting more toys. I stopped loving it when I realized that the only time I got attention was when the camera was on, and the only time I got toys was when I performed in a way I was meant to. I'm going to list some stuff that happened and how it affected us. My siblings and I were so paranoid there was a camera on us that the only place we felt comfortable changing was in the bathroom with the lights off. I couldn't talk to my mom about anything when my mental health began to get bad because I was too scared she would share it online. If I had asked her not to do it, it wouldn't have made a difference. I now barely have a relationship with my mom. My mom considered homeschooling us so that she'd have more time to make content during the day. My best friend's mom said that she didn't want my friend to be my friend anymore because my mom kept filming her without permission. My mom didn't care how upset I was. I didn't have a single private moment. My mom woke me up with the camera on, and she often filmed right until we went to sleep. She filmed us in the bath, and although she tried to get it off the internet, it's downloaded and online forever. She shared when I got my period, even though I told her I didn't want her to. Someone attempted to kidnap my sister and found it easy because they knew her full name, address, school, and details about her. My sister didn't know he was a stranger because he knew so much about her. And there's obviously a lot more. I steal hermit crab from souvenir shops. You know those hermit crabs they sell as pets to tourists in coastal souvenir shops? The ones with shells that have badly painted cartoon characters on them? The ones that come free with the purchase of a little plastic carrier with a thin layer of brightly colored gravel, some flake food in a shallow water dish, and a sea sponge in it. Maybe your parents let you get one while you were on vacation as a child because it's such a simple little pet, and maybe you lived for a few weeks or months or even a couple of years in that little plastic box before you noticed a bad smell and found it dead. And maybe you shrugged it off because it's just a little crab and they don't live long, right? Those crabs have a lifespan of 30 plus years. Those crabs are highly social and need to be kept in groups. Those crabs require air that's around 80% humidity or higher in order to breathe, and kept at around 26 degrees Celsius or 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Those crabs need separate pools of both fresh and salt water that are deep enough to fully submerge themselves in so they can regulate their internal salinity. They need large enclosures with deep substrate to burrow down so they can molt. They need a varied and nutrient-rich diet with fresh fruits and vegetables. The little crab you got as a souvenir in the same place selling custom airbrush shirts and shark tooth necklaces died a slow and miserable death. It's a miracle it made it that far to begin with, as all hermit crabs sold in these shops and major pet retailers are collected from the wild. They have their natural shells broken off their bodies with a hammer, so they have no choice but to wear some kiddishy garbage with Spider-Man painted on it. Roughly 50% don't survive the process, and no one seems to care. I care. This post was actually taken off a Reddit recap from r/confessions as one of the most clicked on stories this year. It's Reddit recap time. You can check yours out by clicking the little blue whale on the top right corner of your app. You'll also be able to see what communities took up most of your time. For me, my top 3 interests were television, gaming, and philosophy. But the most important thing that it comes down to in your Reddit recap is to find out if you're team dog or team cat. Can you guys guess what I am? I'm of course, neither. I'm too wholesome to pick sides, so I love them both equally. Check out your Reddit recap today and let me know, are you team dog or are you team cat? Now, back to the story. Several years ago, I was in one of these shops and saw hundreds of hermit crabs kept in a bare, unheated, open-air cage with only a shallow dish of water. I could smell them before I saw them. Dead little bodies rotting in their shells and limbs strewn out. Children were encouraged to pick them up and play with them and beg their parents for one because they're hardly more complicated than a pet rock, right? If I bought some of them, I could give them a chance to live, but in doing so, I'd be supporting a cruel industry and funding the death of so many more. I'm not sure how long I paced around the shop with my moral dilemma before a sudden realization hit me. I have pockets. As casually as I could, I picked out a couple sickly crabs and gently put them in my pocket. My heart was racing, but no one stopped me when I walked out the door. And so started my life of crime. I don't do it often, but if I'm in town with one of those souvenir shops, I'll pop in and jailbreak a few hermit crabs. I gravitate towards the weak ones and those missing limbs. They're on their way out, but I want them to have a chance or to at least die as comfortably as they can. The ones that have pulled through are all healthy and active now. A colony of contraband crabs.
Story time, and I need to vent, okay? I hate it when in a professional setting someone uses their position of power to flirt with you or to get your phone number or whatever, particularly if they're doing this to people who identify as a woman. So I'm moving out of my apartment and a guy came over today to do the inventory check. Basically, inventory check is when they come over, they check your flat, and they see if you get your deposit back. Like, they look at the state of your apartment. So the guy comes over to do that, and instantly he starts flirting with me, like right away, right off the bat. So I felt like I was in a really uncomfortable position because on the one hand, I want to be polite and like nice back because I want my deposit back, and I'm scared that if I'm not polite and like friendly towards him, I'm not gonna get my deposit because he's gonna write a bad review. But on the other hand, he's flirting, so I don't want to like cross the line and make him think I'm also flirting when I'm not flirting. I'm just trying to be nice because I want my money back, sir. Anyway, so one of the first things he says is that he's Eastern European and he's really traditional, da-da-da. And then he spoke to me for 2 hours. He didn't check my apartment, he just spoke to me for 2 hours and like was asking questions about if I want kids, my views on marriage, like literally asking questions that you ask on a date. This isn't a date, this is a professional setting. You're supposed to be checking my apartment. Why are you treating it like a date and putting me in this spot like that? Anyway, after 2 hours, he finally starts checking my apartment and he's checking my kitchen and he asked me if I cooked. And I said, yeah, I cook. And he goes, wow, you would make a great wife. Stop. Why? Many more comments like this came along throughout the inventory check, guys. So later on, there was a tiny stain somewhere, so I was cleaning the stain. And he goes, oh, see, another reason why you'd make a great wife. Oh, because I can clean and cook, I'd make a great wife. And also, like, why are you saying I'd make, like, that's so uncomfortable for me. Like, stop, why? Sorry, I'm still, like, riled up over this, clearly. And then another thing that happened, he had to flip over all the sofa cushions because he had to see if there were stains on the other side. So when he was putting them back, I decided to help put them back because there's like 9 different like sofa cushions. So I was like, might as well help so it goes quicker. So as I'm putting the pillows back, he's like, you're really sweet, you know, you're so sweet. Again, I'm already uncomfortable, please stop. Finally, everything finishes and I go to my neighbor's flat because I had to give her something. And he was waiting for the elevator right next to me because her flat is right next to the elevator. And while he's waiting for the elevator, he goes, we should go for coffee sometime. Would you like to go to coffee? What would you say? Let's go to coffee. What am I supposed to say? Like, obviously I want to say no, but I don't want him to write a bad report because I said no, because we all know that could happen. So, like, I feel like I have to say yes to go on a date with him when, like, I don't want to go on a date, but I need my deposit back. So, I guess I'm going to coffee. Story time! So before the pandemic happened this one day, I was traveling and I was at the airport and I had to go through security. Obviously, as you do. So I go to security and keep in mind, I was wearing leggings and a t-shirt. Like, it was very basic clothing. There wasn't anything on me. There was no zipper or anything. But when I went through security, I beeped. So the TSA woman was like, okay, I need to use a handheld metal detector on you. Was that okay? I was like, yeah, sure, of course. So I put my arms out and she used it on me. And the metal detector beeped at around this area on my body. So she was like, okay, I'm gonna have to pat you down. I was like, yeah, sure. So she pats me down and she doesn't find anything. Obviously, I was wearing leggings and a t-shirt. And she was like, that's strange. Have you ever had surgery? Like, do you have anything metal inside of you? And I was like, no, I've never had surgery. And she was like, okay, maybe the metal detector had a glitch. Let me just try to use it again. I was like, yeah, please. So she uses it again. And again, it beeped at around this area on my body. And she was like, are you sure you haven't had surgery? Like, are you positive? And I was like, yes, I'm sure. I've never had surgery before. And she's like, okay, well, I need to take you to a booth and you need to undress for me. And I was like, yeah, okay. And keep in mind, she was getting very panicked at this point. Like, her eyes were genuinely, like, panicking. And I think it's because she thought that there was maybe a dangerous device inside of me. Which isn't funny. So we go to the booth, I undress, and she looks at me, and there's nothing there. And she was like, are you sure that you haven't had surgery? And I was like, I am sure. Okay, I haven't had surgery. Why am I beeping? And she was like, I don't know why you're beeping. There must be something inside of you. I was like, what? No. So she's like, let me just pat you down again. So she pats me down again, and then she found the tiniest charm, like that big, on the string behind my underwear. And that's what was beeping this whole time. We were very relieved at that point. Story time about one of the most horrific experiences I ever had as an introvert. When I was 15, I went to a basketball game with my dad, and it was a Lakers game to be specific. At one point during the game, during intermission, the kiss cam came on, which, as most of you know, the kiss cam is just a camera that zooms in on couples and asks them to kiss in front of the entire arena. It's like on a big screen. So the kiss cam is on, it's going to a bunch of people, they're all kissing, it's really, really cute. And then at one point, my face and my dad's face was on the kiss cam. So it said kiss with a heart with both of our faces in the heart. So we're kind of there like in shock, but we're like, okay, well, it's going to move on. Because usually when couples don't kiss or people don't kiss, the camera just moves on because it assumes they're not going to kiss. The thing is, the camera didn't move on. And the entire arena started to chant, kiss, 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 kiss. And after 40 seconds of chanting kiss without us kissing, the entire arena started to boo at us for not kissing. Entire arena booing at us. 15 years old, introvert. My dad asked. Story time, and this is actually my mom's story. When my mom was 15, she was a boarding school student, except her school wasn't only a boarding school, it was also a daytime school. So students could choose to either be a boarding school student or a daytime school student. This one night, my mom, her boarding school friend, and their daytime school friend were hanging out, and around 7 p.m., the daytime school friend wanted to go home. Back then, cell phones weren't a thing, obviously, so the three of them had to leave campus to go to a phone booth to call a cab for her. So they leave the school and they walk alongside it and past the forest, because right next to the school was a forest, and as they're walking, a man that they don't recognize passes them. Then a few seconds later, a girl that they do recognize who went to the school also passes them, so they say hi to her, and they keep walking to the phone booth. Eventually, they reach the phone booth and they call a cab, and as they're waiting for a cab, suddenly, they hear a girl screaming and a bunch of leaves rustling. So they're like, oh my god, what is happening? Then a few seconds later, the guy that had passed them suddenly runs past them really, really fast. I have to do part two. Part 2. So the guy ran past them just as the cab arrived. So my mom and her boarding school friend put their daytime school friend into the cab, and the two of them walked back towards the forest to see if something happened. But no one was there. So the two of them then walked back to campus and went to the cafeteria because it was dinner time. And in the cafeteria, they saw the girl that had passed them just sitting at a table crying. So they went up to her to ask if she was okay, and when they went up to her, they saw that she had a knife mark on her neck and a knife mark on her wrist. So they were like, oh my god, we have to take her to the principal. They take the girl, bring her to the principal, and she tells them what happened, and the principal calls the cops, and they take all of their statements. Apparently, the guy had grabbed the girl, taken her into the forest, and held a knife to her neck and told her to be quiet. But because the girl knew that my mom and her friends were nearby, she started screaming and wouldn't stop screaming. That's why the guy let her go and ran off. Eventually, the guy ended up being arrested and put in jail for having raped girls as young as 7 years old.
My husband of 5 years asked me for a threesome with my best friend and she agreed. I, 26 female, met my husband, 35 male, 7 years ago, and we have been married for 5 of those years. I love my husband and all that he's done for me, but I fear that my marriage and my relationship with my best friend is now over. Not to mention, I just found out that I'm pregnant, and this only started happening after I told my husband. He was very much on board with having a child with me, and we've been trying for around 6 months. For context, my best friend, 28 female, Mia, knew my husband before me, and they were incredibly close before I even knew him. When I first met my husband, I suspected there was something going on between them, but they always denied it. However, they admitted while they were drunk that they were indeed sleeping together before I got with my husband. Even though it's not important now, it still plays on my mind, you know? Especially considering what just happened. 2 weeks ago, my husband suggested a threesome for the first time, and I was already not on board with it. I quickly said no and hoped he'd never bring it up again. 2 days after, he suggested it again, and I once again declined. He asked that night after we had sex once again, and I said no. After that, he stopped asking me, and I thought that was the end of it. However, 3 days ago, he asked me out to lunch, and I was pretty excited considering he never takes me out on dates anymore. When we got to the restaurant, my best friend was sitting there and was confused because he never mentioned that she'd be there. The vibe was weird from the start, to be honest, but I tried not to think of it. Halfway through the lunch, my husband asked me again. I want to consider the idea of a threesome again, and I thought it would be a good idea if Mia was involved. I didn't know what to say. I asked Mia if she knew about this, and she said yes, and that she'd known about this plans for over a month. I was devastated. I said no, paid for my meal, and left with my car. I feel so betrayed and hurt right now, and I have no words. This man is meant to be the father of my child, but I can't even look at him. I've been staying with my mom, and he's been phoning and calling me dramatically and saying that he'll drop it. Mia has been spamming me too, saying the same thing. I don't know what to do. My boyfriend said I don't truly love him if I'm not letting him live his life, including flirting with other girls and dating others. We've been together on and off for 5 years. Met in 2018, and 3 months later I found out that he was talking to someone else. Then he went to another country and we were long distance. I've always worried that he would leave me. I'm not good enough because of my mental health. I found out that he was going on dates with another girl in said country from a gut feeling. Ended up with him confessing that he wants to break up. We broke up in June 2019, but after stalking, I realized that they had been dating since March 2019. I was turned and became obsessive with their relationship. We didn't speak for a whole year. We connected early 2021 after they broke up. Started dating and it was okay. Until I broke down knowing that he was going on an exchange to another country this year. I told him my fears about him finding someone else and replacing me. He said I'm too insecure, and he doubted if I really love him. He said love should be unconditional, and I should be happy if he's happy. He said he wants freedom, and he wants me to be in his life forever. But why can't I be happy if he's happy dating other girls? Why would I limit his life? He said it to me as if it's a favor that he didn't see anyone else this past 2 years. He even told me out of frustration that he would just rather live his life, date, and sleep with other girls, and if I truly loved him then I would stay. I can't let go of this, and I'm feeling extremely depressed. All my friends are polyamorous, so I suspect that they would think that this is okay, and I'm an asshole for limiting my boyfriend's life experience. So, am I in the wrong for feeling this way? I, 46 female, have a daughter, 17 female in senior year, who has become so lazy in the past 5 months, has only been going to school and coming back and sleeping. I was worried about her grades recently, so I called her teacher and she informed me that she was still ahead in all of her classes, though she had other concerns. Her teacher has told me that she was worried about her as she is completely changed and doesn't speak now. walks in and out of class whilst avoiding her friends. Even though her friends sit with her, she would just ignore them completely. She used to be talkative, friendly at school, and would always hang out with the same people. Her best friend that she's known for 8 years has been trying to reach her alongside her other friends, and she arrived at my door a couple of days ago, asking if she could see her, and my daughter would always be asleep or say she isn't in the mood. I spoke with my daughter to see if they did, and she just said they haven't done anything and she just can't stand anyone anymore. From doing nothing but sleeping, she's become so frail. Though after nearly 4 months into the semester, I have told her repeatedly that she will not be anything in life if she carries on this way. She would just ignore me or lock her room so I can't come in, or if she's annoyed, she will start arguing with me. On Sunday, I went to work, though before I put her basket of newly washed clothes outside of her room and told her to fold it so that she can put it in her wardrobe, and I told her that it better be done before I arrive. She gave a faint, okay. I came back a couple hours later to find the basket in the same spot unfolded. I knocked for minutes on end and she just told me to stop. I don't know what came over me, but I got the crowbar from the back and started to take off her lock. After completely denting it, the side facing me came off after a couple tries and I twisted the bolt. I brought her basket in after finding her standing up behind the door. I proceeded to yell at her and she starts crying, which she hasn't done for a while. We start yelling and saying hurtful things to each other for a while, and after her calling me a monster and failure of a mom, I told her that I would have never had you if you turned out this way. She was clearly taken aback by it, though in the moment it was the truth. All she does is nothing. She just walked out of the house for a couple hours doing God knows what, though she's been acting completely different since Sunday. She would listen to me and actually leave the house. Every time I came into her room, she would be writing a manuscript. Though it all feels wrong and inauthentic, she seems to have been upset by it deeply. Maybe it's good, as she is now being how I want her to be, though I understand how that could be misconstrued. I can tell that she's trying hard to avoid me, though is still being really friendly. So, am I in the wrong for telling my daughter that I would never have had you if you turned out this way?
Storytime about how I was voted the ugliest girl in high school. Disclaimer is not my story time, it's me on Instagram. Growing up, I was really awkward. My parents always used to call me the ugly duckling, but my dad told me not to worry, that when I would grow up, I would become beautiful. Honestly, this really stuck to my head, and I am very beautiful now. I used to have braces, acne. My hair has always been curly, but I didn't know how to treat it back then. My mom had really straight hair, so she had no idea how to do my hair either. And this was the toughest thing for me. I would show up to school with knots in my hair because I didn't even know how to brush it. Eventually, my mom did start taking better care of my hair, which really helped. I also didn't know how to dress for my body. I wore big hoodies, big t-shirts, while the other girls in my high school dressed for their body type. I honestly just had no clue. I did get bullied, but mostly by boys. I think the girls probably just felt bad for me, so I never really had problems with other girls. A group of boys would always bother me. One of them even asked me out, pretending that he wanted to go out with me. Of course I said yes because I actually believed him. He asked me to go to the movies, and when I showed up, he wasn't there. I decided to go watch the movie anyway, but the next day in school, I couldn't hear the end of it. To my face, this guy called me stupid. A few days later, they made a list of the ugliest girls. Part 2 is Storytime about how I was voted the ugliest girl in high school. Disclaimer is not my Storytime, it's me on Instagram. That's when the boys came out with the list of the ugliest girls in high school. What they did was pass around some flyers with all the names on it, and then they had people write the #1 ugliest girl on the list. As soon as I saw my name on the list, I wanted to die. I pretended I was sick and went home. There was this one girl who actually stood up for me and the rest of the girls, and she was actually one of the prettiest girls in the entire school. She told everyone to knock it off, but nobody listened to her. Instead, the boys added her to the list as well, but there was no way that she was going to get voted #1. I would show up every day to school that week wishing that I was dead. Finally, on Friday, they came out with the winner. And of course, everyone picked me. I was completely mortified, but I actually started laughing when I saw the list. It was like the stress from the entire week had finally accumulated, and my reaction was to just laugh. While they were all hoping that I was just going to break down and cry, I started to laugh in their faces. The teacher asked me what was wrong and I showed her the list. She ran over to the principal's office and everything became way too dramatic for me. So I literally decided to run away from school. When I got home, I told my parents everything. Part 3 is up. Storytime about how I was voted the ugliest girl in high school. Disclaimer is not my storytime, it's me on Instagram. When I got home and told my parents what happened, my dad actually started to cry. He actually did feel really bad for me. They sat me down and told me that looks weren't everything. That's when my dad told me again that I would grow out of this awkward phase. Then they decided to take me shopping to the mall. We went into this really cute clothing store that I had always wanted to go to but never had the courage to, and they actually bought me a full wardrobe. After that, that's when my mom took me to a salon and they actually did my hair. They gave me a whole hair care routine, which I had never even heard of before. And I even went and got some Noxzema, which actually the Noxzema really worked for my acne. So when I got back to school, I felt like a different person. But not really because I was still me. The principal had gone out of her way to make all the boys pay. But really, they only got suspension and didn't go to school for a week. The rest of high school was actually not that bad. I did look a lot better. 5 years later, I'm absolutely gorgeous. And guess what? One of the boys who bullied me actually slipped into my DMs last week. What should I say?
Story time. So my high school used to organize these school trips, and there was a list of places you could choose to go to. And the list was amazing. It was like, go to Italy and learn how to cook fresh pasta, or go to the south of France, learn how to scuba dive, or go to Morocco. Like, honestly, the list was insane. But one of the things on the list was go to a survival camp in Scotland. For some reason, my friends and I chose that one. Not the south of France, not Italy, not Morocco. Survival camp in Scotland in October. So we're 15 years old and we're off to Scotland. It was like an 8-hour journey. We arrive, it's 6 p.m., 7 p.m. So we settle in, we have dinner, and after dinner, we're like, okay, we're probably gonna go to sleep, and survival is gonna start tomorrow since it's 10 p.m. and this is a school trip. No. After dinner, the organizer comes up and goes, everybody, put on some shorts, we're going for a run. So we are now running through a forest at 10 p.m. It's raining, it's 4 degrees. I have to do a part 2. Part 2, so we're running through the forest, we don't know where we're going, we don't know how long the run is gonna last for. Let me just show you a picture, 1 second. That's me on the run, and that's me from the back. So we're running, and eventually we arrive at this giant lake. And the organizer goes, jump in and swim across it. It's free, we are in our clothes. But so we jump in, we swim across it, except it wasn't really swimming, my legs were numb. It was more of a trying to get to the other side. So eventually we get to the other side, and then we had to run back to our lodging, soaking wet. Let me show you some more pictures. That's me after the lake. I'm smiling, but I was crying inside. That's us on our run back. That's me over there, right there. And that was the first evening of our survival camp. We were there for 5 days. Usually my stories raise some sort of awareness. This one doesn't at all. It's just a story that I want to share because it just makes me laugh.
So this story time takes place 6 months ago, okay? Now, I had this friend. Let's just call this friend Jessica, okay? Now, Jessica was dating this guy for like 2 years, and they had just recently broke up because he was super, super creepy and toxic. Like, when they would get into arguments, he would just show up to her house unannounced and, like, argue with her at her front door. And, like, sometimes he'd just pull up out front of her house after they got into a fight, and he'd just sit in her driveway and wait for her to come out. Like, he was just really creepy, alright? So, they had finally broken up, and she texted me and asked me for help. She was like, look, I know he's gonna do something weird, I'm nervous, like, can you please come stay a couple days in my house? I was like, sure, why not? Like, this is one of my good friends, I don't want her feeling unsafe, especially in her own home. Now, she didn't live by herself, she lived with her mom, but she still wanted somebody else there as well, just so she could feel more safe and, you know, have that extra help if she needed it. So I go over there, and literally on day 1, her ex-boyfriend pulls up to the house, and he knocks on the door, and me and her answer it, and he starts freaking out. He's like, who is this? You already replaced me with some guy? Like, who is this? Who the fuck are you? He's yelling at me, and he's cursing, and he's questioning her, and all this stuff. And he's like, just talk to me. Jessica, just talk to me. He's like, I don't want to talk to you. Leave me alone. And she shuts the door, and he starts pounding on the door with his fist, trying to get her to open it again. And finally, after like 10 minutes of him just pounding on the door, he gave up and left. And I thought that was the end of it, okay? Like, I really thought, like, there's no way he's gonna come back. Like, he clearly got the point. She does not want to date anymore. But sadly, that was not the end of it, okay? Because later that night, I got a random friend request on Facebook from this account with no photo, and I knew it was him just because it was just created. I could tell it had nothing on it. So I added the account, and of course he messaged me. He's like, leave my fucking girlfriend alone, bro. Like, I don't know who you are, who you think you are, but she loves somebody else, man. And I was like, okay, dude, first of all, it's your ex-girlfriend. Stop calling her your girlfriend. Second of all, I've been one of her good friends for years. Me and you literally met at a party one time, and you said, hey, nice to meet you, Austin. So if you could, just please take your insecure self somewhere else and leave both of us alone. And he wouldn't stop. He kept asking me to talk, saying, are you dating her? Are you dating? Like, has she been cheating on me with you? And he was just so insecure. Like, even though I already told him that me and her had just been friends for years, he still kept being super insecure and messaging me about it, thinking that me and her were dating. So anyway, I ended up just blocking him because I wasn't going to waste any more time talking to this dude. And plus, you know, me and her were just annoyed with him. So I block him, and me and her both agreed that that was like the best thing to do. And the next day comes along, and me and her leave the house while her mom was at work to go and get snacks at this corner store. So we go and get snacks. It takes like 30 minutes to do it. And when we come home to her house, the door is wide open, the front door. Now at this point, me and her get pretty nervous because we don't know if it's her ex-boyfriend that broke into the house or a random person trying to rob the house. So I slowly approach the front door. She stands back. I poke my head in. I'm like, hey, is anyone in here? I couldn't hear anything. And I'm like, alright, I think it's good. And me and her walk in, and nothing was rearranged in the main like part of the house, like the living room or the kitchen. Everything was normal. And me and her go upstairs, and the door's open, and she specifically closed her door before we left because she has a dog, and the dog's not allowed in her room while she's gone. So we go in her room, and things are rearranged. Like, everything that was on the dresser was on the floor, and one of the drawers was open, and the bed was all messy. Like, she made her bed before we left, so the bed was all messy, which was strange. So at this point, we are pretty much, like, set on the fact that it's probably her boyfriend that broke in, because her room was the only place that was messed with, and she's pissed. Like, she's like, I can't believe he would do this. Like, I don't even know how he got in here, and she decided that she's gonna call him on the phone and confront him about what he did. So she pulls out her phone, unblocks his number, and then calls it. And this is the part where things get a little bit creepy, okay? She pulls out her our phone, calls his number after unblocking it, and all of a sudden, we hear an iPhone ringing under the bed. Like, we hear the ringtone. And me and her both look at each other and are just both terrified.
Am I the asshole for refusing to wear the wedding dress my sister-in-law gave to me as a wedding gift? I, 27 female, met my fiance Jacob, 31 male, when I was 21. We've been together for 6 years and engaged for almost a year out of those. My mother's wedding dress has been passed down for generations, and I remember being a little girl dreaming of walking down the aisle in it. We've recently been wedding planning, and we were invited to a dinner hosted by my fiance's family that was on Sunday. When we arrived, we greeted everyone and sat at the table to eat. My sister-in-law stood up, tapped her spoon against her glass, and said she had a toast to make. She then said she would be right back before going into another room and returning with a large plastic bag. Everyone seemed to be excited, but I just felt confused. I awkwardly smiled and I asked sister-in-law what was inside the bag. She opened it up and revealed her wedding dress from her wedding that was 2 years ago. I feel like these people put you on the spot because everybody in the family was all excited, which means everyone knew what was going on except for you. Everyone began clapping as sister-in-law announced that this was her official wedding gift to us and she wanted me to wear her dress at the wedding. Everyone started clapping. This is not the type of announcement that needs applause. I'm giving you my wedding dress. That's officially my wedding present to you and I want you to wear it. No. What if I don't want to wear it? What if I already have a goddamn dress? I don't want to wear your wedding dress, nor am I obligated to wear it. What if it's not my style? What if it's too big? What if it's too small? What if I straight up and out just don't like it? I tried to smile, but I guess I didn't do a good job at hiding my disappointment, and everyone began asking me what was wrong. I tried to explain how I wanted to wear my mother's dress and that it was nothing personal, but that I refused to wear my sister-in-law's dress. My sister-in-law began crying as my in-laws began tearing into me and comforting her. Girl, run. Ain't no way in hell. One, this bitch jumps up and makes an entire announcement. They invited you guys to dinner for her to make the announcement that she's giving you her wedding dress. They applaud this announcement as if this bitch has offered to pay for the entire wedding and your honeymoon. And then they get mad at you for already having a wedding dress and refusing to wear the one that she randomly decided to give you. Girl, run. This ain't the family for you. I just burst into tears and I ran outside. My fiance didn't even come after me. And after crying my eyes out on the steps for what felt like hours, he finally came outside and yelled at me to get in the car. I was so confused, but I got into the car just to hear him berate me on how I made such a big scene and I embarrassed him in front of his family. Like I said, run. Ain't no way in hell this man is going to yell at you for embarrassing him in front of his family. Were you supposed to sit there and continue to let them yell at you? Girl, this is not the man that you need to be marrying. This is not your Prince Charming. He sounded so mad, and he even said that he couldn't believe he chose to marry such a bitchy, see you next Tuesday. His exact words. My fiance also said how sister-in-law was just trying to be nice and that her dress was more modern compared to my mother's dress, which looked like an old rag. Also his exact words. I tried telling him how much my mother's dress meant to me because I promised her that I would wear it. I felt like my fiance's family planned this and they put me on the spot, thinking I wouldn't stand up for myself and just agree to wear sister-in-law's dress. I don't think I did anything wrong, but a part of me thinks I should have just gone along with it and then told sister-in-law in private that I wouldn't be wearing the dress. Am I the asshole? No, you're not the asshole for wanting to wear your choice of dress on your wedding day. You know that. I know that. His family knows that. You're not the asshole. It's your wedding. You get to wear whatever you want to wear. But you are the asshole for thinking that you should have just gone along with it to save face, to keep the peace, instead of thinking I should be getting up here. Like you aren't even contemplating about how wrong this is, how this is not okay. You are still considering marrying into this family, and that alone makes you the asshole. Why stand up for yourself if you're just going to continue to marry this man knowing this is how his family is? Your fiance allowed you to sit outside of a restaurant on the stairs crying because his family started to yell and scream at you for something you didn't want to do. He then disrespects your wishes when it comes to your wedding day, disrespects your mother's dress, disrespects you by calling you out of your name because you didn't want to sit and allow yourself to be verbally abused. And you're still considering marrying this man. You literally just got a sneak peek into your future. Into your future. You yourself said, I feel like my fiance's family set this up. They planned this and wanted to put me on the spot. And you think it's okay enough that you are sitting here, well, maybe I should have just not said anything. Why are you still there? Why is this something that's still a problem to you? The way I would be so unbothered because I'm no longer engaged and this ain't an issue I gotta have anymore, girl, I'm gonna need you to open your eyes. This shit is not okay. This is your future. You are gonna continue to deal with this for the rest of your life if you marry this man. Ain't enough love in the world. There is not enough love in the world for me to marry someone that's gonna yell at me because I refuse to be abused by his family. Girl, hell no.
I left my boyfriend for his dad. Now everyone calls me a gold digger. Story time. I have always fancied my boyfriend's dad, okay? Bit of a random one, but he was our school bus driver and I would see him every day. I fancied him so much. And all of a sudden one day he wasn't our bus driver. He didn't show up in the morning. I had never seen him after that ever again. And a few years later I met my lovely ex-boyfriend, and I'm not gonna lie to you, the reason I fancied him is because he looked exactly like this old bus driver. Let's call him Mark. And it's the first thing I thought of when I saw my ex-boyfriend. I just thought, you look so much like Mark. And then after that, we dated for about 4 years. Now, I didn't meet his parents for 2 years of this relationship because of 2 reasons, really. One of them was we went to college away from our hometown. We are actually from the same place. Tickets are expensive home, and I couldn't really afford to go home very often. So even though my boyfriend was going home all the time, I just couldn't afford it. I'd say about 6 months into dating my boyfriend, he mentioned that his dad was very wealthy and he was actually on the verge of being a billionaire because he invested in this company and it took off. I thought, slay. So when the time a few years later finally came for me to meet his parents, I was nervous, so nervous. And his parents actually finally flew out to his university because we were graduating and they wanted to obviously celebrate. And I did ask my boyfriend why his parents didn't fly out more often if his dad's a billionaire. It's simple, they didn't want to. They didn't want to see his university. Quite nervous going into this dinner with his parents because I had spoke to his mum over on FaceTime before. However, I had never spoke to his dad yet. So when I tell you my jaw dropped when I saw who his dad was Mark, my old bus driver. How has a bus driver turned into a billionaire, you ask me? Let me tell you, I don't know how, to be honest. He just invested in a business and got a lot of money, and that's why he stopped being a bus driver. I was literally so taken back at this that I had to go straight to the bathroom. Like, I said hello, I tried to keep my cool. I went straight to the bathroom to call my best friend. I was like, you're not gonna believe it. And I immediately knew I wanted Mark and not my boyfriend. I knew that as soon as I saw Mark again. I didn't obviously want to make this very obvious, so I came up with a 2-year plan and it worked. But I won't go into too much detail, but it was basically project get closer to Mark and further away from my boyfriend. And I disguised it as kind of wanting to get to know his family, so I'd go on dates with his mum and dad, but like separately. That time I got time alone with Mark without it being obvious. Coincidentally, Mark and his wife, so my ex-boyfriend's mum and dad, got divorced a year into this little situation I was creating. And I thought, perfect timing. But on one of these dates I was having with Mark, he didn't kiss me, and of course I kissed him back, obviously. Now fast forward a year down the line, I am officially Mark's girlfriend. I've moved into every single one of his penthouses. Basically, my ex-boyfriend is on my way to be my son-in-law. Call me a gold digger all you want, but my plan worked.
Am I wrong for telling my son-in-law's wife that she will never take the place of my daughter? I lost my daughter Abby 7 years ago. She was married to Scott and they had 3 children together. They are now 11, 12, and 14. Scott and my grandkids stayed part of the family, and Scott remarried last year. His current wife's name is Beth. Now, we knew Beth for a few years before they actually got married, and she was always very friendly, though at times she could be a little pushy. Scott always handled it. After Scott and Beth got married, Beth's pushiness got worse, and Scott has appeared to have lost control over it. One day, when Beth had dropped off my grandkids, she got upset because we didn't have any photos of her hanging in our house. In our living room, we have a display with all of the photos of our kids, grandkids, and all of our kids' weddings. And she felt that her and Scott's wedding should be among the photos. She was upset when my grandkids spent Mother's Day with us and our extended family. We didn't include her, and Scott wasn't invited either. Mother's Day is a difficult day for him due to a bad relationship with his own mother. Beth said that we should invite her too because she's a part of the family. And then she told me that she was one of our kids too. Asked her what she meant. And she told me, obviously, she was one of our kids now too. Now that she's a mother figure to our grandkids. I told Scott what she said, and he was obviously very embarrassed and said he would talk to her. Beth was also upset when my husband made a Facebook post and mentioned our kids. And she was upset that she wasn't mentioned as one of our kids, but that she was mentioned as Scott's wife. My husband mentioned that Scott was a wonderful husband to our daughter Abby and that he's an incredible father. Well, for my grandson's 14th birthday, we were all together and he wanted a mom's side of the family picture that included all of the family from his mother's side, biological mother. Beth attempted to get in the photo, and when Scott tried to remind her not to be in it, she just said that she's a part of the family now too. Anyways, Scott pulled her aside and the photo was taken without her. But she did tell one of our sons that she felt like we weren't treating her as a daughter and that Scott had never treated her as a lesser wife. We saw them a little over Christmas and Beth was upset that we got them a joint Christmas gift for her and Scott instead of one for each of them. She told me that she's tired of feeling like she's not really family and that she feels like we always put Abby first, especially since she's the one who's here now. I saw red after this. I told her that she can never take my daughter's place, and the fact that she even thought she could was outrageous. She told me that the kids call her mom and they think the world of her, so why wouldn't we? I literally just told her that the kids call her Beth whenever I hear them refer to her. She tried to turn it around and say that it was our fault the kids call her Beth because they should be calling her mom. She just lost it from there.
And female have a group of friends, 8 of us, and we have been friends for over a decade, since school. Now, we don't live in the same place, but we meet up a couple times a year for a weekend in an Airbnb. This used to be a weekend of good food, drinks, hot tubs, etc. I am content with my life at the moment. I am single, dating, and I don't know if I would like children. But in the event I did, I know I wouldn't want one soon. Around 5 of my friends, 5 out of the 8, are either married or in very long-term relationships. Of these 5, 2 either have a baby or are pregnant. I will be seeing all of my friends this year for various weddings, friend/baby events. I've been invited on this year's girls' trip. I have said I can't come. I didn't originally provide a reason. When queried in person by my friend, who is pregnant, I told her the truth. I'm not going because it's a massive financial expense for 3 days where we only talk about people's upcoming engagements, weddings, babies. I have a lot going on, but I feel a lot of my friends do not show an interest unless I talk about someone I'm dating. I also, last time, listened to one of my friends talk about her breastfeeding plans with vengeance for over an hour. She is not pregnant or even trying. Truthfully, it's boring and it feels dismissive. It's also a really expensive way to feel bad about myself. I made it clear when telling my friends this that I'm thrilled for them all living the lives they want, but maybe it's not the weekend for me at the moment. Meaning it feels like the group has 2 distinct life stages. I'm in the minority and it focuses on one stage. My friend has since told me she's really hurt and I'm not excited for her or our other friends. I responded saying I evidently was, from other actions, excited for them, but I just think this trip wasn't for me. I do have numerous other things going on, and to fit this in both my calendar and financially, it's a struggle. I just want to add for this friend specifically, I have gone on 3 weekends away for her wedding, and I'm flying to go to her baby shower, all in the last 2 years. I have not asked her, nor has she wanted to fly to see me for anything in the last 2 years. So my question is, am I the asshole for being truthful with the reason why I can't go?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think she's doing the best for herself. I'm kind of like in her position right now, and if I knew that all my friends, that's all they were going to talk about, if I knew that, I probably wouldn't either, just for my own mental
health.
Yeah. I just feel like maybe next time.
Yeah.
I mean, I totally get her. It's okay to say no to things. It's okay to do what you want. Yeah, don't go on the trip. Save the money. If they want to come out and see you, come out and see you.
So, our OP does provide us a little bit of an update here.
Okay.
Thank you all for the responses and comments. Just a few things to note in response to some of the general themes of response. I do show an interest in their weddings, engagements, babies, and baby plans. I am excited for them. I text about it. I ask for updates. I go to and help plan events for these things. My issue is 3 days of talking about this like it's the only topic of substance is not fun, especially when I don't feel an interest is reciprocated to me on my life. And point number 2, this is where it gets juicy. I have spoken to one of my other friends invited on the trip, who is also not at the baby stage of life. She is also not going on the trip, and she said she is not attending for the same reason.
Feels good when you have it back up. Yeah.
3, the friend I expressed this to has apologized for her initial reaction and is still trying to convince me to come. I am not going to go, but I'm hoping she at least considers what I've shared. 4, I do have other friends in the city I live in, and they are a joy to be in the company of. Maybe this is because we became friends as adults and have more similar lifestyles. Who knows? Finally, some comments about me being jealous, hating myself, hating my life, etc. To confirm, dear strangers on the internet, I am content. Thank you for the concern, though. Whoever said that is fucking nuts, first of all. She's 27. Being single at 27 is like, that's normal.
Normal, yeah.
Like, she just wants to have a good time. And if you already know you're not going to have a good time, you're essentially spending a lot of money to have a bad time.
Yeah.
Where does that math add up? It doesn't.
Save that money.
Save that money.
So pay for my flight then.
Yeah. You guys, you married people, you got dual incomes.
Yeah.
Let's do a fund.
How bad do you want me to be there?
My partner invited his ex-convict friend to live with us, and now it's getting out of hand. My 28 female partner, 31 male, invited his ex-convict 33 male friend to live with us, and now it's getting out of hand. My longtime partner of 5 years invited, without my permission, his friend who he recently developed a relationship with through church to live with us in our home 2 months ago. Initially, I was upset because my partner had been telling me about his new friend when he was first getting to know him at church. I don't go to church, and I found that he was convicted of minor sexual assault charges 8 years ago. I don't think much of it until 2 months ago when I came home from work and I nearly called the police out of sheer panic because his friend, who I had no idea what he looked like at the time, was alone in our house because my partner had apparently invited him to live with us, and my partner left him alone in our house while he went to go buy additional groceries and living supplies for him to be more comfortable. Long story short, I managed to forgive him for all of this after we had multiple conversations in private about why he did this. However, I made him accept a condition of mine, being that if his friend ever started to disrupt our lives, that he would have to move out. Well, his friend has been doing exactly that. I could have given over 20 examples of what my partner's friend has done to disrupt our, mainly mine, my partner doesn't seem bothered, lives. But yesterday was a breaking point for me. I was in the shower and his friend walked into the bathroom without knocking and took a piss in the toilet, despite the fact that we have 4 bathrooms in our house. And it took me literally screaming at the top of my lungs at him for my partner to hear and come into the bathroom and get his friend to leave. I expected my partner to be furious since his friend was violating my privacy, but he dismissed it when I got out of the shower by saying he obviously had to go, which I can't even begin to comprehend. It's just so incredibly stupid and not at all an excuse. Anyway, I'm currently crying as I write this because I don't know what to do. It's my partner's house, so ultimately he gets to decide who can live here. But I have lived with him for 3 years and been his partner for 5, so I'm just so incredibly confused as to why he seems to no longer value my opinion or my life that has been turned upside down by his friend. What actions do I need to take immediately?
My best friend cheated, and I know. My best friend, 28 female, cheated on her spouse with an old fling that has used and abused her from day one. She was never able to fully let him go, despite being in her current relationship for 3 years. A few months ago, she went over to his house, told her husband she was going to a friend's, and they ended up sleeping together. He, of course, ghosted her immediately, as is his MO. She was deeply hurt, but now is feeling great. She feels she got the closure she needed from this guy and is moving on with her life. Planning her wedding, COVID ruined their plans last year and they had a very small event just to make things legal, which I am her maid of honor. Here's the thing though, the guilt is eating me alive. My husband and I are very close with her and hers, and every time I see her husband, I feel terrible knowing something like this and not telling him. My best friend absolutely refuses to tell him, as she knows this is his deal breaker and will leave her, plus will expose all the lies she told him about this particular person over the years. I know it's not my place to tell him, and she genuinely seems happier and like the relationship is going better now that she's gotten her closure, but I don't know how to swallow the guilt and stand by her and her husband as the maid of honor knowing what I know.
Me and my best friend's husband just got married and it was during their wedding. Story time. So let's call my best friend's husband Mark. I was first introduced to Mark about 4 years ago when they first started dating. The way she did it is we were on like a kind of friends holiday basically where we can invite our partners as well. And obviously she brought her new boyfriend Mark around. I was immediately attracted to Mark. He was just so handsome. And I'm really not the type of girl to like wait for something. So I immediately hopped on him that night. He completely agreed to everything obviously. Basically we've been hooking up since. And I've never really felt bad about this because at the end of the day, he's the one in the relationship, not me. The one being disloyal and he should be the one to tell her, basically. However, he never told her. And the day actually came when he proposed to her. Obviously, I acted really, really happy for her. She told me. However, I was so annoyed at him. I was like starting to get feelings for Mark. It just felt like he was playing both of us, but obviously I couldn't vent about this because it's my best friend, our fiance. So I basically had to help her plan this wedding. I wasn't enjoying it. However, I am her closest friend, so I had to. She also asked me to be her maid of honor. To bite my tongue a bit because yes, I was happy, but I also wish it was me. So the night all like the final wedding plans came together, I was actually seeing Mark that night. We had an argument because I was saying to him how basically what I just said to you, I've started to develop feelings and it feels like he just doesn't care, yet he's expressed these feelings to me as well. And he basically says that he has a plan so me and him can get married and don't have to pay for it. So basically my best friend's dad was paying for the whole wedding, and because of their jobs, Mark was kind of like the lead wedding planner, if that makes sense. So the decisions go through him because my best friend basically just doesn't have time to plan all of this. So Mark basically told me that a few days before the wedding, he is going to be changing the name on the document. It's actually going to be me and him getting married and not my best friend, and she's going to have like no idea about it. And I thought this is genius. However, it's never going to work. I just thought there's she will 100% know there's going to be a way, as long as I keep it low key and you know don't get too excited, and obviously don't mind that hardly any of my friends and family are going to be in the audience. He said that it's going to work perfectly, so I put my trust in him. The day finally came about. So the day of the wedding came, and really luckily, like this is literally why I knew the plan would hopefully work. My best friend wanted an all-white wedding. Everybody wears white, including in her. To be fair, it did look really good. And I am her only bridesmaid. She only picked me because we've been best friends forever. So I walked down the aisle first and saw my to-be husband Mark standing there. God, I was so excited. And obviously the audience is extremely confused when I get to Mark and we kiss and hold hands and say our vows, get married. You know how a wedding works. Now I know what you're thinking. Of course my best friend was walking down the aisle, really confused why her music wasn't playing, why she was getting no instructions from the people behind the scenes. So basically as soon as she walked into the hall and saw what was happening, she walked immediately out, and a lot of her family obviously followed her. And now we're married very happily.
My girlfriend shared my private pictures with her friends. We have been dating for 8 months. It is a long-distance relationship. We have had a great relationship, and she wanted to introduce me to her friends. We had a Zoom call. She made a joke which hinted that I was well endowed. Her friends laughed, and one of them said, "I know." I was extremely uncomfortable. After the call, I talked to her about it, and she said that she had talked to them about it, and I pressed a little, and she convinced that a few of them may have seen a few pictures I had sent her because she had been drunk and got the text at the bar. She said I should get over it as I have nothing to be embarrassed about, and they were all jealous of her. It makes me want to puke. I just feel bad about myself. I don't want those to be shared. I think I may be insecure about this. I feel like she sees me as a piece of me rather than her boyfriend. It is breaking my heart. She thinks that it was just one slip up, and I don't know, honestly. I just want to block her. How do I deal with this?
My wife died 11 months ago and our lives are better. Yes, I am a monster for saying this. Yes, we have a child together in the age range of 8 to 11. About 11 months ago, my wife was killed in an auto accident that was not her fault. I won't give specifics for fear of being identified. My wife's mental health had steadily declined over the past 6 years. She had become a compulsive shopper, hoarder, depression, anxiety, verbally abusive to me, and gaslighting. This was not who I dated and married. Yes, I still loved her. When her mental health was great, best family unit in the world. But when she spiraled, it was just nasty the way she would treat us. She was in therapy and she had medication. She was diagnosed as bipolar. We discovered suppressed childhood trauma in a therapy session. Not sexual abuse, but shitty parents. Recalling lack of food but money for smokes. Living in a hotel for nearly a year. No Christmas presents. parents fighting physically in front of her, etc. She had suppressed this and recreated different memories. The last 4 years were hell, never knowing how she would be in the morning, seeing her become hostile over me sneezing too loud or our daughter flushing the toilet during her shows. I felt like a prisoner and my child did her best to understand mommy's brain doesn't work right. When I got the call that I needed to come to the hospital, I honestly thought she tried to commit suicide and was hoping she did. When I got to the hospital, time froze. The doctor and a nurse brought me into a room. They said she died of blunt force trauma. I cried, but it was a cry of relief. When my mom brought my daughter home, she cried too, but I think for the same reason as I cried. Today, I'm in a better place and so is my child. We have dinners with no yelling. We visit family and friends without getting texts accusing me of cheating. My child is not getting yelled at for not understanding her homework. Hell, she still gives me a hug and kiss when I drop her off at school. I have exited therapy. However, my daughter said she still wants to go, so she does. My daughter wants to know about her mom before her mental health issues, and that is how she will be remembered. She was given a proper burial, buried next to her grandpa. We visit the grave about once a week. We got a decent settlement for the accident, paid off our home. I put the rest in trust for when the kid turns 18. I recently started dating a friend. It's so weird. I'm not used to normal dates or having another adult ask me how my day was. She made me breakfast and I forgot what it was like to have someone care for me. Oh.
Am I wrong for taking back a gift after I learned the birthday person would not be the one using it? My daughter Jenny is 13 and she has a best friend, Morgan, who is nearly 13. The two of them spend a lot of time together at our place. I do not know Morgan's mother very well, as Jenny does not really go over to their house. This is mainly because Morgan's house is a little chaotic. Morgan has 4 siblings while Jenny is an only child, and Morgan has said she likes the quiet. Morgan has done a lot of stuff with us. I occasionally enter online and radio competitions, and I'll win tickets to certain local events. When I won 4 tickets to a concert last year, Jenny brought Morgan along with one other friend, and we all had a blast. Recently, I won another pair of tickets that I had planned on attending with Jenny. A few days after, I was told about a work trip that would fall on that same weekend. And Jenny usually comes with me on these trips, so Jenny suggested that we give the tickets to Morgan for her birthday. I checked with Morgan's mom before we mentioned this to Morgan, and she said it was fine. Last night, Morgan was at our house and she seemed upset. When I asked her why, she said that her mother was taking her brother to the concert because her brother had never been to a concert before. I asked if Morgan's brother even liked the band, and Morgan said no, that it was just the principle of the matter. Morgan and her 3 other siblings had been to concerts. He hadn't, and since they can't afford stuff like this, he's the one that gets to go. I found this unfair and honestly a waste of tickets. I called Morgan's mom to double check the story, and she confirmed it all, including her 11-year-old son barely knowing anything about the band. I said I'm sorry, but I don't feel right giving these away as a birthday gift anymore, as these were supposed to be for Morgan. I said we'd give them to Jenny and Morgan's other friend, who I know likes the band, and that we'll get Morgan something else for her birthday. Morgan is fine with this. Morgan's mom, on the other hand, is pissed and says I'm trying to tell her how to parent. I don't think I am though, because if a different friend gave Morgan the tickets and it was the same result, as shitty as I'd find her mom for doing this, I wouldn't say anything as it's none of my business. As I am the one giving the tickets, I want them to go to Morgan. I'd also maybe feel different if the brother loved the band too, but as he doesn't, I don't want to give it to them. So I'm left wondering if I'm being an ass here.
I've always been slightly terrified of childbirth. My husband and I were planning on starting a family, but I've changed my mind. How do I tell him? I've always been terrified of childbirth. My husband knows this. It gives me the creeps, but I have a strong mind over matter brain, and I always wanted children more than I was scared of doing it. However, last week a good friend of mine from high school died in childbirth. Her mother made the post, and honestly, I don't know what to say. It sounded horrific. I've tried looking at pictures of babies. I love babies, but I feel nothing. In fact, more negative feelings than positive. We were planning on starting the try this month, and I've just been avoiding him. This is so big. But I had always been traveling this fine line of fear, and this finally knocked me over. I don't know how to tell him. I don't think I will want to do this ever. I know I was afraid before, but it has never felt like this. So, how do I tell him? We've been married for 6 years, like blissfully happy, and just decided to start a family. It's going to hurt him so bad, and I don't know what to do.
Caught my influencer boyfriend DMing girls on Instagram, and I just found out I'm pregnant. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it was sending me on Instagram. Influencer boyfriend is kind of famous on TikTok. See, he's one of those pretty boys. He and I have been together for 6 months. I started showing up in his videos a couple of years ago, and I knew that I liked him ever since then, but he never wanted to be exclusive because he wanted to be an F-boy. I let it happen, let him use me, but after a while I told him that I needed something more. It was like pulling teeth out of his mouth to get him to go exclusive with me. We've been living together, and 4 weeks ago we found out I was pregnant. He was actually happier than I was, which surprised me. But out of nowhere, I got a DM from a random girl, and her DM read, "Girl to girl, I don't think this is right. I'm sorry to be the one to show you this. Here's the DM your boyfriend sent me." His DM to her said, "Girl, you must be tired because you've been running around my mind all day. LOL." I literally had secondhand embarrassment, but I was crushed. At this point, he had joked around about maybe putting a ring on it. Now I knew that he might possibly be talking to girls, not after he found out that I was pregnant. I want to blast him on the internet so bad, but I depend on him financially. My best friend doesn't want me to tell him anything. He wants me to pretend like it didn't happen, because if we break up, he has no financial obligation towards me. I think she might be right. If we broke up, he'd probably kick me out of his house, take away my car, and stop giving me money. I give this man the wifey treatment. I do everything for him. Should I confront him?
My dad admitted that he was in love with me at my wedding. Story time. Okay, so to start, my dad's always been a fucking weirdo. And of course, I absolutely love my dad. Not in like a strange. Growing up, he always made these weird, inappropriate comments to my friends. And at one point, they just refused to come round to my house if my dad was going to be in. Now, I love my parents, but me and my mum are so close. We're like best friends. When I think back, I've always felt slightly uncomfortable around my dad. But my mum never picked up on anything, so I just thought this was normal. Now, let me introduce you to my fiancé, Steve. Welcome to A Story, Steve. Woo! Me and Steve, it was love at first sight. We met during college. We'd been together for like 5 years before he popped the question. Easiest yes of my life. Now, my dad had always shown a lot of animosity towards Steve, but I was just thinking he was like an overprotective dad. I didn't think he was in love with me or whatever. I don't know how I didn't pick up on this sooner, but when we were planning the wedding, we went through 5 different dates because all of them my dad said that he couldn't go to. I know you're not that booked and busy, Dad. My dad was asking a lot of questions. My fiance did point this out to me, but I just thought it was my dad being a weirdo still, so I didn't think anything of it. This man wanted to know the timetable of the day down to the second. And very specifically, he wanted to know about the time that we would be saying I do. And well, obviously that's just after the bit where the person says, does anyone have any objections? Otherwise these two people shouldn't get married. We say our vows, then we say I do. So my dad just didn't show up to the day of my wedding. I'm waiting at the top of the aisle, waiting for him to walk me down. Anyone see my dad? No, great. I just thought that he was being silly and I walked down myself. And except for that, the whole ceremony was beautiful. So then we get to the question that we thought would be the least of our worries that day. Does anyone have any reasons why we should stop this wedding? My dad came sprinting down the aisle saying, I do. Dad, that's my line, shut the fuck up. We started losing it. We thought it was so funny. We thought, haha, he's been stupidly late. Now he's trying to make an entrance. Like, ha. Then we expect him to sit down and like join the ceremony. And he flipping doesn't. So once again, the question gets asked. Anyone got any issues as to why we shouldn't get married? My dad replies again saying, I do. So if you don't know, if this happens at a wedding, you then have to wait for 30 days until you can actually get married. And that was when my dad went ahead and confessed that he was in love with me. He goes in to have this like full-blown meltdown in the middle of the aisle. He's like, I can't let you marry Steve. That should be me. That should be me. Holding your hand. That should be. And obviously I just stood there in absolute shock and disbelief. This was the day I found out that my dad was an absolute weirdo.
Am I in the wrong for ink-shaming my husband? This is honestly the weirdest and most frustrating problem that I've ever had in my whole entire life. My husband, male 35, and I, female 27, have been married for almost 2 years. About 5 months ago, I moved jobs. I work in an office now that is very much an old-fashioned place, and coming from a modern business, it was kind of a switch for my wardrobe. I came from a place where business casual could be black jeans and a sweater, as long as it was somewhat professional, to my office now, which is business professional, and I'm basically required to wear heels and a dress every single day. My boss, a woman in her 60s, had been giving me a weird look, and I realized it was because I wasn't wearing tights like the other girls, so I started wearing tights. I'm talking about those sheer black ones that go under dresses. I wore them for a while, but I hate the feeling of them digging into my torso, so I started wearing the ones that just go up to the mid-thigh. But obviously you can't tell from the outside. The stocking kind. Immediately, my husband became infatuated with them. I mean, he loved them. He wanted to watch me dress and undress. He wanted to sleep with me after work literally twice as much. He's always wanted me to wear them. I thought it was kind of cute or funny at first, but now it's become a huge problem. My husband will literally not instigate sleeping with me unless I'm wearing the stockings. He's asked me several times on weekends to put them on before we've done it. He genuinely has zero interest in sleeping with me without the stockings anymore. He also seems to be getting a bit jealous now that I'm wearing them to work. But that's the function of them. Not a sexy costume, literally for work. It seems like he's lost sight of that. So, finally last night, I wanted to sleep with him and he asked me to put them on. I said no and told him that his new infatuation with them was getting out of hand. He immediately got very defensive and told me that I was ink shaming him. Obviously, I'm not effing ink shaming him, just annoyed beyond measure that this whole situation. So, am I in the wrong for telling him that his ink was getting out of hand and subsequently shaming him?
Am I the asshole for refusing to support my sister after my dad told her he regrets being her dad? I, 28 female, have 2 siblings. Jake, 34 male, and Donna, 32 female. When Donna was 10, Dad found out Mom cheated on him and Donna wasn't his child. Our parents divorced, but nothing changed between Dad and Donna. He still treated her the same. He also told her if she ever wanted to know her biological father, he would love, support, and help her in that journey as well. When Donna was 20, she asked Dad for help finding her biological father. He paid for the DNA test and other expenses, including travel when she found him. He paid for therapy. He held her hand throughout. He told me and Jake that this changed nothing. He told us to support our sister because he was worried we wouldn't like her finding her bio dad. Donna chose not to stay in touch with her bio father at that time. 3 years after this, Donna started a relationship with her biological dad, but told nobody for 2 years. The first we learned about it was when Donna got engaged and she invited the guy to her engagement party. During the party, she introduced her biological dad as her real dad to people. Dad took it in stride and said that it was sometimes hard to find the words. Donna asked Dad if he would pay for her biological father's hotel room for an extra night because he could only afford that one night, and she wanted to see him a little longer. Dad did this for her. Your father is a saint. When Donna got married, she asked my dad to pay for it, and he did. Then she had her bio father walk her down the aisle and only mentioned him in her toast. Dad was so heartbroken. She also refused to take a photo with just Dad and us without her dad in it. She then got mad that my dad even asked for it. She called him out for it after the wedding. That's absolutely disgusting. That is absolutely fucking disgusting. How dare you ask me to pay for the wedding, to pay for all of this shit, and you don't mention me, you acknowledge me not at all. Like, oh girl, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no, you're not the asshole for refusing to help her. Then, 2 years ago, Donna refused to take part in Dad's 60th birthday because it wasn't fair to her real dad. She also announced that she was expecting a baby and she didn't want to confuse her child about who their grandpa was. So she wasn't going to pretend Dad was her dad any longer. This girl is absolutely disgusting. This man has raised you. This man raised you. And you were pretending he was your dad. Girl, okay, I can't wait for Karma to come and just slap her all the way upside her motherfucking face. I cannot wait. Donna said she wasn't going to pretend Dad was her dad any longer. She also announced that her real dad had adopted her, so she was no longer legally his kid anyway. She didn't try to include Dad in her baby's life at all. But now her real dad has let her down and she went crying back to Dad and said she wanted him to be in her life again. I hope he said no. I hope he fucking said no, because you do not deserve this man. You have hurt him and disrespected him in so many fucking ways. But the moment the almighty, the perfect, real dad falls through, you want to come running back. No, ma'am. No, I need you to have that same energy. When you said those hurtful, terrible things to me, the man that raised you paid for your fucking wedding, paid for you to find the almighty real dad, paid for you to go through therapy, supported you throughout all of this. When you said those nasty things to me, I need you to remain feeling the exact same way. Because no matter how you feel now, it's not going to change the fact that you hurt me, that I am hurt by the things that you said to me. Nah, girl. Nah. She wanted Dad to reassure her that nothing was wrong, and Dad refused. She told him he shouldn't reject his grandchild. He said that he never rejected his grandchild. She made it clear that he didn't have one. She said it wasn't fair, and he promised that nothing had changed. He said he wished he hadn't done any of it. He wished he had left her to her real dad since he meant nothing to her clearly. She went to Jake, who told her she got what she deserved. Then she turned to me. I didn't say that, but I told her I wanted no part of her pity party, and I would not support her after what she did to Dad. She told me we had always been close, and it was so cold and cruel to reject supporting her when she needs it most. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not. I said it already, but I'm going to say it again. No, you are not the asshole for refusing to support her during her pity party as she comes back feeling like the victim when she was the one who said some of the most terrible things to her father. Her fucking father, biological or not. The man that raised her. The man that raised her. She found the man who contributed half of her DNA, and all of a sudden he deserved all the flowers. He deserved all the fucking awards, and the man that raised her and is paying for everything that's going on around her means nothing to her. She was pretending that he was her dad. Girl, nah. Hell no. Karma's turning her ass every which way but fucking loose, and she deserves to go through all the pain that she's going through. You don't get to say nasty, hurtful things to people and expect them to have open arms when you come running when life is kicking your ass. No. Hell no. You are absolutely not wrong. I seen a comment in the comment section. OP said that their dad was crushed and he never tried to put any of it on Donna, but his final straw was finding out about the adoption at the same time he found out she was pregnant, but had already told everyone else first. And then the outright rejection of him as a parent and a grandparent for her child all in a single hour. Like everything else he would defend her for, and he would be understanding, but that was too much even for him. And that breaks my heart because this man sounds like a true gem. Like we've heard the horror stories of what happens when men find out that children are not theirs and how they react and how things change. And this man was 100% the opposite, the complete opposite, just for this girl to be a monster to him and then expect him to coddle her when she needs a daddy. My heart hurts for him.
Am I the asshole for suggesting my wife lower her standards so that she'll be less overwhelmed? My wife, 37 female, and I, 38 male, have 3 kids, 12, 10, and 8. She is in a constant state of overwhelm and very easily irritated, constantly complaining about how it's all too much. I, of course, am happy to help and do my fair share for the kids or household, but it's never enough because her standards are too damn high. She insists one of us has to be up at 6:45 every morning to make sure the kids are ready and make the bus, which comes at 7:45. I told her they're old enough to not need that much help already. They can all dress themselves and pour themselves cereal and milk. There's no reason we have to be up. She says that cereal isn't a good enough breakfast. They need something more substantial, especially the 12-year-old, and that the 10-year-old has ADHD and will definitely struggle without help in the morning. And anyways, she wants to see them off and kiss them goodbye for the day. So she gets up. I don't. Then she gets upset that I never give her a morning off when all she needs to do is just take the morning off when she wants and let the kids handle themselves. Also, she is super strict about screen time during the week and is exhausted and snappy from arguing about it with the kids and upset I don't support her strict limit of 2 hours a day. I say as long as homework is done, why not until bed? She says it's not healthy for them. They need to play outside or with games and toys, read some books, just entertain themselves in more ways than one. I agree they should enjoy other things, but not seeing why we have to make such a rigid limit. She also likes to get out on weekends and do stuff like zoos, museums, etc., but then complains about the planning for the outing or how grouchy the youngest gets by the end of it. And again, I say, let's just chill at home. And Viola, you've cut the work. I'm an engaged and active parent. I'm not trying to get out of it, but I don't think I should have to help my wife dig herself out of her own self-created holes. She creates the stress for herself and then turns to me to alleviate it, which I think is unfair. Am I the asshole for telling her she needs to do less and then she won't need this level of help?
Oh, that is a very, very good one.
That's a good one, man. I'm on. For the sounds of it, I'm with this dude.
Yeah.
I'm with this dude.
Really?
I'm with this
Yeah.
dude. I'm with this dude. This is very similar, like, to the women I've had in my life, like mom, stepmom, aunties and stuff like that, which is like very, very rigid. Like, this is the way it has to be. This is the best way to do it. But like, bro, you can't do it. And you're depressed and unhappy. And this whole thing is toxic and stressful. Like, it's just not happening. And you just have to charge it. It's just not happening, bro. You're sacrificing your own happiness for like perceived perfect parenting, whatever like that.
I feel like there's so much pressure on women, like, to be a good mom.
Yeah.
Like,
so
like
much.
versus like the moms are held to such a higher expectation than a dad ever is.
To be a good dad, you just kind of just have to be there.
And
everyone's
that's the
like, oh my
thing.
God, you're amazing. But
Yeah.
to be a good mom, you have to be like,
You have to do everything.
crazy.
You have to be
super
exceptional.
mom. Yeah.
Here's how I ruined my own life on my birthday. Story time. So I woke up on my birthday morning expecting a little bit of a princess treatment from my husband and kids. My husband didn't say anything about my birthday. My kids didn't say anything about my birthday. So I just got myself ready and I went to work. I was expecting, you know, like a balloon on my desk or like a card or something, but there was literally nothing. And my manager called me in. His name is Steve. He's like, step into my office. I'm thinking, shit. Anyway, he calls me in. He's decorated his office and he says, happy birthday, hon. And I'm like, oh, finally. He goes, do you want me to take you out for lunch for your birthday, my treat? And it is now like 1 o'clock and this is the only person to acknowledge my birthday. And then he says, do you want to come back to my place? And I was like, okay. We've lost a candle. Anyway, we get to his house and he says, just let me head up to my room for a sec. Now feels like a good time to mention that he'd asked me to put on a blindfold. And I'm thinking, oh, something's about to go down. And I was so annoyed at my family. So he's gone for like 5-10 minutes. It felt like a very, very long time. Anyway, when he comes back, he's like, okay, take off your blindfold. So I lift up my blindfold, expecting to see him maybe in like a cute little butler outfit. But as I am sure you can imagine, that is not what I was met with. So I lift up my blindfold and I see my co-workers, my husband, my mum and dad, and my husband's mum and dad, literally all of my friends. They had all surprised me. They had a cake, they had balloons, and I was on the couch, butt naked.
Am I in the wrong for refusing to pay for the cake slices that my teenage daughter ate? I, female 38, am a single mom with my teenage daughter, Carly, female 17. My sister, 36, lives nearby with her husband and 2 kids, female 9 and male 7. Carly sometimes babysits her cousins on the weekends so that my sister and brother-in-law can go out, usually for 3 to 4 hours. In exchange, my sister gives her 30 to 40 euro cash in hand. Me and my sister do not make Carly babysit. She volunteers to. She likes having the extra money to fund her Starbucks addiction without a part-time job in fast food or retail. Plus, the kids love getting to see her. I'm glad that she's getting to learn responsibility. I think it's a win all around. Last weekend, there was a problem. A couple hours after Carly came home from babysitting, my sister calls me. It was my niece's birthday 2-ish weeks ago, and there was some leftover birthday cake in their kitchen. It was a custom-made fancy lemon curd cake, and I remember at the party, a lot of kids didn't want to eat it, so a lot was left over. While she was babysitting, Carly had eaten 2 slices. My sister said that she should have asked before helping herself to the cake, and it was expensive. I apologized to my sister and told her that I would have a word with my daughter. She mentions again that the cake was custom made and expensive, and says that we should be compensating her. At first, I honestly thought that she couldn't be serious, but she did want me to give her money because of the cake. I mentioned that surely the cake is going to be bad soon if it isn't already stale. I said this lightheartedly just to try to lighten the mood, but made it clear that I'm not giving her money. She says she paid 70 euros for the cake and she expects me to give her 20. I told her that I'm not doing that. My sister said that I'm being inconsiderate and that my daughter ate the slices without permission. I feel like she's being petty. And what difference would it have made if all of it got eaten last weekend or at the birthday party? Am I in the wrong for refusing to pay her for the cake?
Am I wrong for refusing to speak to my wife and cutting all communication with her after she failed to disclose the fact that she had her tubes tied before we met and then tricked me into thinking that we were trying for a baby when that was obviously never going to happen? I, 34 male, have been married to my wife, 32 female, for a year and a half. We're both financially stable, and for the past few months, I've been proposing the idea of starting a family. My wife has expressed her lack of desire to ever have children before we got married, but I thought she would eventually change her mind and want to start a family. After suggesting the idea for months, she said that she would be willing to give it a try. We've been trying for a while with no results. At some point, I suggested seeing someone to figure out what was going on. My wife refused. The issue continued. A few days ago, I made the suggestion again that we should talk to a doctor. At this point, my wife broke down and told me that she had her tubes tied before we met because she's known that she never wanted to be a mother from a very early age. She said the process was long and difficult as nobody wanted to perform it until she found a doctor who was willing to perform the surgery when she was in her late 20s. She said that she felt awful and didn't know how to tell me when she knew that I've been excited to start a family. I'm honestly shocked and not sure how to process this information. I knew she wasn't too keen on having kids, but I don't get why she didn't tell me about something so major like being sterile earlier before we ever got married. I feel tricked and cheated, and if I knew earlier, I would have honestly had second thoughts about marriage because starting a family is something that I've always wanted and still do. The night she told me, I packed my things and have been staying at a friend's place and avoiding her calls and texts. Her sister called to let me know that it's unfair to leave her hanging and that I should talk to her to sort things out and that she's been worried sick about the future of the relationship. I replied saying that I thought it was unfair that this whole marriage was a lie and she didn't like that very much. Am I the asshole? I just want to take a break for a few months until I can wrap my head around this as I genuinely don't want to talk or interact with her anytime soon.
My girlfriend is upset because I hesitated to be intimate with her. I'm a 36 male and I've been together with my 32 female girlfriend for 3 months. This is my first relationship after losing my wife 5 years ago. So I admit it took some time to get used to dating, especially since I hadn't been with anyone new since like 2010 when I started dating my wife. My girlfriend and I have been intimate a couple of times, and during those times, we both either been sober or had a few drinks. Nothing more. It's of course always been consensual. Last night, we went to a friend's party where my girlfriend got super intoxicated. She must have had about 8 drinks. I wasn't drinking that night, and I dropped her back to her place. Once inside, she wanted to be intimate. I did want to make sure that she was okay with it, so I asked her. She said yes, of course, and I asked again because I knew that she was intoxicated and had had a very long day. I don't think you did anything wrong. Like, I love the fact that you checked and then double checked. Because when we are intoxicated, we get a little, happy juice in us. We want all types of things, and then the next day we regret it. I love the fact that you checked and then checked again to make sure. My girlfriend then got super upset with me and started crying and yelling, asking if I was stupid or if I didn't find her attractive. Well, good thing she didn't overreact. I said that it wasn't the case and I just wanted to make sure she was really on board with it. She didn't believe me and made me leave. Like, literally kicked me out the door. Really? Why? Like, that's crazy. Wow. I called her this morning and she said that she was really offended last night. She said I made her feel like shit, and if she says that she wants it, she always means it. She then said she needs some time apart to think things through and how I made her feel. Girlfriend, I need you to take some type of accountability. Some type of accountability. You mean to tell me you are upset that your boyfriend did not want to just jump into bed with his intoxicated girlfriend, that he asked you twice to make sure? The way I would throw my face in this man's lap because I love the fact that you respect me so much. Girl, I cannot. Some of you bitches don't know what to do when you come across a good man. This man is literally showing her how much he respects her, and she's taking offense from it. Girl, you do need some time apart. You do. You truly, truly need some time apart. And I hope you have good friends that's going to call out the bullshit and tell you that you are literally overreacting to one of the sweetest things fucking ever. Was I wrong for doing what I did? And how do I make it better? You're not wrong at all. You are not wrong at all. You took all the necessary steps to save yourself from being caught up in some trouble later on down the line, which is exactly what you should have done. Anybody that is around an intoxicated woman, whether you are married to her, have been dating her your whole entire fucking life, you ask and then you ask again to make sure that she is 100% okay with it. And if she hesitates at any time, you don't go through with it. So you did everything right. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. And honestly, I wouldn't be trying to make anything better because then that would be you admitting to doing something wrong and you did everything right.
Am I wrong for asking my sister to babysit? Story time. So I have a younger sister who we will call Amy. And I basically raised Amy, right? She basically had to get removed from my mum's care, so I took her in. She lives with me now because she decided to drop out of college. And she's decided that she wants to work full-time for a while so she can decide what she wants to do with her life. Fair play. She's currently working around 50 hours a week as a nanny. So me and my husband Steve had a baby about 2 months ago. So before he was born, my sister offered to watch him a few days a week. She said this was a thank you for letting her live with us rent-free. So since he's been born, she has now changed her tune. She no longer wants to watch him anymore. She has 1 or 2 days off a week, and we respect these as her days off, so we try not to burden her. She says that on her days off, she would like to be child-free. And to her credit, she does help around the house and do bits and bobs like that. And she will watch the baby here and there. However, this issue occurred earlier today. I asked Amy if she wouldn't mind babysitting my son on one of her days off, and she mentioned that she had plans with a friend that day. And then the second day, she intended to use that to do little errands and do her chores like laundry and stuff. So I was like, oh, on the day that you're doing errands, could you like take him with you? Or when you're tidying up, just have him sat by you? And she declined and said that she would not be able to get anything done because he never ever wants to be put down. She has to hold him all the time. So I told her that this was not what we agreed to before he was born. And if I had known, I could have made other arrangements for childcare. And this is when she blew up at me and was like, I had a completely different job then, and she doesn't want to work on her days off. I don't really see it as working, but whatever, queen. So she suggested paying a babysitter. But why would I do that when I have a literal professional babysitter in my house? And she's also his auntie too. She thinks I am being very over-demanding of her. And she was saying how I should have thought about this before I decided to conceive. Now this comment felt a little bit unnecessary, because like I said, we had spoken about it before the baby was born. I'm not sure what your point is there, Amy. Just a little edit. We have thought about charging her rent before, but she said that we just need to give her a heads up so that she can find enough time to move out. The only reason she's living with us is because she's living rent-free. So what do you think? Am I wrong here?
I lost my boyfriend's dog and I don't know how to tell him. Am I an awful person for this? Disclaimer, is not my story time. Was sending me an Instagram. Please give this girl some legit advice. She is suffering right now. My boyfriend and I have been together for 3 months. It's a really new relationship. It's my first serious relationship. So far, I've done everything in my power to impress him in any way I can, including becoming the mother of his dog. Just moved out of his parents' house and he adopted this beautiful dog from a shelter. The puppy is rambunctious though. He will go crazy at anything. He gets super excited and likes to run around. So my boyfriend asked me if I could walk him every day since I work from home. We worked out a schedule. I'll sleep over at his house 3 days a week. When he goes off in the morning to work, I walk him once, then I get on my laptop and work, then at my lunch break, I'll take him out to walk again, and right before my boyfriend comes home, I'll take him out a third time. My boyfriend is really tired after he comes home, so the last thing I want him to do is be responsible for taking the puppy out. So last week, I took out the damn dog. It has been the bane of my existence ever since. I am suffering. I took him on a walk like we usually do. I didn't notice that his harness was not put on properly. This was my bad. But also, he just moves around so much when I'm putting it on him because he's so excited to go out. I took him outside, and within 2 minutes of starting our walk, he literally just ran. I kept calling him and he ran. I chased him and he ran even more because he thought we were playing a game. You guys have no idea how much I was suffering. I was literally on my knees begging him to come back, crying my eyeballs out. That's when I pulled out my phone and lied to my boyfriend. I told him that he must have escaped through the dog flap. For an entire week, this dog was missing. His family and him were suffering. They even put out a $20,000 reward, but thankfully we found him a week later when a neighbor called and said they spotted him. And after 6 hours of driving around looking for him, we finally found him. Thank God he is totally safe. Now I want to tell my boyfriend the truth and I realize I lied to him. I feel like I can't retract on what I said. Did I tell him the truth or should I just let this go? I feel like a terrible girlfriend. Help me, please.
Am I the asshole for working less after my divorce, even though it means my ex get less child support? No. Because if the child support ain't enough, then baby girl needs to get a job. For the last 10 years, I've been working my ass off to earn money so my family could enjoy an excellent standard of living. This was apparently the wrong thing to do, since it led my wife to deciding that because I was never home, she should bang other dudes. When I worked out of town, I earned about $240,000 a year. Where I live, child support for 2 kids is about $3,300 monthly with that salary. Since my divorce, I've got 50-50 custody and I work in town, so I only earn about $100,000 yearly. So my child support is actually only $800 a month. My ex is going nuts because she isn't getting what she thought she would. My lawyer has tried to explain that child support is based on income. And since I'm not working crazy hours to make lots of money for vacations and a huge house I don't need, I do not earn as much. Girl, you better get a fucking job. You're getting $800 a month when the kids are with him 50% of the time. You better get a fucking job to make ends meet. My ex is telling everyone that I'm an asshole for cutting back on my work to deprive my kids. That's bullshit. I have my kids half of the time, and since I can't be out of town, I earn less. My kids have everything they need. Am I the asshole? Bro, your ex is fucking insane. How is the math not fucking mathing? I was making $240,000 a year because we had a big ass house. We were going on vacations. I was supporting a family of 4 people. Now I've got 50-50 custody of 2 of those 4 people and just myself to worry about. No, I'm not going to work as much because if I'm working the same amount that I was, I'm not going to have my fucking kids. How is her calculator up here not working? I mean, I know why it's not working, because this bitch really thought she was going to be getting damn near $4,000 a month for child support, so she wasn't going to have to work. She better call one of them dudes she was bouncing up on. She better call one of them and tell them that she only got $800 and she needs to pay the rent. Because no, sir, you're not the asshole. No, absolutely not, bro. You're not wrong, because you're still taking care of your kids, and that is your only job at this point. Now that you guys are divorced, it is not your job to make sure that she has what she needs. I mean, if you want to be nice, you can, but you don't have no reason to be nice to her. So you are taking care of your kids and your kids.